Bring it back. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Put your shoes on. 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 Hey, hey, put your shoes on. Hey, hey, hey. What's good with it? What's good with it? What's going on? Yes, we are back. Okay, I got you. Come on, let me do my chat call. Hey, what's up, Ashley Davis? Hey, Dorothy Vaughn. Purple, purple. Hey, Sovereign. Hey, Jason Rock. Who is this? I'm on my back up. Hey, Shouty. Oh, okay, okay. Gotcha. What's good? What's good? What's good? Baby, we back, baby, like Jordan in 95. You know what? You know, if you would if you if you just listen to, yeah, I'm sorry y'all, my face swole on the right side, so it's fucking up my goddamn speech, but that's okay. So if you y'all know I take a picture and show it. Oh, I took one earlier. I take a picture and show it. Listen. So if you just listen to whatever people said about the greatest and the this and the that, whatever, you would think that Michael Jordan got the most number of rings out of everybody, and that is just simply not the truth. The reason why they keep focusing on Michael Jordan because he is probably undoubtedly the best NBA player of all time. You got Robert Horry got 7, Bill Russell got 11, Kareem Abdul-Jabbar, Lou Alcindor got 6, 2. He was a Laker. He was a great Laker. Um, who else? So there's a lot of people. Hold on, let me see what it says. No fool. Anyway, child, sometimes you just got to let it go. To tell me that time again, and we'll be back at it. But anyway, so but Michael Jordan was the greatest that ever did it, right? And even when it appears he was doing right, or he was minding his own business, doing his own thing, whether it been gambling, whatever, motherfuckers tried to attack him. People tried to associate his father's death with some of his gambling and all that type of shit, right? And I believe that came out to be a big conspiracy, right? Because them little boys that was, I think one of them even know that was his father. You know what I'm saying? So anyway, what's up, James Harris? Hey Mo, what's good with it? What's good with it? Oh my gosh, you know what? I don't want to hear shit about what he ain't do for the black people and all of that y'all be saying. I don't want to hear nothing about that. Because here's the thing, right? You do know nobody's obligated to do a damn thing. You do know that, right? But there are some, like myself or others or whatever, that is deep into that type of shit, right? Do you know how much that man have put out for research? I think he got his own center for as cancer. So when I tell you my speech is slurring, this goddamn mouth so huge and heavy. It's like it got the dropsies. Let me show y'all. Y'all think I'm playing. Hold on. Let me see this picture. I love to show and tell. I don't give a damn. Because I know what it is in the real life. I know what it do. In real life, I know what to do, honey. But it, affects your speaking and shit. And when I tell you, I got like knots on the right side, like little, oh my gosh, it be so painful sometimes. You gotta lay my big head down on that pillow. Mm. I be like, sometimes I be like, Lord have mercy, just let it swell up on one side so I can lay down on the other side. And most times my prayers are answered, honey. That's why I be like, woo, I be winning, child. You know what? Something with in life, you got to goddamn be thankful for the small victories. You understand what I'm saying? Be thankful, honey. Don't let nothing that may come in your path, right, deter you from whatever it is you trying to do, or deter you and just feel like you don't have a way out. You know what I'm saying? Because that is not the truth. I recognize and I realize that um every moment, right, was planned, right? It was ordained. So when you met somebody in a moment, you know what? Hey, that's what it was. If you had a need in a moment, that was that need or whatever. It was planned that way. You know what I'm saying? Because of just the intersection, right? Of the different intersections that life provides, it's a plan. Gotta be. Now you don't know what the why, because you got to figure, hey, maybe it's a predicate to something else. Meaning, remember, I just tied in a word, predicate act, meaning something happened before that facilitates something happening later, right? So it's a predicate to maybe it's a predicate to something else. It's always in that moment, and we go through it in that moment. We meet people in that moment. We experience whatever in that moment. So, but I don't think it's designed to keep you down, mess with your state of mind and all that. I think that it's just something that happened in that moment, right? That may facilitate something greater later. Who knows? But it is what it is. James, you know what, James? Statistically, I think he is, and you don't know what you're talking about because just about every one of y'all, Carolina, see, he won't let you stay. James ain't nothing but a disturbance. He won't let you stay positive. That ain't gonna work with James. Okay, every time you dark skinned Negroes from Carolina, it got something to say. It's always got something to say bad about Jordan. He wasn't. That man flew in that air. How many people started flying after him? Stop playing. Now, Dr. J was flying before him. I know that. Okay. But Dr. J wasn't doing all those acrobats in the air. He was just flying up in the air with the worst shoes imaginable. They always got to pull out other players out their ass. We talking about Jordan. He's the greatest. Get used to it. Earn. I mean, if you start now writing Jordan is the greatest, I guarantee you by the end of this year you'll believe it. God darn. Ain't that crazy? Always pulling out them other people out their ass. And them people don't even be mentioned. I can't wait. I'm telling you, you know what, Joe? I'm telling you, James, you're gonna have a heart attack when they change Jerry West and put Michael Jordan silhouette as that NBA little logo. I know you're gonna be mad then, baby. You're gonna have to take all your shit back that you got with the NBA on and get stuff with Jordan leaning to the side and shit like that Jerry West on that logo. Stop playing. And you know what? And I heard this is the only thing I'm gonna give Levi for. Levi could be a very good historian, right? He is a very good orator. He's a very good speaker. I'm telling you, boxing is my second favorite sports, right? And I'm telling you, honey, he was talking about that boxing shit. I was like, okay, Levi. I started seeing him in a different light. I'm just joking, y'all. It's a joke. Oh, all right, Levi. Oh, I didn't know you had it like that. I'm just joking. Oh Lord. Yeah, but but I have a hard time. I keep telling me I'm gonna upload that call, but me and my friend be talking about that box. I have a hard time with considering Mike Tyson as the greatest of all times, or maybe one of the greats of all times. I have a hard time with it because here's the thing: he knocked out people that he was supposed to knock out, but he got knocked out by a person that he wasn't supposed to be knocked out by. And it's not like when Muhammad all them started losing, when they 40 all fucked up and Parkinson's and all that shit. Motherfuckers fighting out there with the Parkinson's and shit. How the fuck you gonna fight with the Parkinson's in your body? No. Um, Mike Tyson got knocked out when he was like what, 25, 26. Well, I don't hear shit about he was out partying all night with a lot of them boxers be out all night screwing and stuff. Look how many wives Muhammad Ali had. He liked the ladies. So I don't hear nothing about that. He got knocked out by Buster Douglas. And then the people that he knocked out or fought and won, he was supposed to beat them. It's not like that fight with Tommy Hearns and who else he fought? Hearns and James. Who they fought? Hitman Hearns versus who? The other dude begin with an H. Muhammad Ali, he fought all those goddamn good people and beat them. Shit. What's the man name? But you ain't no damn help. Hold on. Marvin Hagler. That's right. Hearns versus Hagler. Cause your ass ain't no goddamn help. You believe that? So they, those type of people fought some good people. Hagler and Hearns. Yeah, Hagler. Okay, you got it. So, yeah, I just have a problem with that. I just have every time we go to talking about boxing, I be like one of the main standouts with Tyson, right? It be some other guys, but I just be like, we do our ranking and stuff like that. I'm telling you, Archie Moe fought so many and so long. He done fought so many fights. It's ridiculous, like in the 200s or something like that. That's crazy, right? Crazy. That is craziness. And Sugar Leonard, okay. Sugar Leonard was small in stature, but he had a lot of punch. He was fast, He's fast like that. But anyway. Yeah, we are back. So, and listen, y'all. Anybody that has a problem with you, whatever, let them have that problem with you. Any weapons that try to form against you, know that they won't form, honey. They'll crumble at the goddamn tip. Believe that. It won't work. Okay? And the words, I think Fred Hammond said, it don't work. Fred Hammond say, it don't work, honey. No weapons. That song. Form, yeah. Now you know I know the words. It don't work. Say it don't work. It don't, honey. They try anything that try to come against you, baby, it don't work. You got that shield on you. You be like, You got that what? That goddamn Captain Marvel shield on you, baby. It don't work. So, but yeah. So, in our absence, right? The North North Dakota, Lord have mercy. The Illinois appellate brief was filed by Jennifer Bonjean, JPO, as I know it to be. Filed and I only read, so this would really be my initial reaction. I only read just a little bit of what points that she was hitting. So I could say, oh, okay, because what I try to do is I try to see what angles, the attorneys will be coming from, right? Um, because one, that's important. Two, we're out here trying to guess where they're going with this, right? Will it work? You know, will it not work? Would there it could have been any other angles that could have been explored? So, and understand, right? The law is consistent. And what I mean by that, I don't mean that they don't get it wrong, whatever. Because even in them getting it wrong, sometimes it's consistent. What I'm saying is the law is consistent, meaning in a particular case or trial, the laws that were applied, the facts that were applied, those are the judge's decision and all of that. It goes straight across the process, right? It goes from the start to through the habeas, you know, process. So that's what they'll be talking about. All right. That's what they're talking about. Like I said, but in the habeas, when it comes to habeas, right? You can introduce new stuff, right? But it still has to be considered prosecutorial misconduct and whatever. You just can't, uh, you know, um, have a successful writ of habeas just because you didn't like the outcome and just because the strategy wasn't to your liking or whatever by your attorneys. You just can't appeal based on that. And a lot of stuff that we hear, especially coming out of Levi's mouth, is would fall under the category of strategy, right? A person that's disgruntled due to the strategy. Y'all got to bear with me with them S's and stuff, because baby, it's hard with this mouth, honey, like this, huh? Ooh, Jesus. What is that? Somebody hit me back to back. Here come. Oh, okay. Yeah, but y'all know this. I would never take information or advice from a nigga that buys a little Detroit ass on Wednesdays. Never that. I'll never be defeated by nobody like that. I'll never be defeated by nobody that buys a little Detroit ass on Wednesdays. Never that. No. I won't be able to do it. No. I won't let that go down in the book. Who she was defeated by? A tall nigga that buys a little Detroit ass on Wednesdays. No. Oh shit. I'll never do that. Oh, for real? It won't work. Oh, it won't work. That's how it go. I know, honey. That's the song, baby. It won't work. Don't work. Where's Atmos when you need him? He know all the words to the church song. Atmos know all the names of the mass choirs and all of that. He knows all of that. Okay. I don't have that information. You got to get that from Atmos. Okay, I don't have that. But so you know, when when you get to this phase of it, right? So much of this relies on the Supreme Courts or the higher courts, earlier decisions with regards to early cases, other cases, and to see, if that interpretation element can be, successfully applied here. If you're a defense attorney, whatever, that's what that's what you are hoping for. If that's what you're aiming at, you know what I'm saying? But when the law is plainly stated, it's just plainly stated. Ain't that much interpretation you can get from that. Now, let me tell you what Jennifer is skilled at, right? And that's just my opinion. Sometimes where the law is plainly stated, she will say, well, that's not how the body who wrote it wanted it to be, right? She'll now here's the thing, right? Like, okay, but can you really challenge the body that wrote it if the motherfuckers are dead? Okay, can you go? You can't get on there and say, hey, how did you write? How did you mean for this sound to play out? This law to play out? All you motherfuckers that was wearing that white shit on top of your head and are dead. So what we gonna do now? oh, oh, listen, Jones said, I got you, baby. And you can't ask a motherfucker nothing because they all dead. They all up. They dead. Now how about that? Jones said, fuck that. No, I'm not saying that's what she intended. That's just me being silly. But what I'm saying is if you say that what um the law purpose was, and all the people that wrote it ain't here to really declare their purpose, then hey, that means that the next body that reads it have to declare it, right? Have to interpret it, have to, put it put it out and apply it to, the case, right? On appeal. Hold on, let me drink this. Whoo, child. It is a struggle. Drinking when your goddamn face is full up. Hey, God's blessings. All these new names, honey. I don't know. Who God's blessings? You incognito? Incognito? Yeah, so now I may say that, this is a good strong brief or whatever, just because I'm picking up certain things she likes to do, certain points. So, it might be a good strong brief. And the government may also write a good strong response. Both can be true. But, who's factual, that is what is going to be the determining factor, right? oh, well, you speak about it like you have hell. You sure do. You speak about it like you know where it's all been sold at. Yeah. You know what I'm saying? I'm never gonna be defeated by no nigga that quote stuff from 8 Mile and Martin Luther King Boulevard Drive and stuff. Never. Never gonna do that. Nobody gonna defeat me like that. Hung up there on 8 Mile and Martin Luther King Drive. I know it's a Martin Luther King Drive everywhere. And I know it's probably intersect with 8 Mile with Eminem was on 8 Mile. Okay. That's all I know. But so again, what's going to be the determining factor is that the appellate court is going to look at. Oh, yes, right. That's right. It's always some BS. That's right. Hey, Pumpkin. what they are going to look at is facts, right? And the, and that's what they're going to, judge it by, Um, if will they be a judge or something that may think that what J-Bo is saying is correct, or it could be. I'm not saying that it's not, but like I told y'all, right, and I come up with this, from thinking about the things that are true. I don't care about being wrong. That is not my point. But it's like when you tell me I'm wrong, have something in black and white that shows that, because I'm gonna have something in black and white to tell you that I'm right. And then don't call me no motherfucking names, because then I get to call you some names, okay? So, and that's all I'm saying, because what we are in search of is, facts. Now, some people are still in search of the truth. That is fine. I don't give a fuck about that. All right? I don't give a fuck about that. If it was the prosecution, whatever, it is said that they the truth is what they're seeking and searching for, whatever. And I'm gonna tell you, I've told y'all this before. Prosecution is as well as they rule a defendant in, they are supposed to do their investigation to rule them out as well. But the bottom line is, a lot of them don't care about the truth. It's about what you can prove. Because when you go to law school, they don't dwell. They don't uh, dwell on finding the truth. Okay, that's the investigator's job. Okay, everybody under you. They don't dwell on finding the truth and this, that, and whatever. You have some. You have prosecutors that, of course, they have a moral standard, right? So yeah, they want to know the truth. Okay, because you want to make sure you're putting the right person behind bars. But you get school more on what you can prove. Okay, so it's what you can prove, and oftentimes what you can prove really bears out that it's the truth. Okay, oftentimes, not all the time, just oftentimes, right? If you're, and you're the defense, you want to be, opposite, you know. So you are, and to support what I'm saying, you'll often see, especially on sometimes jury instructions, was it proven? And actually, about was it the truth? Was it proven? Okay. And like I was going to say, if you the defense, you want to point out the areas where it wasn't proven. The the law how it was applied isn't correct. The law how it's stated has certain intents, and then certain things that they didn't intend, right, to happen. Okay. That's where you get into that thing where I tell you, you got to understand what is written and understand what is not. Okay, just because something is written, it doesn't mean that um something else could not also be true. You understand what I'm saying? So you got to, and that's a lot of um that's what, when J-Bo says, the law how didn't intend for it to be this way. That's what she means. Hey, there's some stuff in there that wasn't stated, and if it wasn't stated, then it wasn't intended. Okay, because so so in that regard, I don't know how sometimes because she'll say, yeah, but the law says this, And then on the other hand, she said, well, if it ain't written there, then it wasn't intended. And so I don't know how she reconciles those two, you know. But if you do it in the same argument, it could be problematic. Because they're going to read and say, hey, you don't know what the fuck it is you're talking about. Case and example, you know that part where we read about the text messages and the government says, you know, this very text messages that the government seeks to preclude, the defense wants to use in order to make a point or to whatever that particular paragraph that we read um in that motion in limine, that the rulings on that motion in limine. Is that the ruling on the motion in limine, or is it just with the prosecution? Not, it's not the rules of the motion. I'm sorry. I think it's document 150. And so that's kind of that's an example of what I'm talking about. You're saying that the law is, you know, or whatever is clearly prohibited, but you still want to use that prohibited evidence to make your point, you know, which makes no sense. Okay. All right, because if it's prohibited, then you know it's not going to be able to be mentioned anyway. So how you going to do this? How's this going to work? And that's kind of me thinking that they knew government exhibit 233, which is all those text messages, and I don't know what else, but at least it's all those text messages. Um, may speak to a strong involvement of the parents, right? For as whatever, okay. But because though that evidence can be precluded because it, you know, parents can't consent, and there's a whole bunch of laws that bars that evidence for even being used. And knowing that and still trying to make an argument, to me, is, you know, is nonsense, right? So, you know, and that's the only thing I be doing. If the shit is prohibited, not just that it wasn't used, but for a certain um for a certain behavior, it's be prohibited. Now I don't understand what we're doing. See, when J-Bo tried to use those text messages, she tried to use them to show that it wasn't her client that was doing the enticing, inducing, persuading, coercion. It was, in fact, Jane Doe number 5, along with her parents, that was doing that. So she was using it to speak to an intent to also speak to the elements, the charged conduct. You know what I'm saying? And to but well, I'd say not so much to the facts of in the case, but at least to show you know, as a counter to those elements, and you know, the charged behavior, which is the charged behavior, and the what else I said, elements, charged behavior. Well, y'all get what I'm saying. Shit. When I tell you my motherfucking lip and that my teeth are hitting on it, it's, oh my gosh. I said I should have waited to go live till at least the swelling went down somewhere. And I was like, because I know you know, I have the time to do it today. So, you know, well, it could, if she argues this, and let me go up and do something. I'm about to take yours first, Diva. If she, you know, gets get a new trial or what have you, it could come back that but a lot of things could happen. And for one, the reason getting an appeal, a decision reversed, right, is so problematic sometimes because depending on the situation, some of these charges may not be able to be brought back up because you got the double jeopardy situation hanging out there, unless he waived his unless he waived that, when he go through unless he waived that when he went through, when he initiated the appeals process, right? Because you can waive, your double jeopardy, right? For some reason. But if, I'm trying to word this carefully, right? So it's dangerous, right? Sometimes to the prosecution, depending on what it is, and especially if you got these old ass charges. You got a double jeopardy situation when you're talking about recharging somebody. You have, depending on how it turns out, you have an issue with statute of limitation, depending on the ruling, right, with the appeal. You always have to gamble on another set of jurors, right? You have the witnesses not really cooperating with you. Now, you have that. You have a bunch of issues, and that's why sometimes you see where when they says going back to trial, right, for a retrial, shit is different. And then a lot of times you'll see those prosecutors say, hey, let's cut a deal, we'll just get something out of the deal. If she's arguing that the sentence was, not correct, not applied correct, then if he gets resentenced, it could be lower. You can, if he appeals his sentence, he can't get more time. Okay, that's the case where he can't get more time. That's that's if he appeals his sentence. I don't know if he appealed his sentence in any of those, right? And I don't remember that. But we'll see. I'll look at the table of contents. But in that case, he can get more time. He won't get more time. He appealed his sentence, and his appeal was granted. Right. So it was something that I wanted to say. Hey, Carla, we back over here at our house. We're at our house now. We was using the blue house. We was using y'all house, the clubhouse, for a minute. Okay. But now we're back at the big house. Oh yeah, I want to put this right here. The Constitution wasn't intended to apply to people of color or women yet. Here we are, Jable. Here we are. Right. Exactly. When the Constitution was written and when the laws and all of that was written, a great bit of them, hey, it didn't include us. It didn't include every circumstance. Every crime that could happen. You know what I'm saying? So, in those type of cases, right, interpretation is relied heavily upon because there's such big gaps, and it's not, and the laws are written broad, right, especially federal laws. Okay, so anyway, something else I picked up. Hey, Open. Hey, Stephanie. Hey, my Quinn. Okay, my Quinn says when the prosecutor's paperwork states and others, what are they calling others? They're calling with regards to the enterprise. They're talking about those people, others, right? And also now, and keep in mind when it says others, just because it says others, right? It doesn't mean that they have to prove that the others broke the law. They're only talking about the person that's on the indictment. It doesn't mean that they have to prove that the others did any motherfucking thing. Because and they have the choice to do that. Remember, I told you about prosecutorial discretion. They had a choice to do whatever. Okay, J-Bo was saying. Bojo was saying about the limitations about Jane does where more than 25 years when judges brought out. Yeah. Right, right. So that was a law on the book. That particular law that got these alleged sex offenders all caught up, was amended. Amended. I think it was 2017, if I'm not mistaken, when we looked it up over here. And it had some specific language in there about, being 825 and all of that. I forgot what that particular law was, but when they amended that law, I think that took away all of that about the age. It got to be a certain age before a certain year or whatever, however that law went. I think they removed that language. Oh, hey, Jason Finch. Jason Finch say, free R. Kelly. Oh, let me see what your question is, Stephanie. Stephanie. I like Stephanie. She good people. Hey, Demetra. It's always some BS. I love my peoples. Stephanie, what your question? Stephanie, I don't see your question. Mm-hmm. Yeah, the blue some people up. Yeah, okay. I think everybody. Hey, Stara. And I loves y'all too. So, anyway. So, I don't know exactly what I'm going to be reading. Like I said, I read just the first, I think the jurisdictional statement or something. And I was like, oh, okay, this is what, she is trying to lay out, right? I don't know how many. Oh, and Diva, you had a lot of good questions because I went back and tried to catch the live you did after my live, and you had some questions, but shit, I done forgot. Right, and I didn't even get through all of it because it was a long live too, and I was doing something. But I'm gonna go back and see exactly what was the question. Shit, I forgot. That's been a while ago. I forgot. Yeah, they literally changed them laws just to lock him up. They had nothing on him to count. Was adamant about it. Oh, and I love me some. Oh, thank you, God. It's always some with God's blessing. I appreciate you. I'm telling you, I do. Sometimes y'all get on my goddamn nerves, but I'm trying to tell you. And I hope you see y'all getting on my damn nerves as as one kind of mirroring Levi and I's relationship. Now, see, we can get into it, right? But like, where am I going? You know what I'm saying? You gonna get it to it, motherfucker. But where am I going? I'll be seeing your ass for dinner, or I'll be seeing your ass at the track, or whatever. You understand what I'm saying? Like, so I would kind of consider a lot of you all like that. You know what I'm saying? Y'all get on my goddamn nerve, like Scott, get on my damn nerves sometimes. Where am I going? Okay, Miss Denise sometimes when her ass be taking shit all out of context. Where am I going? Hell, just give up trying to go. Hey, just give up trying to leave a motherfucker alone. Well, you still gonna fuck with them. That's how it goes, right? That's how it goes. Let me put this paperwork up here. Where am I going? Cuss your ass out every day and Sunday. Where am I going? And I don't mean that I don't apply to everybody now. Just certain folks. Okay, let me put this on there. Yeah, child, but I don't know how many people have read it yet. But we are going to read it. And I know Keller was saying, I don't see what you gonna argue with the tapes and stuff. And like I was telling him, you don't have to argue whether the tapes was wasn't authentic, it had been manipulated or whatever. Here she couldn't argue it here at this point now anyway. All right. Because that wasn't one of their arguments they brought up in court. They didn't challenge that stuff like that, right? And keep in mind, I would prefer, and this just me and nobody else, right? Because I told you I'm trying to keep it, I'm trying to get more more in line with I hate to say the law because I'm gonna be hit by that, but the rules, the regulations, the law, the procedures, and things of that nature. Okay, you can have your whatever your opinion, because my opinion sometimes differ than what I'm reading or whatever, different than the law. It doesn't always are in line or whatever. It's only in line when I'm talking about what they have stated. That is something that you can't do too much about, because if that were the case, right, then just about every case would be successful upon appeal. And the reason why it's not normally is because who the judges have decided to favor, to show favor to the laws, how it is written, how it is worded. And if they have to explain it, they will explain exactly what the law meant. Sometimes you will see some opinions come out what the law intended to be, or to intended to do, right? But in their opinion, they're just doubling down on what was written so many years ago or whatever. They write it in a sense to give you their explanation of, what they took out of what was written and what they're using to, and sometimes they will cite that they use whatever particular case law decision, to make their, make their decisions, right? So let's read. And we can be here a long time today. I got time. I got time for it. And sure, I can't play. I'm scared to play some more music. So, honey, you got me. So, what? This since is the Kel segment, I'm gonna sing that Kel song. You at the front, I'm in the back, and big, big old titties in the air. So, keep it going. Wait a minute. Keep it going. Oh, keep it going. Keep it going. Hey, that ain't the words, and I don't know the goddamn song, but baby, I remember that part. I remember he'd be saying some words, be chopping it up like that. Like that. He be doing that, child. And for the old ass people in here from Team Kills, what about this here? We cry together. Ooh wee. Uh, that's about OJ's. I don't know the words of that one either. And my favorite one that I don't know the words to is so lover. That's the way it goes on Love Train. Tell me, baby. That's the way it goes on Love Train. And if I could, I work a friend over. Mm, so I wanna say, that man be saying that shit. I forgot. Well, I don't know what song. Who sang that motherfucker? But that man sang that song, honey. And then as he goes out there, and they get right back to it. Special lover. It goes right to it. Yes, honey. I told y'all. I was raised with white principles. I don't know all that shit. But listen. Hey, but baby, I like that song. Okay, let me see. All right, the table of contents. She got in here. The jurisdictional statement is what mostly I read. Statement of the issue, statement of the case related to Jane, Nia, and Pauline. Summary of the arguments. Defendants, and her argument is defendant's conviction for sexual exploitation and inducement of a child must be reversed, where the charges were brought outside of the applicable statute of limitations. So she's saying that the charges were, pretty much they was brought outside the statute of limitations. Now, if that is true, that's something that, can be reversed. Because, you can't come back and add it now. So, and then make her, retro, but we'll see what she says. It says the trial court abused its discretion when it denied defendant's motion to sever the inducement counts 10 through 13 from the child pornography count related to Jane, count 1 through 3. Now, and I told y'all back in the day, and I might unhide those videos where it's a lot of good information. So I told you, when somebody tries to sever a case, it's usually because they don't want to be prejudiced by either evidence or either another person's evidence, and they're just there. They're the codependent, right? So you can sever defendants or you can sever counts. But the main reason is because that evidence is so, could be damaging. And if you are a codependent of somebody, that evidence might not even apply to you. But yet the jury is sitting there listening to it. And here's an example of that human element that they like to invoke out here. That they're saying, hey, you may just say you give a limited instruction to not apply that evidence to the other co-defendants, or not apply that evidence to the other charges. Who's to say that that jury will, obey your motherfucking limited instructions and listen to them and say, because again, there is a human element. And it says defendants 240-month above guideline sentence was both procedurally and substantively improper. Now, procedurally, when you speak about procedurally in the law, they're talking about how the laws and the rules and regulations are, right? How they're supposed to be applied. When she's talking about substantively, she's talking about our rights, okay? Our rights that we have under the law. The elements, and then also the elements that we have. I'm sorry, the elements in that charge, in the charges, right? Let me say that differently, because I know that's kind of choppy. Procedurally, she's talking about the rules and regulations. Substantive, she's talking about our rights, the violations of them, or how, and even like the charge conduct, even how it's written, right? The person did this, that, and that, whatever. You can't violate his rights by not applying the correct law and the rules and all of that to that particular charge. Meaning, just say evidence. Let's use that because we're having a big issue here with evidence. If that evidence is inadmissible, then it should be inadmissible. That's his substantive rights that he have under the law. Okay. Hold on. What's the next? And then certificate of compliance with FRAP. Okay, the Federal Rules of Appellate Procedure. That's what FRAP means. All right, remember, FRCP is the Federal Rules of Criminal or Civil Procedure. And the FRE is Federal Rules of Evidence. All right, these are things that you gotta know. If you're making an argument, you just gotta know it. It's not that long. As you go on this journey, those of you who want to stay right there, or you want them out, you're gonna have to know those particular rules and procedures. All right, you gotta know where your argument is prohibited or it's limited. It's just something you gotta know. If not, it's just, and I like to use Jeff Taylor, because Jeff Taylor is consistent with his argument about, like, I think he has a buddy or something that got caught up in a jam with, and I think his buddy was maybe charged with statutory rape and this and that, whatever. And Jeff Taylor always says, you know what? even if he was found guilty of it, in the time he got, well, he wasn't found guilty in the arena that you wanted him to be found guilty, which would give him 1 or 2 years. If he got found guilty under federal law, then that's what we have to go by. And he wasn't charged, and then he says, like the old charges, this and that, whatever. Yes, I get that, but he wasn't charged for this conduct, this behavior. He wasn't charged with this law at the state level. Which I'm talking about this particular federal indictment. He wasn't charged at the state level for that. So we have to deal with it where he is. What his charges, what it carried. Not what you wanted to carry and how you wanted him to be charged with statutory rape and this, that, and the third. And chances are he probably couldn't have been charged with some of this stuff in the state. So that's probably a reason why it took the federal route. So a lot of these arguments are made based on hypothetical ideas and shit like that. I say it like that. And it's not conducive to what we're trying to, do. The only thing we're trying to do is understand what happened and what is going to happen in this particular case, whatever case. Not what could have happened and what didn't happen. Okay. Whether didn't, yeah, we can explore that sometimes. But once this has already been done, we're somewhere else now. We're not in the initial stages where the prosecutions are deciding to charge him and what jurisdiction to charge him in. We're not there. We're way beyond that. We got to play with the rules that we were given. And a lot of these arguments, namely the one Levi makes, he bases his arguments on things that are prohibited. I can't get him to understand that. And then here's another thing. I think that getting these people to understand some of these things means that you're losing the debate or that you lost or whatever. No, it doesn't mean that. It means that you need to go back and get your shit together. That's what it means. Let me see what David said. Oh, confunction. That's the name of people. Confunction. You want to take my black card? What's up, New Black? Don't let New Black hear that. New Black, they taking my damn black card. Hey, Danny. Hey, Danny. Yeah, rest of R.I.P. to your mom. Yeah. Girl, Stephanie, listen, I don't know all them songs and stuff. But now, can she use over? Probably not, Diva. Probably not. Because I heard somebody reading some part of it. And I think she's trying to combat ex post facto. But now on the bright side, when it comes to ex post facto, there is a lot of decisions and opinions that's written and shit about ex post facto being constitutional or unconstitutional. Now, those are the arguments you want to have if you are a Kel supporter, because you know something that's unconstitutional means that it violates your rights. Because ex post facto criminalizes shit, like, behavior that wasn't a crime before, and it fucks around with your sentence and all of that. A lot of legislators see that as unconstitutional. Okay, it also, now on the flip side, you also can, where you are punished for certain things on the ex post facto, it may not be punishable now or by that amount of sentence, right? Amount of sentencing based on the sentencing guidelines and stuff. So it can work for you or it can work against you. The whole thing is, it is fucking around. Ex post facto is fucking around with laws and behavior and sentences and things of that nature that you know that it shouldn't be allowed to do. You know what I'm saying? Because if just say if jaywalking wasn't a crime, jaywalking wasn't a crime when I did it, then you can't go and say, okay, it's a crime now, and because you did it going back within 5 years, here's your motherfucking ticket, ma'am. Because to me, this is my opinion, it speaks to someone. It can bump heads with someone's intent, right? Because just say, and that's all levels of intent: general intent, specific intent, or unintentional, right? Just say I jaywalked and I didn't know I was jaywalking back then. How can you make it a crime for me now if I didn't even know I was doing it back then? Or I did it knowing that I may, get a ticket, or, may not get a ticket. Because that's general intent. But you make it a crime now that I get a goddamn ticket, and back then, maybe, that on that day, I'm saying on that day, this is how intent works. On that day, maybe I didn't know that day. Maybe I forgotten that I can get a ticket. I had prior knowledge to know that, hey, I can get a ticket or not by jaywalking. But on that day that I jaywalked, I didn't remember I could get a ticket. And now you come back 5 years later, hey, bitch, you jaywalk, you got a ticket. Stuff like that, right? So to me, it just bumped heads with intent, y'all, and they have intent all fucking spread it through the goddamn laws, right? It's always something about, intent. Okay, so to me, ex post facto, hey, I can take it or leave it. My thing is, if you wanna change a crime And again, ex post facto only requires to criminal, criminal, um, not civil crimes, just criminal crimes. Y'all, I am fighting with this lip. Y'all got to bear with me. And the right side of my head is, where it's swelling at today. Well, it started yesterday. It's killing me, so y'all got to bear with me. New Black, they taking my black card. Because I don't know all the words to them songs, honey. They say they taking mine. Yeah, and then also to the ex post facto shit. Are you saying that had we known that it was a law, a crime, that we would have done it anyway or whatever? You can't guarantee that. That's a part of intent too. You can't guarantee that. I heard one question. I'm gonna start reading this, but it was something somebody said about. I heard how I just said say it. It's like it's rolling, like my lips are thundering when I say it. It's like it's when you do. That's what it's doing. But I heard someone say when they were talking about herpes, and of course it was one of the smart people that they were saying, like, I think it was Carla. I think she said if he didn't know, or if he wasn't sure he had herpes, and this is the argument I made before, maybe it wasn't her, but if he didn't know he had herpes, or he didn't think he had herpes, why would he think to tell somebody that he had herpes or whatever? Which is a plain logical question. And I think somebody made, was it Jake? Somebody made an argument, something similar to what I just said, right? And I said that a long time ago. But here's the thing, right? The law, I know y'all get some. She said a lot. The law says that, hey, when Geronda, whomever, told her that she had herpes, that was your notification that you may or may not have it. So in that case, you should have told everybody else that you had sex after Geronda that you had herpes. I'm just using Geronda as a marker. Now, we do know that his physician said that he told R. Kelly he had herpes at whatever particular year. I forgot what it was. So that means that everybody he had sex with after that should have been notified by him that he either had herpes or he may have them. And that's pretty much cut and dry. So that's what it is with the herpes notification. Y'all give me 1 minute. Y'all give me 1 minute. Okay. Hold on for a minute. All right, I'm back, folks. Child. Ooh, I'm so goddamn hungry. It don't make no damn sense. You know, I don't like smacking y'all damn ear. I just saying, well, why you ain't eating that before you went live? So you want to put us on hold and stuff. You know why? I was so excited to tell you that we are back in our house. You know? So I forgot to eat something. Sorry. So we can just move the schedule around a little bit. We can talk about leave our motherfucking ass and the rest of them. While I throw this down my throat real quick. So, and I'm not over here. I ain't got to be muted and shit. Ain't that some shit? Them niggas, baby, ain't shit, honey. But I'm so glad. See, when you see them do all them tricks and shit that they have to do, you already know that they know in their mind that they've been defeated, right? So they just trying to find another way to win. What's another way to win is by controlling the motherfucking keys. Coming in and fucking with people, right? That's how they do. Can y'all hear me chewing? Because I don't see that great thing lighting up when I chew. If y'all can't hear me chewing, then I'm cooking with gas. Y'all let me know why I chew. So anyway, so let's deal with some of the stuff he had before I get into this long read. And then I'll drop the link and stuff and do the normal. Because by that time, everybody will be off or whatever. So he brought up the situation about the parents that the government said they didn't intend to call any parents. And by them saying that, somehow that makes them a liar, right? See, he grasping at every straw. I'm going to start calling him Jose and J-Bo Jr. Okay, Jose Baez is the attorney that, one of the attorneys that defended Aaron Hernandez, and he successfully defended Casey Anthony after, she was alleged to have killed her own daughter, right? And that was in Florida. So, and just because they said they didn't intend to call the parents doesn't make them a liar. You do know you can go back and change your mind. You can do that. That's one. And two, because of the context and what they were talking about, right? They're talking about allegedly underage people, then parents would have been the correct terminology to use. And it could have been just applying it to everybody that's under 18. Faith was not 18. Okay. And her mother was called because she was an eyewitness to some of the charged conduct, right? The intimidation, threats, or whatever. That is on the indictment. Nothing about what Jane Doe parents, Daniel number 5 parents, did is on the indictment. What I mean by that is would be testimony against the charged behavior on the indictment. What I'm talking about, the herpes and whatever the child exploitation was, whatever. The parents allegedly wasn't a witness to that. Okay? The closest J-Bo came with involving the parents was those text messages and she tried to show that her client wasn't being induced and all of that, foregoing the rule that an adult, should know that they're dealing with the minor. And if the adult, makes a phone call or on the phone and talking to the minor about going across state lines or whatever, they are doing the inducing, enticing, and whatever. Okay. So that's just in the language of the law. It's the knowledge of the law. It's whatever you want to consider it. Right. And again, it's on Nicole Blank Becker's website what an adult is supposed to know when dealing with a minor. So again, a lot, so, and when I say her parents could not have testified, yeah, they can't testify to shit that they're not, it wouldn't be considered direct evidence, or if it's circumstantial evidence, if that evidence wouldn't be considered excessive, wouldn't be wouldn't be barred by Rule 403. Parents ain't testify. And the lady said the only thing that she can testify to, they can testify to, is extortion. And I'll go even further. It would be to some type of extortion, plan, scheme, plot, this, that, and the third. If they are direct evidence to it. Yeah. Because at that point, it'll be a part of your defense. You are running a mistake of fact defense, and you are excusing or justifying the behavior. You're not saying that it didn't happen. You're saying why it happened. So you can't run an exculpatory defense and then say it didn't happen as well. That's what I'm trying to get. Well, I ain't trying to get people to understand that, but you need to understand that. I mean, that's as plain as I can get it. So your defense is never going to include the word my client is innocent, period. That's what I was, again, trying to argue with Levi. It's the appropriate action, the appropriate wording is not guilty by reason of blah 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 blah. Not that he didn't do it, and then you want to run a defense to say why it was done, why it happened, why we do have an outcome. That don't make no sense. That's what I'm talking about. You know, so she gets into some things I see. Um, it's for us reading that table of contents, and then the little bit of the I think it was the jurisdictional statement. As much as I read about that, I got about 2 or 3 more forks full of people. Just give me a minute. Hey, Karen J. All right, I'm done. Best in the trash. Okay. And so, um, and then they would go with the argument that the parents gave consent when, after reading that R. Kelly was interested in Azriel sexually, they're trying to say some kind of way that that is implied consent. There, and I'm like I was on there. I said there was a such thing as a implied consent, right? But they leaving out the all the whole definition of consent. It's to a proposition or a question being asked or something like that. I don't know in those text messages if he said, "Hey, when we get there, when you get there, I'm gonna f the life out your ass." Mm. If he had a statement strong like that in those text messages prior to her going, something close like that or whatever, I mean, that could be a strong argument for implied consent. I mean, did he say something in them text messages like, when you get him, or or can when you come here, can I do this to you? Is there a question like that, a statement like that made by him in there? I don't know. I ain't reading all that shit, but I don't know. I tell you that I don't know. Yes, ma'am. Thank you, ma'am. So I don't know if there is a statement or something like that he said. But let's go where he did say it. If he did say that or whatever, and the parents sent her off, whatever, it will still be a hard fight or whatever to charge those parents with doing something wrong. That it rises to the level of them breaking the law to where they get indicted for something. It would be a hard fight to make that argument. I mean, what convince somebody that your argument is correct on that. Because again, you got all those prohibited actions thrown in there by the goddamn law. It's a lot. First of all, parents can't consent. That's number one. I don't know why it don't stop there, but it doesn't. Parents can't consent. Illegally, legally, whatever. They can't consent. And giving illegal consent, okay, let's make that make sense. It would be illegal consent if they say, yeah, you can go there and have sex with them, do this and the third. But it still wouldn't make um what allegedly happened make him innocent. No, it still makes him guilty. That's what I'm saying. All the arguments or whatever still makes him guilty, including a setup. Because when you set somebody up and they do it, they're guilty, whether they were set up or not. That's why I kept trying to tell everybody that the correct word is frame up actually. But nobody wants to use it. That's okay with me. I got nothing to do with this. But you can't, that's what I'm saying. I'm not going to fight with arguments based on stuff that is already barred. It's already barred. The law prohibits it. So it's barred. Why are we using it? Unless you're going to say there is something wrong with that particular law. It's unconstitutional. It gives disparity. But then whatever. As long as you got something like that, yeah, I entertain it. You know? Mm. They keep selling out of my purple box juice. So I have to get the other purple box juice, which it ain't that bad, but still. Killer! So, what's another one that we keep fighting about? So again, when you see judges ruling that things are mute, because it's not a point that you could, it's not an argument you can make because it's already legally barred. That's all I'm just trying to say. So move on. And I don't understand why he trying to get y'all to push that I'm full of shit, or I'm lying, or I'm being disingenuous, or whatever. And he's out here peddling arguments that are legally barred, prohibited. What do you mean? Yes, the parents cannot testify because the indictment, that behavior, parents has nothing to do with that. And she was really being generous when she said that parents can can testify, or whoever the witness are can testify if it's about an extortion plot, a scheme, a plan, whatever. Because that's the case, and without it being stated there, then we know that they try to add it later. Without it being stated there, she knows that you must be going to have craft a defense, exculpatory defense, justifying or excusing that behavior. That doesn't mean innocence. You can't even connect the two. That doesn't mean innocent or actually not guilty. But I mean, if again, you got reasonable doubt to rely on, but that's reasonable doubt to the stuff that you heard in court, right? The facts that and the evidence. All right, it's that reasonable doubt, not just I don't believe them because of the dress she got on, whatever. So you can't do that. Can't have it both ways. You're going exculpatory defense. You're going that route. You're saying that your defendant did it, but here's why. And in that type of scenario, if you're lucky, real lucky, you may get a not guilty. Because now you're saying he's not guilty because he in fact was tricked into the crime, so to speak, or committed the crime, but had he had information, certain information, things of that nature, he might have chosen a different choice. That's what you're leaving the jury to decide when you go along with when you have a exculpatory defense. So they may have done it, but here's why they did it. And the jury might say, well, he's not guilty because but for him not having that information, this, that, and third, he might have not chosen to commit a crime. So you see, y'all see how in depth that it can get. So it's not everybody wants to make it just a one-step process. It's not. Even with the thought process, with this shit and deliberating somebody's, you know, instance of guilt. It's not a one step, process. It goes to the next thing and the next thing. So he could have been found not guilty, even if he was actually guilty, but based on an exculpatory defense, a jury could find that, or a jury can find that they should mitigate his, his criminalization in this, right? All right, they should mitigate it. They shouldn't hold him fully responsible. That means that his sentence, if found guilty, should reflect one that shows that there was some kind of mitigating factor that um, um, preceded that crime. That's a better word to use. He wouldn't have done it without this, that, and the third. Is something else. So, but that didn't happen. That wasn't allowed. The mistake of age wasn't allowed. So, if I'm not mistaken, I don't believe that Jabo appealed that ruling either in her post-conviction motions or on her appeal in New York. No, she didn't do it. So, I don't know. Right. Again, and also, right, and Stephanie. So what I'm trying to say is, what makes them guilty? I'm trying to say that. I got you, Karen. I'm gonna answer that. So, Stephanie, what makes the parents guilty to the level that they should be charged? Now, that old crazy ass girl, Audra, talking about human trafficking. When I tell you, as prepared as she sounds, she is so ill prepared because she don't know nothing about the charges. She is getting her law from Google, and she just making up shit and remixing it in her head, child. I don't know what the fuck is going on. But that's another one. Come up here, don't come tell me I'm deflecting and I'm doing this or whatever. You don't even know what the fuck is going on in the case. You just picking out some shit. Now you talking about human trafficking. You know the fuck that is? How would the Clarys human traffic their child? I answered that question. I answered it for you. That means you are taking your child somewhere and promising them to a person for some kind of exchange or something. One. You do know you got to prove that, right? And there is nowhere in that text message saying, hey, tell Kels that he can have all your coochie, not just some of it, all your coochie, if you come through with this, that, and the third. You got to find that language and that behavior and those actions. And when I say behavior, then, that means, hey, that's a direct, that's a direct consent, right? It's direct. But you're talking about, and when I say find the wordings and all of that, then you're talking about implied. But you got to find all of that to suggest that. And from what y'all say, that how the text messages, read and how what it states or whatever, I don't hear that. You can make an argument to me that, hey, Angie, if you read it for yourself, you being who you are, whatever the fuck you are, whatever y'all think I am, however, I don't give a fuck. Maybe you'll find that. I'll go there and give you that. I don't think I will, because the most damaging stuff that y'all threw out, I ain't found shit. But that they are some parents. Even if I had known that my child had been sexually active prior to going with Mr. Kelly, there is no way in the hell she would have still went with Mr. Kelly. She wouldn't damn sure went with Mr. Kelly then. That's a more common sense argument than the ones y'all making. To say that, yeah, that parent knew what was going to happen. Because I kind of took it as, okay, she know her child is sexually active. If her and R. Kelly get down with the dirt or whatever, she not going to go crazy because she already know her child is sexually active. Because, see, I try to get deep down in your thought when I be trying to profile your ass. I'll go along with, that type of shit. But by what y'all throwing out, I ain't found none of that. Let me blow my nose. I mean, if all I'm doing is reading these text messages to get a some kind of opinion of the parents, okay, well, I don't need to read that because I already got it. And it's damn sure nothing that I wouldn't do. Now, they also like to make the and I'm gonna get to read after this one. They also like to make the strong point that, yeah, well, if she wasn't there, none of this shit would have happened. Okay, and it's her fault that it did happen. The exchange was bricks and shit. Another crime. They just bringing up more crimes. Huh? Now you gonna charge R. Kelly with some drugs and shit. Miss Walker, they did have a record deal or a job doing a lights or driver. Well, New Black. They had a what was the deal they made with her with him? That, listen to what I'm saying. That as a promise of her ass or a promise to be with their daughter, that they will receive these things. Is there a deal like that? Not one y'all thinking. Not y'all trying to connect the fact that he work at the light company and all of that. They set him up. I mean, and here's the thing, right? Y'all contradicting yourself. If they set him up, he wouldn't have no knowledge of a deal. Make up your mind. See, that's why y'all arguments are all over the place. It's contradictory in nature. You can't set them up and then claim, oh, they had a deal. Stop fucking with me. You can't do that. It's contradictory. Why the hell would I have to set you up if I got a deal? Y'all are all over the place. I keep telling, well, I ain't told y'all, well, maybe I did. Write your argument down. What your argument is. Write the basis for your argument. Research those bases for evidence to support it. And at the end, you should have something. It should say, yes, it's a go. No, it's a stay. That's what you should have. Not come fuck with me. That shouldn't be on your paper. That shouldn't be on your paper to come fuck with me with your disjointed ass shit. Don't make sense. You can contradict your own self. And then if you say, well, the parents are responsible for them being there in the situation, you call them guilty. Put that on the paper. However you prepare your arguments, wherever you prepare it, if it's on the iPad, if it's on the paper, if it's on a little board, whatever it is, put those particular things on the board. Or do what I offer as part B. Put your start at the top, put your end goal at the bottom, and fill the middle in with case specifics. And see if your top and your bottom match. If they're opposites of each other, then there's a problem. Your argument is going to be in sync with the motherfucking prosecutor. Oh, y'all wanted to be in school. Y'all wanted me to talk like a lawyer and think, what is it? Talk like a lawyer. No, talk like a lawyer and think like a motherfucking human. Wash my hands so I can see my hands sticky. Yeah, do that. Y'all can do that shit. Instead of coming and arguing with me, y'all can do all of that. Mm-hmm. Y'all can. I think it was Donovan or somebody. Somebody, Miss Walker, we can hear when you cut your water on. I thought y'all couldn't hear. It's so crazy that the sink, it starts is way before the rest of the shit, right? And it's like, Lord have mercy. The sink should be close. I don't know how they be designing these goddamn things, but yes. So hold on. I got some good comments here. Hold on. I'm gonna get the Kells on. Right. So right, dear. You worked at the light company for a concert. Who would you work for? For the Spinners? Somebody back in the 70s? Huh? I'm Mr. James. Kelly says something. Hold on. With his theory. Oh man, let me get Karen's first. I still don't get hers. So argument isn't that he isn't guilty, but right. And they and Sky like to run with what the actions that everybody else did. Well, even if you go with the arguments that the actions that everybody else did facilitated the actions that he did, right? His conduct, their conduct, his conduct. You still saying he did something? And you do know that crimes such as these, like domestic violence, whatever this was, it's not a crime to be there. It's not a crime. How you got there may be a crime. If you was taken against your will, if you was forced, did the parents force her? Y'all trying to get the parents up on indictment. It does. You can do whatever you want to do. It doesn't. It doesn't absolve him of his alleged conduct. And you want to say, okay, but the reasonable doubt or whatever. See, now you want to bring in, you know, legal terminology. We are talking legal terminology, but you know what I'm talking about. All right, fine. Bring that in. But bring in everything else. Bring in that the fact that, hey, that shit about the parents, that's not getting on that stand. So you got to base the reasonable doubt on what was admissible and the jury instructions. You can't say, well, if the parents would have got on a listen, and in just about every case I can think of, if a piece of evidence would have gotten in, then it could have been a game changer. But if the evidence is inadmissible, why are we even fighting? And it's inadmissible, not based on just the judge, based on the rules. A piece of evidence that's admissible must be admitted. A piece of evidence that's inadmissible cannot be admitted. And they will, if the reverse of either of those things happen, they will bear that out through an appeal process. That's where they'll fight that out. And the judge will look at that evidence. And if you make an argument on a writ, then fine. They're still going to look at it, and it's still going to test it against the rules of evidence. So on a writ, just because you argue about the parents, this and the third, they still going to look at it and see, hey, but the parents would have been evidence would have been inadmissible. So I'm just saying, I don't like to waste a lot of time on bullshit. I don't. I like to move on so we can get to where we got to go. Now, Keller said something about, wait a minute. I'm going to answer this and I'm going to get on with the read on. Oh, thank you, Purple Purple. Ooh, I'm going to get my $100. I'm going to drop the thing and the thing. I got to read, unless y'all want me to drop the thing and the thing now, because I know everybody want to cuss me the fuck out, and then I can read later because I can be here for a minute. Hold on. And you also got to know, just because you are in the presence of even if you was in the presence of a serial killer, the law says that you got a right not to be killed. Even though you walked up and said, hey, Mr. Serial Killer, the sign big as over his head, flashing, serial killer, serial killer. You got the right not to be killed. And if somebody kill your motherfucking stupid ass, then that person is going to get in trouble. You're not going to get in trouble for going over there to the serial killer. They're going to call you stupid. That's about as much as you're going to get. You stupid. Let me tell you something. I have been shaped like a grown-up since I was in the 7th grade. But I knew that when somebody try to call you into like a room, even they want to, let me talk to you in private, or I always knew that was some bullshit. I never fell for it. Okay, that's because, I had good sense, and my parents like, huh? They would explain shit like that to me. I never fell for it. And I'll give you, I'll tell you this, I ain't fall for it till I wanted to fall for it. But I never fell for it. But even if I would have fallen for it, it doesn't mean that I should become a victim. That's what I'm saying. Just because somebody put you in a situation or you get into a situation, that does not mean that you should become a victim. That don't mean that. You just got some fucked up people that handle you, meaning your parents or whoever you with your friends or whatever, because they let you go on, push you in it. Or, you may have you're not dumb, but when it comes to having common sense, you're immature. Yeah, that can be the truth. Now, Keller said that was a mistake of age defense to use based on the time frame they charged. No, it ain't got nothing to do with. I don't know why Keller's take on the time when they charge and time they charge and time they charge. They got nothing to do with that. His defense was, I mean, they introduced that mistake of age motion as a defense. It doesn't have anything to do with when he was charged. He met the mistake of age was when they first met and they was going back and forth or whatever, and he thought he talking to her mother. I mean, the defense is not like a time frame when your defense for this and that can start or whatever. I mean, of course, sometimes with different charges, your defense is it's going to be in sync with that particular charge. Yeah, but him meeting her and him having sex with her, that's what they're trying to use the mistake of a fact for. Hey, y'all, it's up to y'all because it's our channel. Do you want me to drop the link now and get cussed out? Or you want me to read now and then get cussed out later? Which one y'all want? Y'all let me know. They cussing my ass out, child. So, you got to get your stories together, your arguments together. They're conflicting, okay? They're contradicting each other. And that's why your defense really don't want you to say too much when there's a pill ahead, right? That's because you can be contradicting or conflicting to the argument, that they're going to use in their brief. Y'all know I got something in my mouth. Oh, James said, go. Oh, Lord, y'all got 1-on-1 now. Which one? Oh, we got 2-to-1. Read now and get cussed out later. Okay. It's up there. I got it up there. All right. I'll meet y'all in the middle. I'm gonna pin it now since I'm already outside to pin it. Don't come cussing me out now. You can come up here and let y'all, if y'all got something to add. Let me tell you, there is no way possible that you can do what we do over here or what I do. Well, I'll be more specific. What I do without knowing. Okay, hold on. Yes, sir.
Voila.
What's good with it? What's good with it?
All
Killer?
right, quick question. If I want to clear up, then I'm gonna go back down. 'Cause I do want to hear this. Hear this. I'm not. It's gonna be 2 minutes. Um, how do you defend mistake of age with the herpes charge? How can you
Okay.
use that?
So I'm trying to tell you, your defense don't necessarily have to be per charge. Okay.
Right, right. I'm getting there. I'm gonna get to the other one, but I'm just asking you. You know,
Okay. How do you
can you
defend?
defend it? Can you defend it with the herpes charge?
Well, you can say that had he known that she wasn't of age, he wouldn't have never slept with her, therefore not being able to expose her to the herpes.
So if he knew her age,
Hmm.
would the herpes charge still stick? Because it's my impression that age don't matter when it comes to herpes. So that's why I was getting it. Considering age don't matter when it comes to herpes, how can it be a mistake of age if has no relevance when it comes to exposure to herpes?
Age
That's no.
doesn't, but listen, when you're doing an exculpatory defense,
Is that like a mitigation
that is
defense?
mitigation. That's mitigation.
A mitigation
And
argument?
you're hoping that someone on the jury
I got you.
thinks
So you're not
about,
saying that he didn't do it. You just saying that he did it.
and
But
here's why. This is why.
okay,
This is why.
fast forward to the other charges. When he is when he is currently now aware of her age, considering that he's now aware, how can you use mistake of age when he's now aware of her age?
Because it's not a time. It's not like you're not saying okay, but okay. So this charge happened on this. It started on this date.
They are
At this
saying this
point,
charge happened on this date.
when I finish,
Oh, go ahead.
I'm saying with the mistake of age. They're not saying. I'm talking about the defense part of it. It's not saying. It's not pointing out when the charges was whatever. They're pointing out the circumstance as a whole, the story as a whole. She wouldn't have. He. You can say had he known what he know now that he wouldn't have even been engaged with her at all. Not because on a certain
But we
day.
could say that with her, can we? Had she known that he had bumps, she wouldn't engage with him at all. Because
That
20
goes
years
that
ago,
falls
before
in line.
he's supposed to let people know 20 years before he even met her, he was advised to let people know. So I mean, we
Right.
can if they can say that, then we can say that had she known, and let's say she known and continued to use it, it won't be no herpes charges because he would fulfill his obligation.
Right. I've already
But
went over that months ago.
some people may say, "Oh, she still would have." They don't care. These thoughts don't care. So let's say they did care. He wouldn't have had that charge. So if they could
Right.
say that,
That goes in line. 1 minute. That goes in line of consent. Would she have still consented to have sex with him, knowing
right,
that he had herpes? So
exactly. So would he still have consented had he known her age? And history says yes. But
history
I mean,
says yes, but listen, history says yes, but in this particular situation, in
right,
this
I get it. I get
you
you
can't
isolate,
use him.
isolate.
You can't use propensity evidence against him. You can't use his prior history against him. You can't do that.
I
Can't use
get it. I get it. I get it. But no, I was just wondering, like, since they established that we are charging him when he was aware, how could that be used? That's all. That's all.
because they're not.
But I'm gonna go out and listen.
You're saying they're charging him when he was aware. I'm
Yeah,
saying
they are. I'm not saying that. They saying that.
They said in the
I'm not.
paperwork they charged him when he's aware.
Yeah, they charge. Yeah, they yes. In their closing defense, they even explained it. I mean, the summation. So it's not me saying this. They are saying that he was aware of her age. So it's not me saying this.
Right. So they say, okay, we're charging him when he was aware. Probably because, hold on, probably because that
Knowingly, they
fact.
had to fulfill knowingly.
Yeah, man, probably because that mistake of fact, they tried to get that in at one point, and the prosecutor probably thought that yeah, they're gonna probably use that in their closing, that he didn't know their age and all of that, and that he was, and that's how he, the shit happened or whatever, something like that. It's the same thing. You got to know what is not being written there,
So
and
so what you're saying is even though at one point he knew her age, and at the time when he knew her age is when they charged him, they still can use mistake of age. Is that what I'm understanding?
you could, yes, if yeah, because that was as a defense. Now listen. Just because they're using it as a defense,
Won't be a
that
successful
it won't be successful. But even
I
if it
got.
was, Kelly, can I finish? Even if
I
it
got.
was
Okay.
a defense that was allowed, whether he at the time he knew it or he didn't know it, they're talking about mistake of fact when he got involved with them. Okay, that's what they're talking about applying it to, not like, well, he knew it or he didn't know, at the time, when he was charged, the time frame from when he was charged. No, they're talking about with certain people, like when he met them. He met them and he had sex. Had he not known their age, he wouldn't have had sex with them.
I got it. So I got it. So you saying that they can use it, though, that doesn't necessarily mean that it will be a successful one.
Right, that's any defense. What I want
Okay.
you to really think about is you can use mistake if it's allowed, you can use a mistake of fact if one really if you got something to substantiate that you really didn't know, and two, you're saying that, hey, had I known their ages, I'd have never had sexual contact with them at all.
But isn't that the element that he had to? I mean, isn't that one of the things that they had to prove for him when it came to the herpes? That he was that it was their position to say, had I known, I wouldn't have had sex with you when it comes to the herpes.
Knowingly, and well, okay, yeah, had to prove that knowingly or willingly, as I don't know
No,
if it's
no, no, no,
knowingly
no.
or
No, I'm saying for the herpes charge. Like they
that's what
said
I'm
that he
saying.
was supposed to. Okay.
They would have to prove that knowingly or willingly. What is the standard for knowingly and willingly? So they used that when Deronda told him that he had herpes, that served as a notification. So meaning he knew or should have known that he had something. See, should have known is in there too in the law, but it might not be plainly written in every circumstance. But should
That
have
makes
known is
sense
there as
because they
well.
didn't charge the Rhonda for herpes, right? Did they charge her for herpes charge? No, they charged her for. You're right. That makes sense. But she didn't get no herpes charge. It was only Az and Joy,
Oh,
and
okay.
She came before Az. She got charged for something else, but not the herpes. So that makes sense.
Oh, I didn't know that. But yeah. Let me pull up that indictment. Y'all keep me
All right,
pulling
I'm
up.
gonna go back and listen because I want to hear this her argument.
All
Well,
right.
I
Y'all
read briefly. All right.
y'all keep me pulling up this goddamn indictment. To see what the hell. But yeah, so knowing, if someone notifies your ass, they put that under you should have known. Well, y'all get that? So a lot of stuff may not be plainly written in the law for lay people. You understand what I'm saying? And that's what that I when I say they're not talking to y'all, that's what I meant. That they're talking to each other. So, and to say, and I'm not being condescending so to say that you don't know it, I'm telling the truth. That's not being condescending. That's truthfully. You don't know law, you just don't know it. Lawyers and judges don't know everything about the fucking law. Especially one that doesn't even practice that motherfucker. You crazy? Oh, let me put this goddamn indictment. We stay in New York. I'm telling you, we can't get out of New York. Oh, let me go back. I just have to pay for it because I ain't got time for people looking for this shit every goddamn. You know what Geronda was charged for? That special lover, something, something, something to another. That's the way it goes on. Is it saying love strange or love train? If I did, come over. I remember that when I was young. Something. I'm gonna say why. If I had to come over, yeah. Girl, you think I be messing up regular? You, baby, I be fucking blowing holes in them goddamn R. Kelly song. I don't know none of them words, especially the songs I like. My hat, my coat, my shoes, my something, give me blues. My something, my something. Hey, if you don't stop in the morning, something. 6 in the morning. I don't know what he be saying in the background. 6 in the morning. I don't know what he's saying. He always talk about something in the morning though. And some of his songs, something about something in the morning. And that song with him and Snoop Dogg, what that song go? How that song is? I don't know. Oh, y'all see, Miss Jane, you so goofy. No, I'm not. Never that. Let me see, Jane Doe number 4. I'm coming, folks. Jane Doe number 4. She got the man act, not the man, yeah, she got the man act for have sex with. Okay, so she got the man act. She got forced labor. She got sexual exploitation. Man, she got what she do to get the man act with him? Did no intention of persuading. Okay, she got a man act for sex, forced labor for some kind of threat, sexual exploitation for some type of video. Okay. And then what was her regular charges? I'm reading, y'all. I'm getting to it. If the two of us on it, I place my money on it. Starting today. Oh, whoa, whoa, whoa. We're going all the way. Whoa, 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 whoa. Okay, yeah, that's what she got. So she ain't getting no herpes charge. And the way I know that is because I am looking, even though she got the man act, I'm looking in her, and not her, but his charged behavior, right? His elements and the facts of the case. And I don't see anything with that California code or that New York code or whatever with herpes. Okay. Is there even a crime in Illinois? They got aggravated sexual abuse, so that is probably having sex with a minor. All right. Now let me put up what's good with it. A real one, Miss Denise. What's good with it? Miss Denise, I should have known you was in the building because I heard it say boom, boom, boom. Okay, let's get to reading. These people wants to read. Read, Miss Angie. Hmm. Is it up there? All right, jurisdictional statement. The jurisdiction of the United States District Court for the Northern District of Illinois was founded upon 18 U.S.C. Section 3231. A grand jury sitting in the Northern District of Illinois charged the defendant by way of indictment with 4 counts of child exploitation in violation of 18 U.S.C. Section 2251A, 1 count of conspiracy to obstruct justice in violation of 18 U.S.C. Section 371, 3 counts of conspiring and receiving child pornography in violation of 18 U.S.C. Sections 2252A, 2, and B1, and 4 counts of child exploitation in violation of 18 U.S.C. Section 2422B. The jurisdiction of the United States Court of Appeals for the Seventh Circuit is founded upon 28 U.S.C. Section 1291 and 18 U.S.C. Section 3742. A jury returned a verdict finding the defendant guilty of 3 counts of 18 U.S.C. Section 2251A and 3 counts of 18 U.S.C. Section 2422B on September 14th, 2022. Let me cut my speaker up. Hold on. Y'all let me know if there's if I'm louder. I can really check that. I can do a self check. Self check, self check. I can do a self check. Self check, self check. Self check. All right. Happy birthday, Miss Denise. Okay, it says defendant's post trial motions were timely filed on November 15, 2022. The post trial motions were denied on February 16, 2023. Defendant was sentenced on March 7, 2023. The judgment and conviction was entered on March 7, 2023. A notice of appeal was filed on March 9, 2023. Statement of the issues for review. Whether defendant's convictions for sexual exploitation and inducement of a child must be reversed where the charges were brought outside the applicable statute of limitations. Number 2, whether the district court abused its discretion when it denied defendant's motion to sever the inducement counts related to Nia and Pauline from the child pornography counts related to Jane. Now, I don't know if I went into sever, but I did it extensively before. All right, sever. I told you they just really want the defense want the evidence not to be prejudicial to them in other areas, right? Whether it be on another charge or whether it be in a co-defendant type situation. So they just want those charges tried separately. Okay, the jury is to consider them only, that evidence only for that charge, and not to another person, and not for another count. Okay, just only for that particular count of charge. Whether the defendant 240-month above guideline range sentence was both procedurally and substantively proper. Okay, well, she challenging the sentence, right? This is good. All right, because if he is resentenced, an appeal on his sentence, okay, listen now, on his sentence means that if that part is reversed, he can't be sentenced to more. Has to be to less, okay? If it's an appeal for his sentence as well. Did she put that in on the New York case? Mm, I don't know. So, and she says, I'm trying to see how procedurally and substantively improper. Procedurally, she's talking about the rules and regulations of it, and substantively, she's talking about maybe the application to the behavior, the application of the law to the behavior. I don't know. Statements of the case. On February 13, 2020, the government filed a 13-count superseding indictment charging defendant Kelly with 1. 4 counts of violating 18 U.S.C. Section 2251A, the child pornography counts. Number 2, a count of conspiracy to obstruct justice in connection with his 2008 state court acquittal. Number 3, 3 counts of violating 18 U.S.C. Section 18 U.S.C. 2252A related to receiving the aforementioned child pornography. And 4, 5 counts of violating 18 U.S.C. Section 2422B, the inducement counts. Kelly's co-defendant, Darren McDavid, and Milton Brown were charged in connection with obstruction of justice and receipt of child pornography. After a 4-week trial, the jury returned a guilty verdict against the defendant as to 3 of the child pornography counts and 3 inducement counts. The defendant was acquitted as to the remaining counts. McDavid and Brown were both acquitted of all counts. The charge for which the defendant was convicted, counts 1 through 3 and 9, related primarily to minor 1, who used the pseudonym Jane at trial. 1 inducement count, count 10, related to minor 3, who used the pseudonym Nia at trial. And 1 inducement count, count 12, related to minor 5, who used the pseudonym Pauline at trial. The superseding indictment in the case largely charged the defendant with conduct from mid to late 1990s. Prior to trial, the defendant moved to dismiss all counts related to sexual exploitation of a child on statute of limitations grounds. The defendant also moved pretrial to sever the counts related to Jane from the remaining inducement counts, where the evidence in connection with child exploitation of Jane, including video recordings of the prohibited sexual activity, was significantly stronger than the evidence related to the remaining inducement counts. Now, check this out right here, right? Y'all do know that some of this pretrial work she's talking about, these motions and things, right? And if I'm not mistaken, Greenberg did do one of these. Some of this she did not handle, the motions and stuff, right? So it was handled by Greenberg and whoever was in place pre-trial prior to her getting on becoming an attorney of record. Okay, it says the district court denied both motions. Evidence related to Jane. Jane testified that she was born in September 1984 and was raised in Oak Park, Illinois. When Jane was a junior in high school, she started being homeschooled because she was performing in a musical group with other members of her family. Her entire family was involved in the music industry. Jane was introduced to the defendant through her aunt Stephanie Sparkle, who was a singer who had collaborated with the defendant. The defendant and Sparkle also had a romantic relationship. Throw him under the bus, J-Bo, throw him. So when Jane was 13 or 14 years old, she would hang out at the defendant's recording studio with her aunt. Jane explained that she would go to the studio and watch the defendant record with her aunt, and it was nice to see them working and producing music. Sparkle began encouraging Jane to foster a closer relationship with the defendant. According to Jane, Sparkle told her to ask the defendant to be her godfather and instructed her to sit on his lap and rub his head. Lord have mercy. Lord have mercy. Lord have mercy. Jane wanted to have a closer relationship with the defendant and did what her aunt advised, asking the defendant to be her godfather. The defendant agreed. Jane told her parents that the defendant agreed to be her godfather, and they were pleased. Jane testified that her relationship and conversations with the defendant began to change, becoming more sexual and leading to phone sex. When Jane was 14, she and the defendant began to engage in sexual contact. The sexual contact involved touching and rubbing each other's genitalia, oral sex, and kissing and hugging. Hold on. Okay, never mind. I got my answer. I was saying, did she say Jane testified rather than, never mind. I'm just, y'all know I be on both sides, so I just wanted to make sure she did say Jane testified rather than what the alleged conduct, she jumped out at like that. Never mind. So it says, these occasions were frequent and occurred at defendant's studio, his home, and on his tour bus. Jane's parents allowed her to stay with the defendant, including overnight. After Jane turned 15, she and the defendant started to have sexual intercourse. The defendant started video recording his sexual activities with Jane when she was 14 years old. Jane testified that prior to taking the stand, she viewed video footage of 3 separate sexual encounters with the defendant. One occurred in a room referred to as the log cabin room in defendant's home. The videos depicted touching and oral sex but did not involve sexual intercourse. Jane testified that she was 14 years old in all 3 of the videos she identified. The 3 videos were introduced into evidence as government exhibits 1 and 2 of the videos that was captured on government exhibit 1. Hold on, let me read that over. The 3 videos were introduced into evidence as government exhibits 1 and 2. One of the videos was captured on government's exhibit 1, and the 2 of the videos were captured on government exhibits 2. The 3 videos formed the basis of counts 1 through 3 of the superseding indictment. Now that goes to tell you that she is listening to us, y'all, because she explained how the videos, the all this, hoopla about the damn videos. Why, what the different acts and stuff, and then this is how, that goddamn girl Audra is coming in on the 2024 motherfucking version of the case. And I'm trying to be funny to tell you that 2024 ain't even motherfucking here. She up there still arguing about, they had all these many I had these different techniques, all of that. Girl, that has already been, we done already talked about that and got that straight. Bring your ass in here with that bullshit, that long range ass bullshit. Don't do it. I'm always gonna be nice and hospitable until you go to telling me something that we know and your ass ain't sure about or don't know, and then trying to tell us like we ain't go over the shit. Are you crazy? You ain't even read the fucking indictment. Like, give me a break. Ugh, hating type people come in here half caught with goddamn no bullets in the gun. And it says B, evidence related to Nia. Nia testified that she met defendant in a shopping mall in Atlanta in 1996 when she was 15 years old. Nia was born in August of 1980. Nia obtained an autograph from the defendant on which he allegedly wrote down his phone number. Nia admitted that she did not discuss her age with the defendant, and she no longer had the autograph he gave her. Nia testified that the defendant asked her if she was going to his concert in Atlanta that evening. When she told the defendant she did not have tickets, the defendant arranged for her to obtain tickets. Nia did not attend the defendant's concert, but began calling the defendant that evening. Nia explained that she had several conversations with the defendant and that she liked him. According to Nia, the defendant arranged for her to travel to Minnesota to attend his concert. Nia attended the defendant's concert but did not see him until the following morning in her hotel room. Nia testified that the defendant kissed her, touched and kissed her breast, and then masturbated. How she got a hotel room? Somebody booked that or she didn't? Defendant told her that he wanted her to visit him in Chicago. Defendant did not follow up on the invitation and did not book any arrangements for Nia to come to Chicago. She answered my question. Go on, J-Bo, because you know I was going, boo-boo. You know I was going. She answered my goddamn question on the next page. See, we be in sync. The fuck? However, Nia made her own arrangements and went to stay with her family in Chicago the summer on 1996, unbeknownst to the defendant. Once in Chicago, Nia called the defendant. He invited her to his studio but made no arrangements for her to come there. Nia convinced her cousins to take her to the studio. Now, the reason why J-Bo is plainly stating what the defendant's actions were and Nia's actions were, y'all got to excuse my lip and stuff. It is running to my teeth. The reason why she is elaborating on that is because, probably somewhere in here, she's trying to fight that inducement, enticement, and persuade, and whatever. Y'all know the drill, right? Just to show that it wasn't him doing any of that. Okay? But there are laws in place that we know it doesn't matter how she's plainly stated, because we know what adults are supposed to know when coming to dealing with people that are minors. Says Nia arrived at the studio with her cousins and defendant showed them around and took them to a waiting area where they could see him record. Nia and her cousin stayed most of the evening, but defendant was recording and was not hanging out with Nia and her cousins for most of the evening. At some point, Nia was told defendant wanted to talk to her in the hallway, and Nia went into the hallway to see him. Nia testified, he greeted me with a hug, with a kiss, and held on to her for a moment, and they kind of made out a little. Nia elaborated, I remember his hand being around my waist on my bottom, my butt. And then he motioned his hands into my pants as we kissed. And he fondled my chest and he, kissed we just kind of made out within the time frame that we were in the hallway. She's quoting, and I'm reading how she's quoting. So this is how I guess Nia's saying this. Nia stated, he touched my vagina and he caressed my bottom, my behind. Nia testified that before she left, she had a second encounter with the defendant. She stated they embraced, hugged. He held on to me, held my bottom and things, and that nature, but it wasn't long as the first one, I guess. It was more of like, kind of like a goodbye. See you later. Nia never saw or spoke to the defendant again. But in 2002, Nia sued the defendant and the case settled for $500,000. God damn! And she didn't get no goddamn herpes? $500,000? Oh, hell no. I'm gonna go down the list calling all kind of motherfucking goddamn celebrities and shit. And let them kiss and fondle me and hold on to my ass. I don't give a damn if it's Stevie Wonder. Shit, he ain't gonna be able to, he'll know when his ass in his hands. God damn. Wait a minute, she ain't getting no herpes. Wait a minute. What she sold him? Why, I mean, being underage, I guess. She ain't had no sex with him. God damn, 100 grand? Put a little ass in somebody's hand? Shit. Hell no. I bet you I can get me a million point. Shit. Woo. Evidence related to Pauline. Pauline testified that she was born in October 1984 and grew up in Oak Park, Illinois, with Jane. Pauline and Jane became friends in middle school. Pauline met the defendant through Jane when she was 14 years. Pauline explained that when she was 14 or 15 years old, she discovered Jane and the defendant in the log cabin room. Jane was naked. God damn. $500,000. Shit. Pauline testified that she had her first sexual encounter with the defendant when she was 14. She began having sexual encounters with both the defendant and Jane, which included oral sex. Pauline eventually began having sexual intercourse with the defendant when she was around 15 or 16. When Jane discovered Pauline was having a separate sexual relationship with the defendant, it became very problematic for their friendship. I know damn well it did. Pauline admitted that she continued to have a sexual relationship with the defendant until she was grown and was out of college. Pauline did not report to any authorities that she had a sexual relationship with the defendant when she was a minor until 2019. The government presented lengthy excerpts of the video recordings depicting defendant's sexual conduct with Jane on 3 separate occasions. Much of the defendant's case centered on the defendant's alleged efforts to obstruct the state court prosecution of defendant in connection with one of the videos depicting his sexual conduct with Jane in 2008. The jury acquitted all defendants of the obstruction of justice count and all counts related to the receipt of child pornography. The jury also acquitted defendant of 2 inducement counts related to Tracy and Brittany. The jury returned a verdict of guilty against the defendant in connection with the child pornography counts involving Jane, counts 1 through 3. The inducement count as to Jane, count 9, and 2 additional inducement counts in connection with Nia and Pauline, counts 10 and 12. Defendant's post-trial motions were subsequently denied. The district court judge sentenced the defendant to 240 months imprisonment, an above guideline sentence. The district court vaguely referenced defendant's obstruction and current sentencing guidelines when imposing the above guideline sentence. With the exception of 1 year, the sentence was ordered to be served concurrent to defendant's 30-year sentence imposed in separate prosecution in the Eastern District of New York. This appeal follows. Hold on. Goddamn. Y'all looking at see if that girl got her. I don't think she got nothing. I don't think they had no sex. $500,000. Shit. Yeah, no wonder the man, Judge Lennon Webber, didn't, hit him across the head with all them motherfucking goddamn fees and shit like that. Shit. I'm gonna go back and charge some people grabbing a little ass. Shit. You grabbing a little handful of ass. God damn. It's alright if it's over 18, but god damn. $500,000 because of, and you didn't catch nothing? Shit, I'm suing everybody. Summary of argument. Defendant Kelly was convicted of 3 separate counts of 18 U.S.C. Section 2255A, stemming from the creation of 3 videos depicting sexual conduct with Jane, who testified that she was 14 years old at the time of the videos were created. Defendant was also convicted of violating 18 U.S.C. Section 2422B as to Jane, with whom he had a romantic relationship that lasted roughly 12 years and a friendship that endured until the defendant was indicted in 2019. The jury returned 2 additional guilty verdicts for violation of 18 U.S.C. Section 2422B as to Nia and Pauline. Nia testified at trial that defendant fondled her in a hallway at his studio on a single occasion when he was 29 years old and she was either 15 or 16 years old. Nia stated that the encounter occurred the summer of 1996, but she could not state precisely when. For her part, Pauline testified that she began engaging in sexual conduct with defendant when she was 15 years old. The prohibited sexual relationship endured long after Pauline became an adult, and she considered defendant her boyfriend. Now let me stop. You see that word prohibited that's in there? Okay? The prohibited sexual relationship. Now, she doesn't go into why it was prohibited. Right here at least. Because we know, or let me put a change like this. The people that she's appealing to know that there is some law that she probably get into at some point, but there is some law that makes whatever sex that occurred between those two prohibited. Don't have to sit up here and say, okay, hey, this is that, this, that, and whatever. No, you got to do that. Because they're talking to each other. They ain't talking to us. Or we all, rather. They ain't talking to me either. My bitch ass ain't talking to me either. But I'm just saying. Ain't talking to nobody that wouldn't know why they stuck that word up in there and not further, going into it then or whatever. Okay. Says defendant was acquitted of all remaining counts of the superseding indictment, including an obstruction of justice charge, claiming that defendant obstructed his 2008 state court prosecution for the production of child pornography involving Jane. Indeed, Government Exhibit 1 was the same video that formed the basis of defendant's state court charges in 2008, for which he was acquitted. So we know that, because it's all, I'm still confused about the videos, to be honest, right? When somebody brought back that it was different little clippings from various videos put on one disc to present in court, that makes sense, okay? They can do that. It doesn't require a Audra coming back now asking where was the tape. Where's the original tape? It's like, please step up your Google research game on the law. And I'm just trying to tell you, y'all, if anybody relies on the law, relies on Google for the law, you're going to be misled. You're going to lose. You ain't going to get it right. Because those people are not putting out everything, or they're not thinking that they, have to put out everything or whatever. And they just don't do that. So no original tape is needed when you got a copy of the conduct or the alleged behavior that's being charged. You don't need to find the original. That's just crazy as hell. Who the fuck can find the original tape of any goddamn thing? Like, huh? I mean, you may have it because you ain't. You understand what I'm saying? But when you're talking about like crimes and shit like that, crimes talking about. Let me change that up because I got to be precise with y'all. Who the fuck is gonna have the original tape of crimes and shit, right? Because when people usually have tapes or something they're using in court, it's usually a copy of some type of surveillance, some type of copy of this. If it's mass produced, it's a copy of the behavior. All right, you're talking about something was mass produced. Only motherfucker that have the original is the motherfucker that's committing the crime, and chances are they're gonna make sure you don't find that motherfucking tape, the original. Or they'll carry it around with them or whatever. Then somebody else will find the motherfucker. Or something like that. Y'all understand what I'm saying? I'm not running at the sea. But, child. Oh, her. Okay. Defendant seeks reversal of his convictions on the ground that the charge for sexual exploitation and inducement were not time barred, meaning it was beyond the statute of limitations. Specifically, defendant maintains that the 2003 amendment that extended the statute of limitations for conduct involving sexual abuse was inapplicable to the charged offenses that occurred in the 1990s because Congress only intended it to apply prospectively. Okay, so she said it intended to apply prospectively, which means going in the future. I'm sorry. I don't know if she's going to get into ex post facto in here, but she is referencing kind of ex post facto without referencing it, right? Because both ex post facto will apply to some criminal charges retroactively, meaning it's going back. Okay. The Congress only intended to apply it prospectively, means going in the future, not in the past. Okay. Thus, the statute of limitations for the charges on which the defendant was convicted expired no later than 2009 when Nia, Pauline, and Jane all turned 25 years old. So let me tell you this now. Like I said, there is some fight back and forth with regards to ex post facto being unconstitutional, right? Because how it criminalized and certain behaviors, right? In the way, in the manner it does, right? Or how it criminalized sentence, changes sentencing and things of that nature. Like, it could be seen as it being something fundamentally wrong with you being charged for something that wasn't a charge when you did it. Because again, it can go to your mens rea. Well, hell, you didn't even know you was committing a crime. Can a person say that had you known that you was committing a crime, you'll still commit a crime, that same crime, right? So there's an argument on the floor of that. But here's the thing, right? When it comes to sexual misconduct, it stands pretty firm on having ex post facto in laws that deal with sexual misconduct and things of that nature. The Adam Walsh Act, I think that's how to say it. Adam Walsh Act is one example of the ex post facto, ex post facto being um, held, held in that law. You know what I'm saying? They affirm it because if for some reason, and I'm not saying for some reason, for like I don't know, I don't believe it should be, but I'm saying for some reason, meaning whatever the reason is that they each fucking appeals court, trial court, whatever, anytime they are hit with this particular situation and it has something to do with sexual misconduct, they almost always uphold it with if ex post facto is the argument. Okay, so I don't know where she's going. I kind of know where she's going with this, but I don't know exactly how she's going. All right. Alternatively, defendant seeks a new trial on the inducement counts related to Nia and Pauline, where the district court abused its discretion when it denied defendant's motion to sever those counts from the child pornography counts related to Jane, because the evidence in connection with the child pornography counts related only to Jane and was substantially stronger than the evidence supporting the inducement counts related to Nia and Pauline. The inducement counts should have been severed to afford defendant a fair opportunity to defend those claims. Let me stop right there. So, what she is saying, okay, and this is what I told you, the whole scope of trying to get your charges severed, or trying to get your case severed if you are in a co-defendant situation. Like I said, evidence. He's saying that evidence from one of those counts is so prejudicial to the other counts that it should be separated, maybe given a limiting, or at least given a limiting, but they won't sever. So I'll talk about limiting instructions in a minute. But that it was so overwhelming that any trial of fact, meaning the jury, can look at that evidence and not really, and not get it out their mind and say, hey, even if the judge gave them a limited instructions to consider it just for counts, whatever she's talking about, a jury may not be able to do that because, one, after all, they are human, okay? And, it would prejudice his other counts, and a jury may automatically think, oh, he's guilty because look at the tape, look at what she's using in here. She's using the tape. Yeah, the child pornography counts related to was substantially strong. Yeah, and the evidence supporting the okay, yeah. So, and the evidence supporting the inducement counts, as it relates to Nia and Pauline, whatever, it was decent enough on its own, standing by itself. But then you let the evidence from that other count run along with the evidence he already has with regards to the inducements, whatever inducement counts, then you are creating a prejudicial situation for the defendant because that evidence is substantially stronger, and it would, in the juror's mind, it probably would take precedence over whatever they have for induce, well, not precedence over, but more or less add to it and then make it worse, make them look even more guilty. So this is a situation where the evidence in one count is making them look more guilty in the other counts. Okay? And it says there can be little question that the jury would unduly influence by the child pornography evidence that otherwise would have been inadmissible. See what I'm saying? If the inducement counts were severed. Okay? So that she's saying all of that what I just said. In addition, she's saying that common sense would be that for here the inducement counts, the elements under the inducement counts and all of that the child pornography tape, that wouldn't have been admissible, because that child pornography tape doesn't have anything to do with the elements under what she's talking about, and that was the inducement count. Okay, so she's right. Pornography evidence would be inadmissible to charges that has something to do with inducement or whatever, however it's written out. Okay, however they listed the elements for those charges. Right now, I don't know if pointing out the inadmissibility of those tapes, I mean, because that's kind of like a mute point, right? I mean, it's good she pointed it out, but it's just almost like a mute point. Of course, it would be inadmissible to the inducement charges or whatever. But I think she's trying to express that it's she's trying to stress the seriousness of it. But them S's is fucking me up today. The seriousness of it, right? Being that, hey, it's so serious that that evidence wouldn't have even been admissible if those charges, inducements would have stood alone. Okay. Says lastly, defendant's 240-month above guideline sentence was procedurally and substantively improper. The district court failed to identify the basis on which he upwardly departed 72 months from the applicable guideline range of 135 to 168 months to accept to suggest that it was based on acquitted conduct and the fact that defendant crimes would be punished more severely under the current guidelines, because the district court failed to state. Hold on, let me stop there. Hold on, let me go back. Okay, the district court failed to identify the basis on which he upwardly departed 72 months from the applicable guideline range of 135 to 168 months, except to suggest that it was based on acquitted conduct and the fact the defendant crimes would be punished more severely under the current guidelines. So, I mean, that's pretty plainly stated how she wrote that. She's saying that the judge did not, give a detailed explanation of why he went outside the sentencing guidelines in upward matter, because remember, you can get an upward departure and you can get a downward departure. Downward means that, hey, they're sentencing you outside of the guidelines, but lower than what the sentencing guidelines suggest. Upward departure means that they're sentencing you outside of the guidelines, but more than the sentencing guidelines suggest. Okay, and she's saying that he relied on the acquitted conduct. And here's the thing, right? Can he rely on the acquitted conduct in making in charging, determining his sentence? He can rely on what was presented because for as a sentence, right? It doesn't have to necessarily if the conduct was acquitted, he doesn't necessarily have to not consider that. It's just the fact that they didn't prove it. So this is why he can consider it. He can consider it because it was part of the case. Just because it wasn't proven doesn't mean that he should not consider the charged conduct. All right, just because it wasn't proven that you did it doesn't mean that you didn't do it. So, unless there's a law somewhere now that says a judge cannot depend on acquitted conduct when making a sentence, if y'all want to look that up, let me know, because I'm not around now. It said because the district court failed to state the definitive basis for its significant upward variance and violated the ex post facto clause. See, there go ex post facto. I know it was coming. But when you start talking about prospectively and retroactively and all of that, ex post facto is somewhere in the building. Okay, and violate the ex post facto clause by subjecting defendant to current federal sentencing guidelines rather than the applicable 1997 guidelines. Defendant is entitled to a new sentencing hearing. So she is going after new resentencing. Okay, that's interesting. That's interesting. So she is going after. Remember, I told you earlier I didn't know, but it'll be but it'll be interesting to see if she's going after a resentencing hearing, and she is. So y'all gonna check that off the list. She is. Hold on for a minute. I'm coming around there and check on y'all real quick. The sound is low. Okay. I thought I was cutting it up. Hold on. Okay, what about now? What about now, my star? It's too okay, what about now, y'all? Why y'all ain't say nothing? I thought I had it I thought I turned it up. What about now? I thought it was up. Shit. I caught myself. Oh, y'all did? Hey, I wasn't watching. What about now, though? Is it better? Cause I switched it onto something else now. I did something on my end with my stuff now to see if it's up. It's good? Okay. Mm. Okay. All right, let me try this real quick and see while we testing sound, see if this other thing or how this sound. Let me change something else. All right, give it a minute to kick in. Let me see. Now, what about this? Is this better? Do this sound better than the first time, or better overall? Because I can remember, I know what the second one was, but tell me if this sound better than the first time or better overall. Better, okay. So it's better overall than all of it. Okay, great. So it's better overall than all of it. Okay, so I keep it on this dial. Okay. I'm sorry, Lord. Did y'all hear everything I said? Hey, girl, Melanie. Did I hear everything? Did y'all hear anything I read? No. Shit. Okay, so y'all, that sound better on this one. Okay. Lord, I hope, let me see. Lord, let me see if I got any notes, but y'all weren't hearing shit I said. Child, they in here fighting Moba Jordan. So, hey, Shaw, baby. I said camera. Shit, well, James in here keeping the chat going. Starting shit. Hey, girl. I said, great girl. Demetra. Okay. All right. So, let me look right here. Because also, you know what we're going to do? Because these laws and stuff, they procedures and process and stuff, they change overnight with some of the shit. So we don't never know, until when you crafting your argument and you start into the research phase of it. You looking up to see, hey, now, I'm glad. Hold on, let me look this up. Glad I did look it up. Now, I just read to you Jabo's argument about the judge using, what was it? Acquitted conduct, right? And I told you that a judge can use acquitted conduct because it was a part of the case. They can consider it because it was a part of the case. Just because it did not prove it doesn't mean that it did not happen. All right? It just means that the trial effect did not, find that evidence supported him being found guilty of those particular elements, right? I just looked it up and it says, hold on. A sentencing judge, boy, my S is fucking me up, generally may use acquitted conduct to enhance a defendant's sentence, so long as the judge finds by preponderance of the evidence that the conduct at the issue did in fact occur, and so long as the enhancement does not increase the defendant's statutory minimum or maximum sentence. Wait a minute. Hold on now. Hold on. Wait a minute. And so long as the enhancement not increase the defendant's statutory minimum or maximum sentence. His statutory. Hold on. Let me see what is his statutory minimum. Hold on. Hold on. Okay. Hold on. What was his? Okay, so as long as the enhancement. Hold on. Wait a minute. So did the judge use it as an enhancement, or did the judge use it and see again? You have to go to school for this. Sorry, Levi. Since you made a big deal, try to change what I meant by saying that he's not writing it for y'all, as in saying I'm saying it being so uppity motherfucking person. That's not what I was saying. But I need to know, was there an enhancement point used? And y'all would know this because we went over this. Or we over here know it because we breaks it down. And I try to give y'all every points and pointers, but as so long as the enhancement does not increase the defendant's statutory amount. Okay, hold What was his name? Mm-hmm. Hold on. Hold on. I'm coming, y'all. I'm coming. Because again, these things, even during appeal, they are meant to be a persuading object. Not, it doesn't say it has to be, you can't lie. Okay, if I put it like that, you can't lie. But it doesn't necessarily have to be supported by facts. Put it like that. So wait a minute now. Wait a minute. Wait a minute. So it says as long as it doesn't, as long as the enhancement. So did the judge use it as an enhancement? Meaning, you know how I showed y'all on how they what they use to determine the sentence. That remember that little red thing, and when I put a check in a certain mark, just say if it's a sexual exploitation of a child crime, and I put in that the person, the defendant, was looked at as a authority figure, whatever. If I check that box, it went up higher. Remember that? And also on that, because we were dealing with enhancements, remember in the New York trial, um I also used that to show how it looks when the enhancements are put on. Was there an enhanced, if I didn't remember, I know y'all don't remember, that when we got the sentencing material, was there an enhancement for that acquitted behavior? We got. I do some research on that. That means I got to go back and pull all of that. That's a lot. Yeah, that's a lot. So if he, I believe he did enhance his sentence to the crimes that were dropped. So he used that enhancer. Oh shit! I don't know. I don't know. Team lock him up. I don't know. Hell, I don't know what's going on. Y'all might. She might have something because even though she has been called out before by her co-defendant's attorneys, or by a co-defendant, I put it like that, for stating things that may not be factual in her brief, it doesn't mean that she is doing that always. And it says, as so long as the enhancement does not increase the defendant's statutory minimum or maximum sentence. So, but, here we go, here we go. But if he could have gotten more, then I think that this argument that we creating, because I don't know if she created it. Well, hold on. Because I can't remember what the fuck I just read. Is she creating this? Hold on. Punished by more severely. Against crimes would be punished more severely under the current guidelines because the district court failed to state a definitive basis for its significant upward variance and violate the ex post facto caused by subjecting the defendant to current federal guidelines rather than applicable 1997 guidelines. As acquitted conduct that affected the defendant's crime will be punished more severely. Okay, okay. The court precedent upward. Okay, so the guideline range on he was upwardly departed months from the applicable guideline range of 135. So the guideline range supposed to be 135 to 168? See, J-Bo be doing some interlocking, some moving, you know, waving and wooving and stitching shit together and whatever. And you did every little. I'm trying to with her. You gotta confirm every 6 to 7 words she said. And when I say confirm it, I ain't saying she's lying. I'm saying confirm it, meaning what the fuck is she using to support it, right? She's using something to support it, but you got to know what it is and where to go get it from. If it's out of a book or out the register in your fucking head, right? And I be using getting out the register of my fucking head. So, okay, so the district court failed to identify the basis on which he upwardly departed. And here's the reason why I'm spending so much time on this sentence, right? Is because if that bench finds that this man was sentenced incorrectly, guess what happens? Guess what happens? Yeah. Okay. So that's why. Okay, the district court failed to identify the basis on which he upwardly departed 72 months from the applicable guideline range of 135 to 168 months, except to suggest that it was based on acquitted conduct and the fact that defendant's crimes would be punished more severely under the current guidelines. So that was she's saying that's why he said he hmm I'm gonna get through this so we can really read this and go find what she's doing using to support her argument. Um I don't know. Hold on, y'all. Just give me a minute. I'm sorry. Um, okay. So that's mandatory. We're gonna figure that out tonight. We're gonna get that together. So we got somebody put that on the table. We confirm what J-Bo is saying about that sentencing. Because that can make a big difference. And notice, she goes after things that's unconstitutional. Why she go after that? That's almost a reversal if it's found to be true. You can't violate nobody's right, even if they guilty as hell. Can't violate nobody's right into adjudicating them guilty, right? Can't do that. And I'll never go for that too. I told you I don't do that. You can be guilty as hell, but if they ain't got you dead to the right, or if they ain't got the, the evidence to support it or whatever. Now I can't go along with that. Argument: defendant's convictions for sexual exploitation and inducement of a child must be reversed where the charges were brought outside the applicable statute of limitations. Because the statute of limitations on the counts for which defendant was convicted, namely the child pornography and inducement counts, expired no later than 2009, they were time barred. Remember, means outside the statute of limitations. Okay, defendant moved pretrial to dismiss his indictment on statute of limitations ground. What you? So who did? I think Greenberg did that. And it says Federal Rule of Criminal Procedure 12B1 and B1-2 Advisory Committee note. The district court denied defendant's pretrial motion to dismiss. The court reviews the legal issue de novo, meaning when they review something de novo, that means that they were reviewing it as if it has never been seen before. Okay, de novo means new. Okay. What else is in here? Federal law imposes a 5-year limitation period for most non-capital offenses. 18 U.S.C. Section 3282A. Over the years, Congress have provided a longer limitation period for offenses involving the sexual or physical abuse or kidnapping of a minor. 18 U.S.C. Section 3283. At the time defendant committed the conduct for which he was charged and convicted, namely the child pornography counts 1 through 3, and the inducement counts 9, 10, and 12, Section 3283, provided as follows. No statute of limitations that would otherwise preclude prosecution for an offense involving the sexual or physical abuse of a child under the age of 18 shall preclude such prosecution before the child reaches the age of 25. 18 U.S.C. Section 3283 in 1984. So we do know that that was amended back in, I think, 2017. We pulled it up. Consistent with the foregoing provision, at the time of the charged conduct, the statute of limitation for offenses involving sexual abuse were extended until the victim minor reached 25 years old. Thus, Section 3283 extended the 5-year limitation period for the conduct alleged in counts 1 through 3 and 9 of the superseding indictment until September 2009, when Jane reached her 25th birthday. The statute of limitations for count 10 was extended until 2005, when Neil turned 25 years old, and the statute of limitations for count 12 was extended until October 2009, when Pauline turned 25 years old. Defendant was not charged until more than a decade after the expiration of the statute of limitations under the applicable law at the time of the alleged conduct. So she's saying that the applicable law under the the applicable law at the time of the alleged conduct should be used, and not the amended version, which was ex post facto, which contained an ex post facto cause to forego the ages and all of that, right? That is what she's saying. So not the current way, the current law that's applicable now. Okay, she's wanting the one that did she want them to use the one when he was at the time of the alleged conduct, when he allegedly committed the crimes. That's the one she want used. And if you use that one, then that would make these charges time barred due to the statute of limitations. That is what she's saying. says, unless subsequent amendments to Section 3283 apply retroactively, in this case, defendant's convictions must be vacated and dismissed as time barred, was what I just said. I hate when they do that. But I like it because it confirms what I said, but they say it so much better, and I use so much words. It says in 2003, Congress amended the statute extending the statute of limitations through the life of a minor. 18 U.S.C. Section 3283, 2003. Congress did not express an intent for the 2003 amendment to apply retroactively. Consistent with the well-established presumption against retroactive legislation, the 2003 amendment is inapplicable to the charged conduct, as is any subsequent amendments to Section 3283. Okay. So remember earlier, I was talking to you about there have been, rumblings on and fights on either side when it comes to retroactive legislation, right? Because it'll contain that post ex post facto clause in it. It can't be an ex post facto clause they don't put it in new legislation, right? They put it in legislation that's already on the table. So when it gets amended, it's ex post facto to be retro. And again, that criminalizes offenses that wasn't a crime before, and it fucks with the sentencing and things of that nature. But as well, it also does the reverse with some in some cases, right? So okay, so it says see United States versus Dial 775 Federal 3rd edition 714 720 5th Circuit 2015. Applying the version of 18 U.S.C. Section 3283 in effect at the time of the defendant's offense rather than the amended version in effect at the time of the indictment. Ugh. That's a good fight. It says, it is axiomatic that criminal litigations statutes are to be more liberally interpreted in favor of repose. And it's like case law. Retroactively is not favored in the law. More case law. Says the Supreme Court has explained that this aversion to retroactive rulemaking is deeply rooted in our jurisprudence and embodies a legal doctrine centuries older than our republic. So I told y'all that it's a big old fight when it comes to retroactive legislation, that ex post facto shit, all of that. Big old fight. Says elementary considerations of fairness dictate that individuals should have an opportunity to know what the law is and to confirm their conduct accordingly. Settled expectations should not be lightly disrupted. So that's what I was explaining to y'all earlier. If a person know that a crime is a crime when they commit it, or when the opportunity is to commit it, let me say it like that, would they commit it or not? You're taking away the understanding and the intent of a person when you automatically go ahead and judge them as to you did it knowing that you was doing it. Okay, that's in some cases that's kind of what a ex post facto clause do into a situation. It says yeah, you meant to do it and you did it, so fuck you. You're going to jail for it, fuck you. That's what they're trying to say. So for that reason, the principle that the legal effect of conduct should ordinarily be assessed under the law that existed when the conduct took place has timeless and universal human appeal. That's deep. Okay, because that makes sense. If you could if there was a if it wasn't a crime when the crime was committed, then how can you say that I knew that I was committing a crime? You can't definitively say that, and you definitely can't say that. You know, if what they said, is true, what I just read, you definitely can't say that. Shit, what was it? Okay. With these principles in mind, the district court erred when it retroactively applied the 2003 or 2006 version of Section 3283 and denied defendants' motion to dismiss on statute of limitations ground. See, like I told you, there's one problem with this. I told you when it comes to sexual stuff dealing with minors, they usually rule that the ex post facto clause is applicable and it should be there. Ex post facto doesn't apply to civil litigation, doesn't apply to that. So you just have to keep that in mind. It says the United States Supreme Court in Landgraf set forth a framework for determining whether a federal statute of limitations applies to past conduct. The court's first task is to determine whether Congress have expressly prescribed the statute's proper reach. If Congress has done so, of course, there is no need to resort to judicial default rules. When, however, the statute contains no such express command, the court must determine whether the new statute would have retroactive effect, i.e., whether it would impair rights a party possessed when he acted, increase a party's liability for past conduct, or impose new duties with respect to transactions already completed. If the statute would operate retroactively, our traditional presumption teaches that it does not govern absent clear congressional intent favoring such a result. Thus, under Landgraf, if Congress has expressly prescribed that a statute applies retroactively or will not apply retroactively, the inquiry ends. If the statute is silent on the issue, courts proceed to the second step of the Landgraf analysis and determine whether the new statute would have retroactive effects. Here, the 2003 amendment of Section 3283 contains no language expressly prescribing retroactive application of the amendment, although the statute does not expressly provide that it may only apply prospectively. It employs language that points toward prospective application. Oh, okay. Meaning that although it doesn't state whether or not it should apply to things in the future. What she says. Oh, okay. So you're saying it employs language that points toward prospective application, meaning that when you look at the amended law, the amended version of the law, not amended version of, before you look at the amended version of the law, I'm sorry. it's language in there that suggests that the amendment should, or the language in the amendment, you could say that, should apply in the future, not going back retrospectively. Okay. If that law is passed and it has ex post facto clause attached to it, or if ex post facto is attached to it, then that behavior, the certain behavior will become criminalized, and it can go back. But she's saying there's some language in the law that doesn't favor or suggest it being retroactively, that it speaks to crimes happening in the future. I'm not sure, um, because I don't know the amended version of any sexual exploitation, whatever. I don't know it. What is it? Section 3283. If y'all want to motherfucking read about it, y'all can. All right, just like them text messages. I'm probably ain't gonna read that out because I'm pretty sure I don't read it. I have read Section 3283, but I haven't read it for meaning and as well as to try to discern whether or not it meant for this stuff to happen retroactively, right? For these crimes to happen retroactively, because her second level of her catch, right, is that just say he did do it, but y'all charged him outside of the statute of limitation. So you shouldn't have even been able to charge him. See, that's her second level of defense. One would be whether the shit, is if it has ex post facto considerations, and two, y'all charged him too late anyway. So okay, it's kind of one and the same, but still. All right. Okay. The section twice uses forward-looking modal verbs like would and shall. Oh, that girl bad. That motherfucker is bad, baby. What? What she said? Y'all hear what she said? The section twice uses forward-looking modal verbs, would and shall. Hmm. Okay. She got down to the nitty gritty with this. Okay. Now, I ain't saying no other attorney would have got done this, but what I'm saying is this, right? She focused on those two little simple words, would and shall. Would and shall would speak to something happening in the motherfucking future. Y'all better stop fucking with J-Bo and give her motherfucking flowers while she here. Y'all need to go to her page and give her a whole bunch of flowers. Put your shoes on and do that. Put your shoes on. Yeah. Hold on, let me come ahead and see what y'all talking about. I hope y'all plan to be here for a minute. Let me see. What y'all talking about? I'm gonna read faster, Karen. I just said she on page 22 and 77. Look, Karen, think about it. a lot of the back of it is the motions and shit. Karen ain't gonna be here all day. Hold on. Everybody wasn't here from the start, so some, Karen, I have to, break some certain stuff down. But this is new. This is new information to break down outside of the severance and ex post facto. We done went through that extensively. Karen said, Lord, she don't pay 22 or 77. Hold on. I'm rushing. Hold on for a minute. Well, I keep drinking that juice. Okay, yeah, y'all need. Okay, y'all here? We here? Good, good. So check this out right here. See, Stephanie's so sweet. She's always so nice to me. Karen is bipolar. So listen, so she is centering on those two words to make her argument. Is it enough? I don't know because this all depends on the placement in the within the law, whatever that she's relying on, right? Other than that, I don't know, but I think it's real good to point out those two words, which are words you use to describe something in the future or whatever, right? Now, here's the thing, right? When they come back and say, well, listen, J-Bo, we got 100 other words that shows that they meant for this stuff to occur retroactively or that a retroactive function can be applied to this particular law and catch up your client. All right. Moving on, per Karen. Moving on. Let me see. Okay. Okay. 18 USC section 3283. No statute of limitation that would otherwise preclude prosecution for an offense involving the sexual or physical abuse or kidnapping of a child under the age of 18 shall preclude case law. It says DC in 2001 characterizing the phrase would emit as a future conditional phrase. And then she says in the Second Circuit of 1999, there is no doubt that shall is an imperative, but it is equally clear that it is an imperative. Imperative that it is an imperative that speaks to future conduct. Okay? And there's another case law that says the word shall is a sign of the future tense. See, I told you. Well, I mean, y'all know that because y'all graduate over here. But yeah, future intent. So it says the legislative history of the statute further supports defendants' contention that Congress used prospective language in the statute to evidence its intent that the statute apply prospectively and not retroactively. Critically, Congress considered and rejected the language that expressly prescribed retroactive effect, showing its intent that the amendment only apply prospectively. In fact, the House of Representatives version of the bill provided for the complete elimination of a statute of limitations and included an express retroactively provision declaring the amendments made by this section shall apply to the prosecution of any offense committed before, on, or after the date of enactment of this section. Ooh, what? That what she said? Okay. If that's what she said, I mean, I'm not sure. The Child Abduction Prevention Act, HR 1104, 108th Congressional, Section 202 in 2003. The Senate version contained no retroactive activity provision. Project Act S 151, 108th Congress. It says when the House and Senate conference to resolve differences between the bills, the retroactivity provision was omitted. Senator Leahy, one of the bill's original co-sponsors and a former chair of the Senate Judiciary Committee, stated on the Senate floor the omission was intentional. Oh, I am pleased that the conference agreed to drop language from the original House passed bill that would have extended the limitations period retroactively. Senator Leahy Amber legislation. Okay. The legislative history of the bill expresses Congress' intent that the amendment apply prospectively. Now, wait a minute. Is this on the act they're talking about? Hold on, I'm going. Ain't they talking about 3283, which he was charged with? This could be a little issue for you. Okay. The legislative history of the bill expresses Congress' intent that amendment applies prospectively. Then you have Martin versus Haddock. It says examining structure and legislative history as part of the first Landgraf step. See also Food and Drug Administration versus Brown and Williamson Tobacco Corp. It says our inquiry is not limited to the statutory text, but may include an examination of standard ensigns of statutory construction, such as the statute's truck and legislative history. In sum, Congress affirmatively rejected the proposed retroactive application provision, indicating its intent that the statute apply prospectively. Even if this court concludes that the Congress intent is not expressed retroactively, application of the 2003 amendment fails to pass the second prong of the Landgraf test. The United States Supreme Court held in Stongner versus California that retroactive application of extended statutes of limitations to revive time-barred claims violate the ex post facto cause. The district court held that the 2003 and 2006 amendments did not revive the time-barred claims on this case, but rather extended the limitations period for prosecuting those offenses before the limitations period expired. Admittedly, this court, relying on Stogner, has held in different circumstances that extending a limitation period before a prosecution is time barred does not run afoul of the ex post facto clause. Remember, I just said the first hand was that, hey, the ex post facto did not intend to be retroactive, and two, it was time barred. They just laid out eloquently what I said. Okay. Where was I? However, defendant maintains that analysis of the retroactivity of a criminal statute of limitations under the second step must recognize the principle that unlike civil statutes of limitations, criminal limitations are to be liberally interpreted in favor of repose. It says DNJ 2017 observing that if Landgraf and Tootsie are read in conjunction, courts must interpret the statute of limitations in a manner of favoring repose for the defendant, as the First Circuit acknowledged. Tootsie potentially alters the second step in Landgraf approach in criminal cases. Hold on. Hold on. Okay, I got it. It says, when y'all hear that ding, somebody send me something. Okay. Case law. All right. The First Circuit 2018 evaluating the 2003 amendment in adjudicating ineffective assistance of counsel claim. In other words, when Congress has sounded an uncertain trumpet, a court ought to refrain from applying an enlarged criminal statute of limitations, respectively. Okay, that's a good fight. Now, if she encompasses all of these things in her argument, if she have to argue this, it'll be very interesting. Because, right here she just said a mouthful. All right? Meaning if it's a broad, if it requires a broad, the law requires a broad interpretation of it, applying the ex post facto to it should, shouldn't be an automatic thing, because they're uncertain, right? If it's uncertain, if you're uncertain about something, how are you going to apply something that's final to it? You know what I'm saying? It says, as discussed, supra, that Congress sounded an uncertain trumpet regarding the retroactivity of the 2003 amendment when it affirmatively removed a retroactivity provision from the bill. Oh, okay. In light of Tootsie, this court should reject a retroactive application of the 2003 amendment, even if it's not the equivalent of an ex post facto violation, because it runs afoul of familiar considerations of fair notice, reasonable reliance, and settled expectations. Put differently, defendant urges this court to, and all that I just read deal with intent. Remember, I told you, if a person doesn't know that they are committing a crime, do you know if they would have said, yeah, I must do it anyway, or would they have made a decision not to do it, not to break the law? And then that's what they mean by having fair notice, knowing that you're committing a crime, reasonable reliance, um, you know, uh, should I do it? Shouldn't I do it, or what have you? I don't know if I should do it, whatever. And then settle expectations like, okay, what do I expect? Do I know my expectations? What happens after I do this that may or may not be a crime, right? So it says, put differently, defendant urges this court to read the second step of Landgraf, providing broader protections for criminal defendants than the ex post facto clause. Statutes of limitations applicable to criminal prosecutions are designed principally to protect individuals from having to defend themselves against charges supported by facts that are remote in time. It says that concern was acute when, in this case, where the government sought to rely on the retroactive extension of criminal statute of limitations to prosecute a case um, based on conduct that is more than 2 decades old. Retroactive application of the 2003 amendment not only flies in the face of congressional intent, it violates notions of fundamental fairness. In sum, Section 3283, by its language and its legislative history, was intended to apply prospectively. The inquiry ends there, but even if this court examined the question under Step 2 of the Landgraf analysis, it should decide against retroactive application of the amendment. Accordingly, this court should vacate the defendant's convictions as time barred. Number two, the trial court abused its discretion when it denied defendant's motion to sever the inducement counts 10 through 13, from the child pornography counts related to Jane, counts 1 through 3. Defendant suffered unqualifiable prejudice by the joinder of the child pornography counts related to Jane with the various inducement counts related to other minors. Okay, and joinder means the in this instance, meaning the counts that were joined together, right? That was presented in front of the jury at one time. Because her contention is that they're going to consider all the evidence for all the counts, all right? And I think she'll probably make the argument that, even sometimes if a judge give a limiting instruction to only consider certain evidence for certain counts, it's hard for a jury, of human bodies, to do so. Okay. It says because the government's evidence in connection with charges related to Jane was significantly stronger than those connected to Nia and Pauline, the district court erred when it refused to sever the non-Jane inducement counts from the rest of the indictment. This court should vacate defendant's convictions for violation of 18 U.S.C. Section 2422B as to Nia and Pauline and remand for a new trial on those counts alone. This court reviews a district court's decision to deny a motion to sever the counts of an indictment for abuse of discretion. Federal Rules of Criminal Procedure 8 allows for joinder of counts where offenses are of the same or similar character or are based on the same act or transaction or are connected with or wait a minute, or connected with or constitute parts of a common scheme or plan. However, Rule 14, relief of prejudicial joinder, provides for severance in cases of substantial prejudice. A. Rule 14 states a relief if joinder of offenses or defendants in a indictment and information or a consolidation for trial appears to prejudice a defendant or the government, the court may order separate trials of counts, sever the defendants, trials, or provide any other relief that justice requires. Courts have recognized that substantial prejudice results from joining charges that are supported by relatively strong evidence with charges supported by much weaker evidence. You got a case on here where excuse me, Fourth Circuit in 1976, where different in the strength of two cases was great, we cannot presume that the jury adhered to limiting instructions and properly segregated the evidence into separate intellectual boxes. Okay, that's just what I just said. All right. It says Ninth Circuit in 1975, reversing trial court's determination that severance was not where there was strong evidence of one robbery and weak evidence of another. Case law. All right. It says DC. Well, let's go here. It says, in this case, the child pornography counts 1 through 3 of the indictment were supported by video recorded evidence. Video recorded evidence reflecting the prohibited sexual contact with Jane is dramatically stronger evidence than the 25-year-old testimonial evidence of Nia and Pauline. Indeed, as to Pauline, the question of when her sexual relationship with defendant commenced was a hotly contested issue. Pauline testified that she began having sexual relations with the defendant when she was under 17 years of age. She had previously denied any sexual relations with the defendant as a minor, including under oath, and only reported a sexual relationship with the defendant as a minor in 2019. Pauline was Pauline also testified on direct examination that she recalled drinking a liquor known as Hypnotic with the defendant during the period of time when she was a minor and engaged in sexual activity with them. But defendant presented evidence that Hypnotic was not available to the market until Pauline was 17 years of age, belying her claim that she began sexual activity with the defendant when she was underage. Notably, there was no video evidence that reflected Pauline's sexual activities with the defendant, and she claimed to never have seen any such evidence. The point here is that the evidence related to Pauline and Nia should turn almost entirely on a 25-year-old testimony, largely uncorroborated, rather than video evidence of sexually explicit conduct with minor. There can be little question that the jury's assessment of the evidence as to Nia and Pauline were greatly influenced by the child pornography evidence as to Jane. Defendant had a little chance in persuading a jury that defendant failed to meet its burden in connection with charges and related to Nia and Pauline, when any doubt that the jury may have harbored would have been pushed aside in light of the dramatically stronger evidence on the counts related to Jane. So meaning said if a jury was, had any doubt, had any window for any reasonable doubt, that window was shut because there was stronger evidence presented in the same trial but not really. I don't know if there's a limited instruction was given or not, but it was presented in the same trial for all the counts for the jury to see, and for that jury could have judged all that evidence for all of the charges, the counts, for that one man. So that's what she's saying. Hold on. I must have hit the damn button. Hold on. Okay. Similarly, substantial prejudice can result where a defendant has important testimony to give on one case and a strong need to refrain from testifying on the other. Okay. And we went over that a long time ago. And I was talking about Crawford and the confrontation clause and all of that. And I was talking about in this particular case, when you do have co-defendants, sometimes when it comes to when you got different charges and stuff like that, the defendant may want to testify, and then for some things and on other things they may not want to testify. Okay. And then that's, as it broken down in by the counts. So hold on. You understand what I'm saying? So if it was severed, he could safely testify to whatever count or whatever. And then if he don't want to testify for the other counts, he wouldn't have to testify if it was separate. Okay? If he didn't want to testify. But I'm not saying like in one case. Remember I told you, but when it's one case, the defendant can't plead the fifth on certain charges and answer the questions on the other ones. Okay, you got to either plead the fifth to all or answer all the questions if you get your ass up there and take that stand in a case. All right. The Seventh Circuit of 1990 in Baker, the D.C. Circuit observed prejudice may develop when an accused wishes to testify on one but not the other of two joint offenses, which are clearly distinct in time, place, and evidence. His decision whether to testify will reflect a balancing of several factors with respect to each count: the evidence against him, the availability of defense evidence other than his testimony, the plausibility and substantiality of his testimony, and possible effects of demeanor, impeachment, and cross examination. But if two charges are joined for trial, it is not possible for him to weigh these factors separately as to each count. If he testifies on one count, he runs the risk that any adverse effects will influence the jury's consideration of the other count. Thus, he bears the risk on both counts, although only he may benefit on only one. Moreover, a defendant's silence on one count would be damaging in the face of his expressed denial of the other count. Thus, he may be coerced into testifying on the one upon his upon which he wished to remain silent. It is not necessary to decide whether this invades his constitutional right to remain silent, since we think it constitutes prejudice within the meaning of Rule 14. Baker versus United States 401. It says second at 1022, recognizing that sometimes circumstances can coerce a defendant into testifying on a count upon which he wishes to remain silent. So you get your ass up there. You either, if you wish to remain silent, you should have stayed your ass in the chair and stayed silent. If you wish to remain silent, then you should remain silent. But some kind of, okay, I take it back. If you wish to remain silent, you may feel coerced or pressured to testify. And they're going another layer to say you shouldn't even be put in that type of predicament, right? Somehow that's unconstitutional. That's a violation of your rights. Which I always thought, if you feel like, I always feel like you shouldn't. I don't see a way that you can be pressured to feel like you got to testify or whatever. I've seen it, but I just don't. Me being a strong believer in whatever I believe in, if I feel like testifying is gonna fuck me over, I'm definitely not doing it. Just like I'm definitely not going to commit to committing a crime. Like, that's just me. But it has been done. We see it all the time. People get pressure or feel pressure. And sometimes they don't know, hey, if you don't promise somebody that you're going to get up there and testify, whatever, yeah, you get your ass up there and just plead the fifth. And if there is some bullshit later with your attorney, I mean, this is just a little trick. If there's some bullshit with your attorney, and whatever, they feel like you taint the case because you said you was gonna testify, just whatever, bring that shit up. And when you get rid of their ass, bring that shit up in a post conviction motion, or even further, tell them what happened. That's just a little trick. So, well, in light of the foregoing, the district court erred when it denied defendant's motion to sever the inducement counts related to Nia and Pauline. As the defendant set out in his motion to sever, he had important testimony to give in connection with the inducement counts related to Nia and Pauline, but had no choice to forego giving that testimony in order to maintain his rights against self-incrimination in connection with other counts in the indictment. Now, y'all know I get all tongue twisted, whatever, when I get excited, when I read something that I'm eager to talk about. So, they're saying that the defendant had an opportunity, had important testimony to give in connection with the inducement counts related to Nia and Pauline. Now, I mean, I ain't saying whether that's true or not. Do y'all believe that? And what would have been a testimony? But they said, but it had no choice to forego giving that testimony in order to maintain his right against self-incrimination. Because I told you, you get your ass up there, it's either all or none if you're the defendant. So she's saying he had to forego his right to remain silent on the other count. He wanted to talk about on the inducement count, but he won't say shit on the other count. And she's saying because the judge didn't sever it, it put him in a bad, he had to make some decisions, right? Now, with this particular argument, and it's been argued before, forgot what the judge's decision was, but we can go back and look at some point. But would they chalk it up to, okay, well, that's just your defense team strategy, how you would have moved or whatever, we're not gonna, we won't make a decision based on your team strategy, because if you not being able to testify fuck something up, then you should have had strategy number 2 in place, right? So I don't know if they will reverse this based on the decisions of your defense team. All right, so let me write this down because we got to go see. Damn, we got to go check on. Got to pull paperwork. Damn, I'm so tired of fucking with y'all. Y'all always make me do extra damn work for free. How long? I don't do all this work to get paid for it. Where's my pen? Okay. Decision. I hope he made an explanation. It was something else we wanted to look at. I'm getting to reading, Karen. I just need to write this down. Decision on severance and something about that. Something about that statute of limitations. I forgot what it is. Okay. Indeed, this precisely the scenario that justifies severance because the defendant would have been coerced into testifying on account upon which he wished to remain silent in order to give testimony concerning counts 10 to 12. Joinder of the counts related to Jane and the counts related to Nia and Pauline served to prejudice the defendant. Now, this is another example when I say that they're not talking to y'all, okay? Because y'all, or most of y'all didn't know, if it's a defendant that's testifying, you got to either take the fifth one all or answer, all the questions, right? That's not plainly stated there, but I know this. And I know what she meant by it would have prejudiced her client. All she had to do is say because the evidence was substantially stronger than, in that one particular charge. That's all she said, and that's all she had to say. And I know that she's saying that because that evidence is stronger when presented, it could have prejudiced her client, when the jury made its decision. Now I said all of that before I even read all of that, before I even started reading, in detail. That's what I mean. It's not being condescending or say y'all, don't know what the fuck it is y'all talking about, whatever. It's just to say they're not talking to you. All right? Because if they did, all right, if you were in school, then all of that would be there. Especially when you start coming up with strategies and stuff like that, and you have a fun teacher that likes to, entertain all kinds of stuff, especially when it comes to strategy, right? So it says, joinder of the counts related to Jane and the results. I'm sorry, joinder of the counts related to Jane and the counts related to Nia and Pauline served to prejudice the defendant. Severance was particularly justified here, where the inducement counts were only similar to the child pornography counts as to Jane, in that they both involved sexually explicit conduct with minors. Seventh Circuit of 1994 overruled on the grounds the inducement counts related to Nia and Pauline are of a similar character to the counts involving Jane, but they involve different minors, different acts, and largely different evidence. But because of the similar nature of the counts involving Jane, the risk of prejudice was acute, because the jury concluded that defendant was guilty of the child pornography for which there was significantly stronger evidence. It likely did not bother to consider whether the government satisfied its burden in connection with the inducement counts related to Nia and Pauline. The district court should have severed the inducement counts from the child pornography counts to afford the defendant a fair shot at defending those claims which turned on 25-year testimony that defendant sought to challenge. Number 3, defendant's 240-month above guideline sentence was both procedurally and substantively improper. This is what I'm interested in reading. It says defendant was sentenced to a 200. Hold on, let me check how long we got to go. So I'm be courteous. See, Karen, it was not that long. See that? Karen. Karen. See that? So it's stopping at page 34. Karen. Egg in the face, Karen. You are a Karen. All right. Defendant was served a 240-month imprisonment, a sentence that was significantly above the applicable guideline range, calculated at 135 to 168 months. After correctly calculating the guideline range, the district court sentenced defendant to a sentence that was 4 offense levels above the applicable guideline range. The district court stated basis for applying a significant upward variance was ambiguous and unjustified in any event. Indeed, the district court's sentence appeared to be motivated by acquitted conduct and consideration of the current federal sentencing guidelines, which generally reflect greater punishment in child exploitation cases, but which were not applicable to the defendant 1990's conduct. Accordingly, this court should vacate the defendant's sentence and remand for resentencing with directions that the district court sentence the defendant to guideline sentence or expressly identify the basis upon which an above guideline sentence was appropriate. So here, it's not a new trial or anything like that. It's resentencing. It's remanding it back to the lower court to resentence him based on the guidelines that she, say that is applicable and that it was the correct one. All right. So a reviewing court reviews de novo, meaning I said like it was never reviewed before, like the lower court had never heard it. Okay. She's not it's not like a relitigation or anything like that. They just reviewing what she put in as if it had never been reviewed before. Okay, a reviewing court reviews the novel procedural challenge to a defendant's challenge and the substantive reasonableness of the sentence for abuse of its discretion. Okay. I got stuff in my mouth. Wait a minute. 1 minute. Let me chew this real quick. Okay. A district court should begin all sentencing proceedings by correctly calculating the applicable guideline range, which should be the starting point and the initial benchmark. After a proper calculation, a sentencing judge considers the 7 factors set forth in 18 U.S.C. Section 3553A, the nature and circumstances of the offense, and the history and characteristics of the defendant. The 4 legitimate purposes of sentencing as set forth below, the kinds of sentences available, the applicable guideline range itself, and relevant policy statement by the Sentencing Commission. The need to avoid unwarranted sentence disparities amongst defendants, and the need to provide restitution to any victims. Okay. The statute directs judges to impose a sentence sufficient but not greater than necessary to comply with the purposes of sentencing. Defendant largely agrees with the district court's sentencing analysis, but objects to the court's above guidelines sentence that appears to have been based on acquitted conduct and current sentencing guidelines rather than the applicable guidelines, although court was not entirely clear on his basis for imposing an above guideline sentence. The district court concluded that the applicable combined offense level was 32, which resulted in a guideline range of between 135 and 168 months imprisonment under the 1997 federal sentencing guidelines. However, when imposing a 240-month sentence, instead vaguely suggesting a basis for an upward variance, the court stated, so anyway, as far if I was going to sentence Mr. I would probably have, considering all of the factors I have outlined before, I would have probably had a variance upward from the top end of the guidelines, which was 168. Again, I think there was some evidence, justification for the obstruction, and some because of the increase in the current guidelines, so that in all probability, if I was sentenced, I guess he meant if I was to sentence Mr. Kelly as a result of, I would probably give him a sentence in the neighborhood of 240 months. So I will. It seems to me that under all the facts and circumstances, that is a valid sentence, the 240 months. This court has acknowledged that because the guidelines are advisory. Remember, I told y'all that the guidelines now is only served as a, as an advisory, right? As a guideline, nothing that should be mandatory. District judges have discretion to sentence a defendant outside of the calculated guideline range. This holding is consistent with Section 5K 2.0, and that's the 5K letter. Second version. It says of the 1997 federal sentencing guideline, which observed that the sentencing court may impose a sentence outside the range established by the applicable guideline if the court finds that there exists an aggravating or mitigating circumstance of a kind. You remember, aggravating is why you should get a harsher sentence. Mitigating means there were some factors that mitigate the your sentence to make it lower, right? So if the court finds that there exists an aggravating or mitigating circumstance of a kind or to a degree not adequately taken into consideration by the sentencing commission in formulating the guidelines, that should result in a sentence from that described. However, when sentencing court does impose a sentence that varies from the applicable guideline range, it must consider the extent of the deviation and ensure that the justification is sufficiently compelling to support the degree of variance. The Seventh Circuit in 2010, the judge's explanation of the deviation must articulate and justify the magnitude of the variance. It says Seventh Circuit of 2013, it follows that more significant justification is necessary for more substantial departures. In Seventh Circuit of 2012, failing to adequately explain a chosen sentence, including an explanation for deviation from the guideline range, is a procedural error. In this case, the district court 240-month sentence is both procedurally and substantively improper. As the record reflects, the district court failed to clearly articulate on what basis he sentenced the defendant to a term of imprisonment that exceeded the maximum guideline sentence by a whopping 72 months. The district court hinted at the grounds for its above guidelines sentence, where it's vaguely referenced obstruction and and current guidelines, but the record is far from clear. Moreover, the grounds that the district court referenced as his basis for a 20-year sentence appears to be based on, at least in part, on the court's view that the defendants obstructed justice, presumably in connection with the conduct related to his state court conviction for which he was acquitted. While obstruction might permit an enhancement of the offense level, the obstruction enhancement relates to obstruction in the instant offense, not for an obstruction charge for which defendant was acquitted. USSG section 3C1.1, and that's that sentencing guidelines little manual. I forgot what's exactly the actual wording, but it says, I think it's United States Sentencing Guidelines. I think that's what the wording is. My bad, me goofy. It said there was no claim by any party that defendant attempted in any way to obstruct this prosecution. Defendant recognizes that court and the United States Supreme Court has held that acquitted conduct may be considered by a sentencing court so as long as that the conduct has been proven by preponderance of the evidence. Okay, which is what I put up in red, right? Then you have, it's DC Circuit 2018, Millett J. concurring. It says condemning the use of acquitted conduct as a basis for increasing the length of imprisonment. Then you have the 8th Circuit in 2008, Bright J. concurring. It says opining that the use of acquitted conduct in sentencing violates the due process clause of the Fifth Amendment and undermines the principles of fair notice. Okay? It says, in this case, however, the district court merely hinted at its right to make such a finding. The district court never expressly and unambiguously found that by a preponderance of the evidence standard, defendant had obstructed his 2008 prosecution and the government charged in its indictment, nor did it identify what facts it credited in making the finding that defendant obstructed justice by the lower standard. Indeed, the district court made no mention of any conduct on the part of the defendant that would have allowed it to conclude that defendant obstructed his 2008 criminal prosecution by the lower court standard of proof. Rather, the district court mentioned that defendant's minions had started a rather Keystone Cop kind of operation to get his tapes back, but this conduct, even if created under a lower standard of proof, was not evidence of obstructing. And the standards of proof was by preponderance and all of that, right? Hold on. Where we at? Okay, but it was already. But the conduct, even if credited under a lower standard of proof, was not evidence of obstructing defendant's 2008 state court prosecution based on a tape that was already in the state's possession. The district court seemed to be referencing evidence related to conspiracy to receive child pornography, of which the defendant were also acquitted, not the obstruction of justice charge. The record is simply unclear as it relates to what facts the district courts relied on when concluding that an upward variance based on obstruction was justified. assuming that acquitted conduct may be used to justify an upward variance without violating the due process clause, as this court has held, a sentencing court must at minimum make sure such a finding and explain how it reached the conclusion that the defendant had committed the acquitted conduct by the lower standard of proof. The district court judge failed to do so here. Even more problematic, the district court violated the ex post facto clause when it sentenced defendant to an above guideline sentence simply because the current sentencing guideline generally calls for higher offenses levels than did the applicable 1997 sentencing guidelines. It says Pew versus United States. It says the United States Supreme Court has held that it is an ex post facto violation when a defendant is sentenced under guidelines promulgated after he committed his criminal acts, and the new version provides a higher applicable guideline sentencing range than the version in place at the time of the offense. Okay. It is true that this court has held that a district court as sentencing one may interpret the commission's later addition of an aggravating element as a sentencing factor as evidence that a previous version of the guidelines did not adequately consider that factor in the sentencing scheme, and two, may also consider later amendments for determining how much of a departure is warranted for the aggravated conduct in question. Oh, okay, wait a minute. So I might not even have to go and dig through all that shit because man, interpret commission's later addition of every element. Okay, so she's saying what the judge can do. So I might not have to go and deal with seeing if the judge can consider acquitted conduct. Okay, but she got a however. However, code does not stand for the proposition that the district court may upwardly depart from the applicable sentencing range by merely pointing that had the defendant committed his crimes today, his offense level would be greater. So remember I read that part to you guys that it needed to be a more well-defined explanation as to why he I guess use the acquitted conduct or a more expanded explanation. And what she listed, he said, I don't think that qualifies as an expanded explanation. So I don't know. But see, you got to and here's the thing, right? And I'm not saying that this would be overturned or whatever. But remember, I was getting on him about those little short rulings and just how he responded to shit. That shit could backfire on his ass. He should have listened to me because we get it right over here. Now J-Bo called him to it. Motherfucker, you should have wrote more and told me whatever. So, and I want y'all to know something, right? Even though the losing team of Levi and whoever he contracts with, whoever he be, calling out to concur with his bald-headed ass. The little tricks and stuff, the little words he be trying to center on to try to get me and all this him. As you see, attorneys do the same thing. They really do. I don't like fooling with shit like that. But, because I don't have to worry about saving nobody's motherfucking life. But she is, and although it seems like something simple to lay out in a rule, in anything like that or whatever, in a law, anything like that, it's still something that you can gravitate to and use. So something as simple as he didn't give a detailed explanation as to why or whatever he went outside the guidelines and sentencing him based on the upward variance. That's still part of the rules and regulations and the law and whatever. Okay. Levi just be centering on the wrong shit. And I'm like, what? But just like in rule 403, it's you can't present evidence that wastes time. That's just a repetition of what someone has already testified to, so on and so forth. That's in that rule. That sounds, like, well, damn, why putting that don't waste time, waste the jury's time or whatever. Well, it's in there, so you can center upon it and make your argument, right? Because you can use that. So it says, unlike Cole, the district court here did not identify any recent amendment or specific aggravating element codified in the current guidelines, but not in the 1907 guidelines, that justified a significant upward variance. Further, the district court did not identify any aggravating elements that were omitted as a sentence factor in the applicable 1994 guidelines, but exist in the recent iterations of the guidelines. Rather, the court simply observed that the offenses for which the defendant was convicted now carry a higher base offense level than they did in 1994. Imposing an above guidelines range for no reason other than the current guidelines are generally more punitive is a textbook ex post facto violation. And she's saying that's a plain violation, a textbook ex post facto violation, meaning it's in our books. You should know better, Judge. Anyway, in sum, defendant's 240-month above guideline sentence was procedurally improper when the district court failed to identify the rules on which he was imposing a 72-month higher than the maximum guideline sentence, meaning procedurally improper, meaning he did not rule by the procedures. Okay? It wasn't correctly done. The law wasn't applied correctly. All right? And then it says, to the extent the district court relied on acquitted conduct to justify that upward variance, it failed to state unambiguously that it had found that the defendant committed certain unacquitted conduct by a preponderance of the evidence. Furthermore, defendant's sentence runs afoul of ex post facto clause where the court justified its upward departure sentence because defendant would be punished more harshly today for the same conduct than what the 1997 guidelines demand. Now she bringing ex post facto in this here too, because where the court justified the upward variance of the sentence because the defendant would be punished more harshly today. Okay, hold on. So let me write that down. Is that an ex post facto violation? Hold on. Let me write that down. Harsher. And what I'm looking for is, can you get a harsher sentence if ex post facto applied, right? Harsher sentence than what was already on the table. Okay. And what else? To the extent justified. Furthermore, defendant's sentence run afoul of ex post facto clause where the court justified its upward departure sentence because the defendant would be punished more harshly today for the same conduct than what the 1997 guidelines demand? So that must be is the question she's asking. Would it be a harsher sentence? And if that's the case, I mean, does that violate the post facto clause? Because if she's saying it does that, then she's saying that um that isn't supposed to happen when ex post facto is applied. Okay. So it says, accordingly, defendant's sentence must be vacated and the matter remanded for a new sentencing hearing where the defendant is sentenced to a guideline sentence or where the court specifically identifies a basis for upwardly departing by 4 offenses. Conclusion: for the foregoing reasons, defendant conviction must be reversed. Alternatively, defendant's convictions as to count 10 through 12 must be vacated and remanded for a new trial. Lastly, defendant is entitled to a new sentencing hearing. See that, Jennifer? And I am done. Don't play with me. You know I done read my ass off. Hold on. Before. Longer than that. Y'all remember that goddamn mitigation read. I'm like, oh my God. As led into additional evidence. Okay. Y'all can start hitting the link if y'all want to. So, take this down. And I can start looking for answers to some of my damn questions, right? I can start looking answers to some of my damn questions. Oh, I don't know what Levi at, honey, because this ain't Wednesday. He should be somewhere, he ain't out buying a little Detroit ass on the west side. Hey, anybody, and I know I've been meaning to ask y'all this question, but I don't know. So I don't know if anybody lives in Memphis or whatever. Do y'all know Memphis only have 3 sides or whatever? Like we have north, south, east, and west. They missing one side, child. I want to know what side it is. I guess I could Google that. And why is it missing? It ain't opposite or nothing. Is it shaped in a triangle or whatever? Like what the fuck? Oh, we got the killer up first. He want to kill everybody, so he'll have the answer.
Man, you all
Killer.
reading ass motherfucker, boy. You trying to get Adams to run for his money.
Nah, but ain't nobody can be Adams. Adams done read the transcripts, the motion, the every goddamn. I let the motions to them, baby, because y'all had people playing parts and y'all
Shit, you playing all the parts though. Shit. Adams have about people helping him. You said fuck it, I'm a one man band.
Man, nah, them people be changing the directions and they voice on y'all. They got it when it come to reading. Yeah, I just want to do
You
the
on the
breakdown.
seals though? You on the seals?
I'm gonna see. Oh, well, thank you, killer, thank you. Now,
Um, it was a motion because they touched on this statute of limitation before.
right,
In the motion, and I can't. It was so long ago. I think the problem is every state is fucking different. Like still to this day, all states haven't eliminated statute of limitations for sex crimes against minors to this day.
is it all
Majority,
states?
all states haven't. The
All
majority
right,
have,
right. Okay, I thought so.
but to this day, all states haven't eliminated it. So I think that's the issue because it's like different. But I believe for Illinois, when it came to and I'm just trying to go off memory from this motion, their response. When it go towards sex crimes against minors, that happened prior to 2017 amendment. It had to be 20 years after she turned 18, after they turned 18, for them to report it, which would put her at 38, I believe.
Oh wow.
It
Okay.
was like they said something about a look back window or some shit like that. Um, but yeah, it was an emotion. They talked about this before.
Well, I know they talked about the statute of limitations or whatever, but I didn't know what, what was the response. Oh wait a minute, did they do it in the post conviction motion?
This is
Did she do
pre-trial
it
motion.
that?
This pre-trial motion.
Right, but I'm just saying, did she hit it in the post
Oh,
conviction?
you know what? I never read her post-conviction motion for Illinois, so I don't know.
Go back and I can go back and pull it up. I'm gonna
But
pull
I
it
know
up.
for a fact that this is a pre-trial motion, and then the sentencing. I mean, I believe the judge was very lenient. In essence, he only got 1 year. That's not. I mean, I feel like she don't have nothing to lose because it's been run concurrently with New York, so she really don't have nothing to lose. But in essence, he only got 1 year. He gave him the minimum sentence possible, which is 20 years. That was the minimum, and he ran 19 of those 20 concurrent and 1 year consecutive.
But
That's
go ahead.
that was, and he said normally he would rule way harsher than that. He said,
Right.
he said and I didn't understand this, but he said pre-pandemic, he would rule a more harsher sentence. I didn't understand what pre-pandemic got to do with anything.
He crazy. He is old and crazy, just saying crazy shit.
I mean, the only thing I can think of is, with the pandemic at the time, in the middle of the pandemic, they wasn't trying to keep a lot of people in jail. I don't know. That's the only thing I can make sense of is the amount of people in jail during the pandemic.
Right.
But I didn't understand what pre-pandemic had to do with anything.
But suppose his now what would you think about suppose his lack to lack of explaining his rulings in more detail backfire on his ass. What do you think? Like, and that shit be like,
I honestly believe, yeah, you're right. You're right. Me personally, I think he should have fucking retired fucking 15 years ago. Uh, uh, he he was in there damn near. I don't know. I don't think he should have been the judge of that case. Uh, I think that case was a lot weaker, even though they had those tapes. I believe it was a lot weaker than New York. The government was more prepared in New York. Uh, so Bojane have a good chance of finding loopholes, a better chance, put it that way, of finding loopholes in the Illinois case as opposed to the New York, in my opinion.
I think they were just too cocky to just for me, They
I think
you know
they felt like they got this in the bag, and then you got you had me.
yeah. You
I
ain't doing
believe
your
they thought
work.
that
You
McDavid and
never
them was going to go in
feel
there and fucking throw each other under the
like
bus.
I can't hear you. Go back. I can use off.
Oh, I was listening. I was listening to you, but no, you're right. I believe that they thought they had this in the bag. I think they believed that McDavid or his co-defendants was going to be throwing each other under the bus. They weren't prepared for McDavid and his strategy, which was
Mm-hmm.
brilliant. He blamed everything on dead people.
Yeah.
They weren't prepared for that shit,
Yeah. Yeah.
and
Exactly.
they didn't share they didn't share their defense strategy with Bojang either. So she didn't know what the fuck was going on. But when it happened, she was like, all right, I'm gonna ride with y'all,
We ride,
but
we
dump
ride.
y'all shit,
Mm-hmm.
and it
But
worked out.
yeah, that was because they probably prosecutors probably sitting over there saying, yeah, they're gonna
We got
throw
this nigga.
his
They
ass
finna
under the bus.
they finna be like we finna sit back and eat popcorn. They finna throw each other under the bus. We got their ass, and they came and they blamed everything on dead people. So it's like, fuck, where did this come from?
Mm-hmm.
And then who else
Well,
they blame? They
yeah,
blame,
that's why
huh?
I know I said, when I said it, well, they blaming dead people and
And
people
they
that couldn't
blame Aaliyah's uncle. So they tried to go get Aaliyah's uncle, and the judge was like, shit, nigga, if he ain't here now, then he ain't coming up here. Fuck y'all.
Yeah,
So
they want to
yeah,
go get people. And that's what
it was
they
too
ass
late.
get. You know what I'm
It
saying?
was
That's
too
what
late
they ass.
then. They like, "Hey, if he ain't here now, he ain't coming. You should have been ready."
Right. And I'm like, yeah, that's what your ass get. You don't get cocky. Like, who does that? You don't get
The
your.
severance, the severance. They now they didn't put an argument in. It wasn't. This is the first time I'm seeing a severance with the victims. They did try to do a severance with the co-defendants, and it got denied. Um,
You don't remember one with the the accusers? I thought I heard one.
I don't
I,
remember that. I remember the co-defendants. They wanted to do a severance. I don't remember the victims. But if the co-defendants got denied, I believe the victims definitely would get denied because with those particular ones, they all knew each other. They all had sex with each other, and they all can corroborate each other's story. So if it was a severance, it would make the government job harder and Bojang make hers easier. So I mean, I understand why she want to do it, but they also need them to cooperate as well because they all had threesomes. They all knew each other. They all crossed paths. She said she saw her in the room naked, and then they began to engage. So how can you sever that?
well, it don't. It's not real. I see how you're thinking about it, but like that, but it doesn't really work like that, right? It has something to do with the evidence, okay? And no testimony is evidence. So even if it was separate trials, all they would do would, if they're cooperating, if the trials were separated, if they cooperate in each other's trial, and all they do is simply testify in that person's trial with regards to
Okay.
that accuser, but it would be,
So what difference
just
would it
based
make?
on the
Yeah.
evidence.
So it's the evidence. I see what you're saying. So
It's the evidence.
let's say they did them different, right? And so are you saying that they looking at Rashana's evidence with the tape to place a guilty verdict on the other victims?
What they're saying is they could possibly use all the evidence in the case
Mm.
to adjudicate him guilty instead of using the evidence that has something to do with his charges. See, tapes and shit didn't have nothing to do with his charges with, I guess, Nia
With
and
those,
Pauline.
I
Yeah,
got you. So that's what I was saying. So they saying the
yeah.
tapes that had nothing to do with that. So are
Mhm.
you saying that even is her argument is that even though those tapes didn't have nothing to do with them, it was prejudicial for those other two because they
Yeah,
can't unsee that? Okay,
yeah.
that's what I was trying to see.
They were
But
saying that
everybody,
even
but we also had other people that they found not guilty as well. So if that's the case, everybody should have been found. Uh, he should have been found guilty on all charges. The one with the remember the lady with she said she went to some expo and met him. They didn't find her. They didn't charge him with that. So if
right.
that's the case,
And
they would have charged her too.
hold on. And that is a very good um response to that because based on what she wrote far as her severance
Based on what she
argument.
wrote,
What you
everybody
just
should have been
said,
found.
hold on, what you just said is a damn good prosecution response. That's a damn good prosecution response. Well, if that's the case, because if she's talking about the human element of the jury, you just spoke about the human element of the jury. So that's a good response. You should write them and tell them to use it. It's a good
You know
response.
what? I'm just gonna respond to it myself.
Oh, okay, okay. You gonna put and we gonna see your shit and have a paste
Nah,
on that damn docket number, such as I'm
right,
like, oh no,
right.
oh no.
Don't say Killer Keller.
Yeah, Killer Keller said, I'm like, oh no.
Killer Keller said, "God damn it, it didn't work for old girl."
Right. And I'll be like, Karen J, put up the damn sign say our channel by James Harris. Get his picture real quick. Put it up there. So we can get on we can hang we can close this down. Oh no, they're coming for us. Yeah, but that is a damn good response because she's talking about, like the human element of the jury, and then by there was different there were not only different charges, but with different charges with different people.
So she
Then,
brought up.
yeah,
She also brought up the Alizé. She said that could have I mean, not the Alizé, the hypnotic, right? She said it didn't come out until whatever date. So what I believe, and she's correct. What I believe is they got that confused with Alizé, the blue Alizé, because they look damn near identical. The bottles look identical, and they
mm-hmm.
taste identical. So it's a possibility she could have got that Alizé mixed up with hypnotic. Have you ever had Alizé before?
I think. Wait a minute.
The Thug Pass, you never had Thug Pass?
Yeah, I had Thug Passion before. Yeah, a long time ago. Yeah,
Have you ever had Hypnotic before?
I don't think so.
Okay, so the people who
Yeah,
have, I'm
no,
pretty
is
sure
that the blue one? Is that the blue? I had
it's
Incredible
different.
Hulk.
It's
Whatever
different.
they
It's
made.
different Alizés. It's different color Alizés, but the
I'm
Hypnotic
talking
is
about
blue.
hypnotic though. Okay,
Yeah,
so
that's
I
blue.
had whatever you use to make Incredible Hulk. That's what I had.
Right, right, right. So the people who have had the blue Alizé before and Hypnotic will confirm that the bottles look damn near identical and it tastes identical. So it's a
Mm.
possibility she could have got those two confused.
Oh, okay. But that would have been the girl that took the stand because
Right,
Jaco's recounting whatever was said on the stand.
right. Which that kind of null and void that because they already met each other. She already admitted. She's saying that okay, this you have to be older because the I guess he's trying to use that to age her.
Yeah.
But that wouldn't work because she met fucking Rashana when she was underage, and Rashana admitted that she met her, and she admitted she met Rashana. So I don't know, how you gotta look at everything. You're gonna take that one portion out. That don't eliminate all the other shit.
Right. Now, if they weren't because they're not relitigating the case, what she used, she said that the alligator, Alice, that she was just using this to add some love to her.
Only reason I can think of that she used that for is to age her.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. No, I know that. I was just thinking about something else. So let me say
Okay.
this. Remember, you was talking about whether or not she would challenge the tapes or whatever. So
Right.
in here, she could have. You can't challenge like
Authenticity.
you tapes and they went to. You can challenge on the grounds of it. The evidence being insufficient. That so she couldn't go that route because you know uh, allegedly they are watching R. Kelly with whomever on the tape. They're watching that with whoever girl, whatever age she is.
Slippery
Even if
slope.
she's a girl, even if she's
Yeah.
an adult. See what I'm saying? What I'm saying is, whether she's a minor at this point, but the argument I'm making right now, They are reviewing R. Kelly on tape with some girl that says it was her, and the age is in this particular argument I'm making, the age is like another second or third step, so you can't really argue insufficiency right there because somebody's claiming to be on the tape with her. You know what I'm saying? It's with him
What?
and that person.
What?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, I got you. So you got
Mm-hmm.
Rashawna saying that, yeah, this was me and this was her, me and him. So yeah,
So it's kind of hard to make a sufficiency challenge. You know what I'm saying?
right. She's pretty much authenticating that. God damn it,
Right.
this me in there.
Right.
Whether y'all
So
want to believe it's him or not, it's definitely me.
right. Exactly. So the sufficiency of evidence charges, evidence argument kind of goes out the
And,
window with that.
and that's why they passed eliminated the statute of limitation because they realized this is a prime example. Because '08 was a lot of cover up involved for her sex crimes, and he was found not guilty. So they realized that when it comes to this, there's a lot of cover up involved. Or it's times where not only that, it's times where people don't admit to it right away. Take time. Everybody healed at different times. So to hold that against them was problematic. And they just removed statute of limitation. Well, at least for Illinois, I don't know about other states. They just removed statute of limitation for adults now.
So what you mean? Talking about
For sex crimes
like,
against adults, they
oh,
just moved statute of limitations for that. Not only minors, now adults too.
oh wow. So hold on. Patching your relationship with him so that drink could come out later at the time. Those ladies are not getting any
But
money.
with that time, the amount of time that he got, I don't see what is that changing. Only way, okay, I take that back. The only way that it matters if New York time is somehow reduced or eliminated. But as long as New York is there, what is that changing?
Or if New York is is reversed completely.
If
And you
it's
got
reversed, it's the only thing I can see. If it's reversed, if New York is reversed.
well, a good attorney as such as she would cover the time. I mean, would cover that sentence because you don't know what happened down the road, and
Yeah.
then and this is her shot to tackle the appeal. She got to tackle what she can tackle.
If denied both appeals, do you think she'll withdraw? Get somebody another attorney a shot to finish? Or you think she'll stay on it?
I think she'll stay on it because I believe, now I may be wrong, unless somebody run off. Like,
Well,
yeah, because these
that's
motherfuckers
highly
will run.
possible.
Yeah, that's what I'm talking about. These motherfuckers will run you off.
That's highly possible.
Unless somebody runs her off, I think she'll stick because this is her area of expertise, and this is nothing
Right.
for her and her.
Well, she was on Keith Raniere appeal. She withdrew right after it was denied, and I don't get it. Like with his appeal, like even his case, everything moved so quick compared to this, and they got similar charges, but everything moved quick as hell. This shit seemed like it's just dragging.
Right. Mm,
But she withdrew after his appeal was denied.
I don't know. Why you sitting up here talking to me? Let me look up this. Can you get a harsher sentence for ex post facto? Because I am, I don't know about this.
Harsher
It's,
sentence, like it's so lenient. Like
no. I'm talking about the point she's making. Let me see.
she's saying that he got a harsher sentence now.
Uh-uh. No, yeah,
Okay.
she said based on the guidelines, he got a harsher sentence.
What you looking at? He got he got a blessing. Both cases, in my opinion, got goddamn blessing. Because similar crimes got way worse.
But if his met his minimums and maximums are where she says they're supposed to be, then his sentence could be incorrect. Even though it looks lenient, it could be even supposed to be even lower. Oh, that's what I'm needing. That's
Well,
what
the
I'm looking
minimum is 20 years for sex crimes against minors. This is the minimum. It's 20 years.
Well, what I'm saying to you, if the guidelines isn't correct, it could be different. That's what I'm saying. If they're
Uh,
not using the correct guidelines per her.
because you got to also take in consideration that he's an ex at this Illinois case. He's a felon now.
Kelly, you're not listening to what I'm saying.
I hear you. I
Even
hear
though
you.
all of that would be still in play, right? All of those, it could be if it's a different guidelines, the numbers would be different.
Okay. Well,
Even if it's low to you, it could possibly be lower if the guidelines are different.
well, I don't think they are.
Well, she's saying it is because of in the guidelines she's going by.
So it's her job to take stuff and exaggerate it. That's her job, and that's what she does.
Okay, okay. Yes and no in certain areas. She's talking about a guideline book, Joe. Lord, she's talking about a guideline book, and the
Okay.
guideline it could
Okay,
be
but it has been
numbers.
proven that she has been completely wrong in in her other stuff that she said in New York. Completely wrong.
Right, but she ain't. I don't think she's been wrong about using a guideline. You know they're gonna go look at that guideline
Yeah,
because she made
yeah.
the same
You can
argument.
look at it now. Are you able to look at it?
I'm looking at something else. Hold on, I'm trying to look at something else.
But you had a calculator or something, right?
Oh, wait a minute, wait a minute, wait a minute. I don't. I wouldn't need no calculator. I would just go to the guideline. Wait a minute.
Oh, okay.
Does not punish. Oh, yeah, she right. So they shouldn't on the ex post facto punishments on defendants are harsher than those in place when defendants committed crime. I see. I knew I was going with it. I knew I was on the right track. Okay, hold on.
Ex post facto of what though?
Hold on. Of the law.
I know which one.
3283.
Which one is that?
The sexual thing. Oh, wait a minute. That's
Oh
not.
man, I know retro. It's not retro.
It is retro.
Oh yeah, it is retro. That's my argument. It is retro.
That are harsher. Mm-hmm. In place.
Where is where is that?
Was
Oh, what you
what?
done?
Where's what?
Um, when she filed in her appeal, what court is that? What district?
Um, that's in seventh district,
What state is that?
Illinois.
Oh, it's in Illinois. Okay, I didn't know if it covered like. Never mind.
Mm-mm. So currently not imposed punishments on defense. It's harsh. Yep. So she got a point there. I knew I was on the right track.
Do you if it's not retro?
Huh?
If it's not retro,
Ex post facto means retro. Well, not just it don't not only means retro, but it has a retroactive component to it,
Right.
to
For
that
her
law.
argument, her argument is that she wanted not to be retro.
Right.
Right. So she will have a point if it's not retro. If it is retro, then it's moot.
No, she has a point because it is retro. She is stating that it shouldn't be ex post facto, therefore it shouldn't be retro.
Okay, so I
Hold
misunderstood
on,
then.
hold on. And even if it's ex post facto, then he shouldn't have received a sentence harsher than the one that he would have received at the time the
What's
charge
the minimum?
committed their offenses, huh?
What's the minimum?
I ain't put up no minimum based on what, because she has a calculation, the government has a calculation, and the judge gave whatever.
Okay, so here's what I'm saying. He got charged for several charges, right?
Right.
For one of those charges alone, just one of them alone, carry a minimum sentence of 20 years. Uh, and that's what he got. Because considering that he was found guilty on multiple charges, and he got the minimum of just one charge, I feel like it's a slap in Little Weather face. I feel if I was Little Weather, I'm like, you ungrateful motherfucker. I'm finna go and charge you. I should have charged you. Ungrateful ass.
We can't do that. But what I'm
No,
saying is,
if they get sent back. If they say that, goddamn, this is this is charged incorrectly and it gets sent back to him, you can definitely do that.
no, if he has an appeal for resentencing, which she was smart enough to put that in, then he can't not be sentenced no higher than what he got sentenced. Now, if he didn't have that in place, and he was just this was an appeal based on some other errors, then yeah, if you at the result of a new trial, then he may get sentenced higher.
What she's asking for? She asking for acquittal or a new trial?
She's asking for all of it and a resentencing. I believe. I'm pretty sure acquittal, a new trial, and a resentencing. Yeah.
Okay, well, I think that we since, in my opinion, I believe that he definitely in Illinois came out on top on this sentencing. I mean, I'm not going to really get into that. That's just my opinion, and I feel like it's been ungrateful. It's going to be a whole lot worse because we have seen already with similar crimes 10 times worse.
But you're not understanding her argument.
I understand her argument. I understand that what it could have been.
Yeah, but she also said it could have been, if you use a different guideline, it could have been lower than what went and what he used. See, they're not sitting there. I think y'all may be under the wrong impression that they're sitting there and saying, well, this charge carries this charge carries that. I'm gonna make a number of this and just let it go. With
I got
no,
you. So
yeah,
what
you
under
got
the
to consider
guideline that she wants to get resentenced? What guideline? What did she request? I thought she got what she requested. What did she request in the before what they call that before the sentencing?
sentencing submission.
What did she request?
I think she
Because
requested 18 or something like that, or whatever. 10? Was it 10?
I thought it was 20.
No, it wasn't
I thought
20.
I thought it was 20.
No, she wasn't request 20 and get 20. No, I mean, in this, I ain't saying it ain't never happened, but no, she ain't request. It was 10, 5 or 10 years. It was 5 or 10 years, something like that.
I thought it was 20 ran concurrent.
No, I think the government requested but 25.
And the government, I think, was like in the what 50 or 60 range.
No,
I could have sworn they was ran consecutively.
no.
Are you
It
sure?
wasn't yeah, it wasn't no 50 or 60 years. It was I'm pretty sure they asked for anybody out there can help me out. I don't want to look at pull up all this shit.
I mean,
Um,
I got his sentencing if you want that. Like when he sentenced him.
no, I mean you're talking about what the government wanted. What did the government ask for? It wasn't no 60 years and all of that. It was you might be confusing what he could have gotten, what each charge carried versus what they asked for. I think I know you motherfuckers out there got the information.
I'm telling you, I have this when they was in court and the judge sentenced him. I got that transcript if you want that.
Where it has on there, the government says they want this many months,
I don't
and
know. I
he
don't
says,
know.
okay, that's what I need. That part.
Yeah. All right. Well, I said my piece. I ain't finna be up here all night like I normally do. I get up in the morning, so I'll be back in the bushes.
Yes, sir. So we have settled one question I have. Um, what was his decision of the severance? Let's go back and see what did he say about severance. What did they initially say about severance? It would be real funny that if that little short matter of fact bullshit he be responding to people, I told him about doing, blow up in his face. Told you. Hold on, let me see if I can find a severance. Okay. Hold on, y'all. I'm trying to look for it. Mix wanna holler. Come on, mix wanna holler. Holler. Mix wanna holler. Holla, find me, baby. Ooh, baby. Yeah. Okay, that's motion for dismiss. Okay, let me see. She put that severance in her paperwork. Let's see if we can come up with. She put that motion to sever in her paperwork. Let's see if she give me a reference. I can go back and look and find it quicker. Okay. Miss account. Okay, we got docket 189. Thank you, Miss J-Bo. Putting the docket numbers in that file system. I'm gonna say like Sylvia be saying, I ain't gonna tell y'all nothing. Just take my information and do this, that, and the other. Sylvia, I ain't gonna tell you shit. Take my information and cuss Matt. Yeah, she gave me some what I need. Hold on, y'all. I just need to go find it. Levi's somewhere sitting back defeated. I'm defeated. She done defeated me. I know, Levi. I know. I'm so sorry this happened to you. What? That's New York. I know, Levi. Everybody goes through this with me. You is just another loser. I have to deal with, and I get it. Mm-hmm. Y'all hear me typing? Well, they said I be looking up the answers, but can y'all hear me typing now? Then you will be able to hear me look up the answers. As if your answers, hold on, as if your questions are on YouTube that I can just find them. The fuck? Cook, cook, cook. Hold on. Okay, 189. Yeah, thank you, J-Bo, for giving me the information, girl. Okay. And who wrote this? Oh, J-Bo put this in. Okay, so this will be good. Okay. Okay, so she put that in. Hold on. It's J-Bo. What the judge say? R. Kelly. So he did a hearing. Okay. Hold on. Baby, if he now remember I was complaining about his ass. And I hope you don't know in a funny way, I hope she got his ass. From that little old brief ass response to this bullshit. I hope she got him. Let me see, did he answer this stuff in the most with his sorry ass? Always combining shit, the emotions, the response to emotions and stuff. Let me see if it's in this one. His sorry ass. I hope she got him. That what your ass get. Take your ass to sleep or get off the bench. How old is he? 90 or something like that? Get your ass out of here. Oh, jello eating ass. Hold on. Okay, Jennifer, give me the answer. Where he denied you at? Okay. Oh, here we go. She gave me the answer. Thank you, Miss Jennifer. Mm-hmm. You can't do this. You can't do this. Sit back and be mad. Sit back and be mad and look ugly. You can't explain it. Ah, ah, look, be mad. Okay, so, all right, let's talk about the severance. See what he said. Okay. Let me get through. What is his? Let me get to his response. So, trying to fish out his response through this bullshit. Okay, what's your response, dude? He got it all tied in. No wonder let it hit your ass. Okay, let me see if I can get this to the answer. Okay, counts 1 through 4. Counts 1 through 4 of the indictment charged defendant Kelly with producing four videos of a minor engaged in sexually explicit conduct in violation of 18 USC. Okay, maybe I don't have to read that much. Okay, so I'll read like the parts that set up the response from the judge. Okay. Kelly argues that as a result, these counts should be time barred. So I've already read why they should be time barred in her appeal. Okay, so I don't have to go through what was put in this motion. In response, the government argues that the limitations period was extended when the statute was amended, and the extended date should apply, meaning that's where the ex post facto kicks in. Okay. So then we have, let's see, 18 USC Section 3283 was amended in 2003, extending the statute of limitations to the life of the minor. 18 USC Section 3283 2003 was amended to 2006. The statute was amended again in 2006, extending the statute of limitations to the life of the child or 10 years after the offense, whichever is longer. The life of the child or 10 years after the offense, whichever is longer. 18 USC okay, that's 18 USC Section 3283. If the operative limitations period is one set out in the 1994 version of the statute, counts 1 through 4 expired in 2009. If the amended statute of limitation applies, the counts are timely brought. The Supreme Court has set out a two-step test to decide whether a federal statute applies to past conduct. Landgraf versus USI Film Conduct. Now they use the same um case law. The first step is to determine whether Congress has expressly prescribed the statute's proper reach. I'm sorry, she referenced this. Okay, I don't think she used this. If the statute proper reach is clear, then the inquiry ends there. However, if the statute is silent, the next step is to determine whether applying it retroactively would impair a party's right. Defendants urge the court to look the legislative history of 18 USC Section 3283 and ruled that Congress expressly prescribed that the statute does not apply retroactively. Defendants point to the House version of the bill, which contained an express retroactively provision. Child Abduction Prevention Act, H.R. 1104, the 108th Congress, Section 202 in 2003. The final version of the bill omitted this provision, and Senator Leahy confirmed that the omission was intentional. Senator Leahy amended legislation, Congressional Record 149 at 50, Section 5147, 2003. Honey, listen, I have to remember how this shit is read when it's shorthand like this. Judge Nathan of the Southern District of New York recently dealt with this precise issue in the prosecution of defendant Ghislaine Maxwell, United States versus Maxwell. He got some recent shit. Oh, half dead ass got some recent shit. The Southern District of New York in 2021. There, Judge Nathan analyzed 18 USC Section 3283, finding that Congress not only permitted but intended 18 USC Section 3283 to allow prosecutions for past conduct for which the statute of limitations has not expired. The court agrees with Judge Nathan's analysis. With each amendment to 18 USC Section 3283, the statute of limitations increased. In light of the lack of retroactivity provision, but steadily increasing statutes of limitations, the court finds this statute does not prescribe its proper reach. The court next moved to the second step of Landgraf test. The court finds that applying the correct version of 18 U.S.C. Section 3283 would not impair the defendant's right. In the Seventh Circuit, applying procedural statutes, which effectively enlarge the limitation period, does not violate the ex post facto clause, so long as the statute is passed before the given prosecution is barred. They have Gibson versus. However, in their motion to dismiss, defendants urge that this court to read the second step of Landgraf as providing broader protections for criminal defendants than the ex post facto clause. Okay, so the ex post facto clause meaning, hold on, what I read out to Keller. Ex post facto clause primarily serves to ensure that individuals have a fair notice and that Congress does not impose punishments on defendants that are harsher than those in place when the defendants committed their crimes. Okay, I already had that open when I was talking to Keller, so I just wanted to read that to you guys so you can know what they're talking about. And it says the court declines to do so. Applying the current version of 18 U.S.C. Section 3283 does not impair any of the defendant's rights because the statute was amended before the original limitations period expired. Right. So that is how you're supposed to apply ex post facto, and it only applies to criminal cases and applies before a criminal statute expires, right? And you cannot apply ex post factos to new federal or state crimes, new ones that they enact. Okay, just expiring, but you can apply it to expiring criminal charges, right? Okay. It says this court will not disturb well settled law to create new statutory rights where none currently exist. Ooh, count 1 through 4 are timely. Okay, I don't think she says that might count 6 to 8 or anything like that because that was knocked out anyway. So yeah, so that was old ass's response to that. But she said he didn't explain using. Hold on, let me see. Using old the conduct, right? Let me see. Government presented lengthy excerpts of the video recordings depicting defense sexual conduct. Let me see. Oh. To get that one I'm looking for the acquitted conduct, it would have to be after his acquittal. So let me see if she give me a reference for that. Come on, J-Bo. Where's that girl? Where's that girl? Go. Where that information? Hold on. Okay. It's such a for conduct. I want to say. Okay, inducement count. The defendant was acquitted as to remaining counts. McDavid and Brown were both acquitted of all counts. Okay. The jury acquitted defendants of obstruction counts of procedure. Okay, so it would be in his and in her or his or whatever you want to put it post conviction motion. So let me go find that. All right, fair enough. I don't believe his old ass wrote that. It's too detailed. Hey, what one of his um um you think one of his people wrote it? Hold on, let me go find the post conviction motion. I was just gonna ask y'all to tell me when was the trial over, and never mind. I think I got it. Hold on. All right, think I got it. Let me see. It was way down there. Ooh, I hate how y'all put y'all shit in here. Keller, god damn, this is crazy. That Kelly is actually challenging his convictions on account. Okay. On account of that overall statute. Anyone counts. Each depiction of Kelly argues. Kelly argues that the government failed to prove the government knew. The count disagrees with Kelly. First, that's the evidence that Kelly induced Jane's sexual conduct. Second, statute does not require that to kind of be for the sole purpose of creating a video. Blase Squaze. The government presented evidence about a video. What we're looking at, severance. She said anything about severance? Hold on. Oh yeah. Under the criminal rule. Didn't she say severance is up under him? That's what she did. Hold on. Step by step. Woo. I cry. We cry together. Hey, hey, I cry. I don't know the words of that song, but it's about the OJs. All you know, he be hollering, step by step, woo woo, step by step, and we do 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 do. Woo woo woo. Okay, acquitted conduct. Now, did she bring up acquitted conduct? Motions for no. No, it wouldn't. Nope, it wouldn't be this in here. It'll be after his sentencing. So, oh, it might not be in here, y'all. Duh. What? Why can't I think? Duh. It might not be in his goddamn sentencing. It'll be after. Oh, so this is, I'm looking for the wrong shit. So, Keller, I think you was right. I think I do need what he said for sentencing. So, can you please provide me what he said for sentencing? I don't listen. I know I got the Illinois transcript. Well, baby, we don't rarely use that because nobody wants to talk about that one. So, Keller, can you please tell me or send me to the email what they use for the trial, for the sentencing? What he say? It'd be funny if they got his ass. That would be funny. I'm in my email. You can't hear? Can y'all hear me? Can y'all hear me? Let me hold on. Hello, hello. Oh, who said they can't hear me? Oh, Pastor Fine, you need to get your shit together, girl. 'Cause sometimes you be behind, lagging behind. I don't know. Sometimes I don't be always be here. So if I ain't saying nothing, probably I'm on mute or something. You ain't gonna hear me. Girl, you got me scared. Like, what the hell? Kelly, you got it? We waiting on Kelly. I said I think you was right. I wasn't thinking. I do need what he said at the sentencing. If you can email those to me, the transcript. I'm looking all over the damn place, not thinking it's a sentencing challenge. And Lord, them S's fucking me up. It's a sentencing challenge that she got on the floor. I'm looking all before the man was sentenced. Child, thank you. To the email. To the email. And while you said, y'all think I can just sneak out and get me a piece of pork chop? Y'all would be mad if I go get me a piece of pork chop real quick. I'm so hungry, y'all. God damn, I'm hungry. All right, when I saw that I could go live over here, I was like, ooh, So I'm waiting on Kel, so I'm gonna get a piece of pork chop too. I'm coming with my pork chop, okay? All right, passion is fine. Just cause you don't hear me, that don't mean I ain't there. I'm probably not saying nothing because I'm probably on mute trying to get my pork chop together. Please, Lord, don't let this boy done sent this shit in some kind of weird way I can't open it. Okay. Is this the whole transcript? Is the whole transcript? How many pages is this? Girl, I thought you knew exactly where it is. I just need exactly where it is. Hold on, my pork chop says ready. Hold on. Here I is. Sorry. Y'all. Oh, honey. Yo, what is what I need? I don't need the whole reading on what he said. Hey, hold on. Let me see if I can go through. You talking about I know where it is. Start page 62. Yeah, his sentencing. That's what I need. His sentencing, not no bullshit. Hold on. I'm gonna look and smack. Y'all give me a minute. I'm looking and smacking at the same damn time. I'm here, folks. I mean, if y'all okay with me smacking y'all goddamn ear, I mean, okay. I really don't like to do that, but this food, my like when you warm up your food, my food get cold as hell because it's up on all this goddamn commercial ass damn fucking air conditioner. This damn vents like none other. Oh, okay, I can put a number in. Okay, let me see. So that with that, Your Honor, unless the court has any other questions, concludes my remarks. Okay, I need to ask the client if he wishes to allocate. Mr. Kelly. Okay, Mr. Kelly, would you like to make a statement? I'd like to make a statement, yeah. Sorry, Your Honor, but the advice of my counsel, I would not. Kelly said, hell no. And, um, okay, okay. In this case, that is the case file first and will have gone to trial first, but for the fact that the COVID protocol, and because of this new requirement, we couldn't try the case until the past fall, where the CDC reduced the distancing requirements from at least 6 feet. Okay. And the question, the one question in my mind that's been thinking a lot is that had to gone first here rather than New York, what kind of sentence would I have opposed if I understood it? Okay, so are y'all, is that the COVID statement y'all talking about? Y'all don't understand? Hmm. Well, I'm trying to read them. Okay. I'm not always getting going first. And go what kind of sentence will I have imposed, but the facts as I've understood them and the jury determined. Okay. As I have established the time is 135. The guidelines that we worked out so far, I have established in particular time is 135 to 168 months. So, of course, that is one of the starting points. That's not the ending point, of course, because we have to consider the nature and circumstances of the offense and history, characteristics of the defendant, and other factors that the purpose of sentencing that we. Wait a minute, hold on, let me make sure my mute is off. Okay, so the purpose of sentencing that we know about reflect decisions of the defense, promote respect of the law, provide just punishment, provide adequate deterrence, and protect the public. Okay, that's the same one. Okay. The sentence that I would have probably would have been higher than the guidelines, probably because of some of the points the government indicated. I think the jury, well, he kind of explained what he meant by the COVID statement. If he's talking, if he ain't say it more in here, okay, I think while the jury spoke on the issue whether it obstructed justice, there certainly was evidence I could find that preponderance that he obstructed justice. Okay. Okay. That he obstructed justice, and also, as the government pointed out, that the later guidelines, which would have been in current now, would have provided for a higher offense level for the actual content. Okay. So I have not come to a complete sentence, but of course the elephant in the room, it just so to speak, is what's going to do as far as some consecutive versus concurrent. Okay, and that other issue, basically irrelevant when I end up with sentencing him either way on the valid consecutives. First of all, start with the sentence that everybody knows, at least for the judges involved, is sufficient but greater than necessary purpose of sentencing, which I briefly mentioned, but the seriousness of those offenses promote respect for the law. Horrific. Even Mr. Kelly's minions spent hundreds and $100,000 trying to get, call them millions. They were not able to do so out there in the public, so they can't remove the defendant's actions. Only possible ameliorating is that he didn't apparently intend to traffic the tapes. He certainly was horrendously negligent in how he kept them. As I remember, this was not progressing sex, child porn. And now the history characteristics that both sides have gotten to. Von Jean points out that he had a fairness childhood, raised in private, blah blah blah, Grammy Awards, blah blah blah. One of the things that occurred to me last trial, we found that in the precincts report where the IRS, with all this money going out, this cash being coming out of the bank, and we found out that I think $10 million of the IRS liens against him currently, according to the IRS. Okay, and then final thing is that rather than being a pedophile, he's, according to the diagnosis, as I understand it, of the specific paraphilic disorder, meaning that he has a problem with controlling his sex, which is pretty obvious from the evidence in this particular case. But did he call him a pedophile or not? So we have a case where it's always difficult when you have a sentence, because it's very easy to. Hey Keller, can you send me? I know you got it all combined. Can you send me the transcript from Illinois all combined if you got it all combined? I don't know where it is, and wait a minute now. Cause y'all be out here saying shit that I don't know if it's true or not. Cause unfair system since unlike state, you know, you get a day for no matter 30 years of actually serve. 15 of us stay rivers in the federal system. Time at around 10 cents for 30 cents would be 27 for 30. So we're not talking about no matter what I do, because it's not going out the door after today. He's not going out the door in the next 20 years. I'll call one PSI. But it's important to note that he's 56 and shorter, 80 years of age. So the government is asking for. Okay, the government asked to add 25, which is assuming that he could be as much as 107 before he get out. What? Oh, because they were talking about running consecutive. Now that's no question. Well, I suppose there's a possibility of 107. The life sentence. Okay, the Sentencing Commission has indicated that the fact of life of 1.7 months that's based on the average age of prisoners, such as sentence of age 37. The medium is 36. So we've got a discrepancy of close to 20 years difference between what was. But it's, I mean, my food is already cold. That's crazy. But the sentence is consecutive. And if I give the sentence to government as a question, you're talking about 660 months. Which is rather substantial above what is considered already effective life sentence. Now, in the guideline, may identify the age potentially relevant to the sentencing factor. That's the 5H 1.1, the life expectancy factor. Now, that there is a worthy tradition that death in prison is not going to be limited. In cases that don't recognize age as a factor, where it's been refused to a downward departure, not for upward departure. Now we get into the issue of deterrence and protection of the public. Okay, what is he talking about? Um, of course, the trial grooming young girls, a young girl, 8-year-old with no money, no prospects. So the factors are going. Okay, I think he used decent factors in to decide. No money. Okay, what she said he used acquitted. Okay. Okay. Talking about arthritis. So anyway, as far as it is, probably considering all the factors outlined here would probably variance upward from the top of the guideline, which was 168. Again, I think there was some evidence justification for obstruction, and some because of the increase in current guidelines. So that is all probability. If I was sentencing Mr. Kell as a result of, I would probably give him a sentence in the neighborhood of 240 months. So I will esteem. Wait a minute. So what did he get? It 200. Hold on. 240 months. Right. So we got 240 months. So it seems to me that under the facts and circumstances, in some sense, the 24 months, I'm going to meet the only part of 12 months. What will the term to survive these? Okay, I remember. I guess another way of saying that have you reviewed the proposed terms of release? I didn't see any honor about some current with the. Okay, I believe there is a different part. Uh, okay. I make the time from current short 5 years supervision, which is that way. Okay, that honor about these concurrent sentences. I wasn't going, but okay. How many counts? $100 assessment. Blah 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 blah. blah. Okay. All right. So they start talking about the money. Um, a lot of okay. Thank you. He didn't go into. She was right. He didn't go into detailing why he used acquitted conduct. He didn't go into that like that. Let me see how much do he have to go into acquitted conduct. Hold on. Okay. Yeah. Under it, the fact that the jury has acquitted. Oh well, she might. I just looked into my legal shit references and shit. Yeah, she probably done lost that fight too. Well, you just cold ass food. Oh, but I don't know what the explanation have to be. Okay. Um. Good. Okay. So wait to see what they have placed. Marking an ability person judge to enhance sensation. Okay. Hold on. That's pretty good. Wait a minute. Wait a minute. Let me look at something else. Y'all know what I need now? The pre-sentencing report. But maybe I don't. Because here's the thing, right? You know, you got to be very careful with J-Bo. Is she saying that the judge actually used an enhancement, meaning clicking one of those boxes to, say that what the acquitted conduct, right, of the conspiracy, whatever it is that he was acquitted of, that the judge used that, or did the judge just say, hey, based on what he heard, because see, guidelines is an advisory, but is he saying based on, because he did say based on what he's heard, he think he heard enough to use, hold on, it heard enough to say, hey, he felt that a conspiracy did happen. Did he just say that and say I'm factoring that into my sentencing, not actually saying there's an enhancement? Because is there an enhancement to say, hey, conspiracy was proven, you get X amount of points, you get the X amount of months and shit? Mm. Again, the reason why I'm spending time on it, because not only just the reason why, is because she put in for a resentencing. If he did it wrong, uh oh. I mean, he still got that 30 year out there, but still, that can still provide some daylight for teen girls, right? So let me see. Yo, why I can't Google this? So you'll be sending shit all kind of ways. So I know, okay, so I know this Google shit ain't working. Cause I just try to Google the document for J-Bo, for Von Jean, that shit ain't come up. So I know this ain't, how you sent things. I don't know. You got a lot going on. I'm gonna have to pull up I'm gonna have to find it in my shit to pull it up. This is a lot going on, honey. Okay, thank you very much. He's 56 years old. Probably a convict. I don't know, y'all. So we need to. Okay, so we figured out the severance. Probably not gonna get it. Statute of limitation. The ex post facto violation argument. Probably no. No, no. Resentencing, maybe. Yeah, severance. Hmm. I don't know about that. I do not know about that. I don't think you be listening. Acquitted conduct means that the charges that he was acquitted for, those elements. Well, oh, I didn't. I don't think I told y'all that those were the acquitted elements. Let me say it. I put it like that, so y'all will know. Mm-hmm. So I do not know. That would be something to motherfucking. Dang, right? I don't know. No. You gotta kill him. I need to pull up my copy. Let me pull up my copy so I can Google search because you be you be doing shit to your shit. But I can't Google on the motherfucker. I don't got time for all that. Let me pull up mine on own. When them transcripts came out. Robert Keller had his baby, and the baby name is Robert. Oh, they had two. I'm sorry. Baby name is Robert Keller Jr. and Roberta Angie Keller, goddamn Jr. Oh, Roberto Keller Jr. He said he sent it a better way. Let's see. Roberto Keller Jr. Let me see. Okay. Okay. Let's see what we got. Okay. Okay. Wait a minute now. This is a trafficking type of enhancement. The Kelly offenses are not trafficking offenses. In fact, by definition, under the United States sentencing guidelines, they are not trafficking offenses. They may be offenses. So I'm not trying to suggest that they are serious offenses. They are just not trafficking offenses. He talks about enhancements in here, people. Team Kills. I might have picked you up. I wanted to drop you down low. Hold on. Hold on, Team Kills. Because I'm sick of this bitch. Hold on. Of course, you have to talk about enhancements if he gave any or if he didn't. And again, we also have the problem with Mr. Kelly didn't transfer no here. This was not for the purpose of creating a child pornography, and this enhancement is completely applicable. Thank you. Okay. Wait a minute. Ooh, wait a minute. Let me read this. The fact that we took a position that fear. Hold on. Who said this? It is wrong to suggest that Mr. Kelly, either Mr. Kelly individually or through his counsel, is in any way engaging in victim blaming or attempted to even quarrel with the facts that the jury accepted in their sentencing memorandums. It is not reflected in our papers. The fact that we took a position that fear wasn't involved is not victim blaming. It is our argument about what enhancements should apply, what enhancements shouldn't apply, what the evidence actually showed, what the relationships really were. The court heard the testimony. As the court is aware, the relationship with Jane. What is this here? Keller, where you be at? I don't think I read the definition, but we went over that. I said that they could enhance it. I don't know where you be at. I swear I don't know where you be at. But listen, we're working on whether or not his explanation for enhancing it was would satisfy a higher court. That's what we're working on. So that's why I'm looking in the transcript to see what he said about the enhancement, or did he use enhancement, the category designated for enhancement, or did he just let enhancement, um, let the fact that he accepted that he considered that charged conduct even though it was acquitted conduct. Okay, that's what we are. But thank you. Okay, and it says the fact that it took position that fear wasn't involved is not victim blaming. It is our argument about what enhancements should apply, what enhancements shouldn't apply, what the evidence actually showed, what the relationships really were. The court heard this testimony. As the court is aware of the relationship with Jane, yes, we saw the videos. Not once in our sentencing papers, not once has anyone, even frankly, through trial said, that's not him, that's not her. We didn't do that. We did not do that. And we made a calculated choice. Oh, shit. Oh, shit. Did you just hear what I said? J-Bo said it. What? So when Keller said they conceded to the video, guess what? Give me a moment to eat my cake. I'm finna smack in y'all ear. I'm finna smack in y'all ear. I knew this motherfucking half shut left eye and bad right eye saw something. Huh? Woo! I'm eating the cake out the Sunday latest 10 that she puts in there when she make a pound, because I can't talk right now. What? So y'all, I mean, it don't matter to me what fight y'all mount, but it's kind of stupid. And this the whole thing I be trying to get away from. When shit has been discussed and settled, I don't like to keep going over it unless the other side is going over it, going back and forth. If it's still live on the floor, then it's live to me. But that lady just said, did you hear that? J-Bo said that. I ain't said it wasn't him. Now, but that leaves just an opening of when was it them, right? They trying to age her or whatever. Let me listen here. I mean, I got a piece of pound cake where that crust is crunchy. That's what I got. Let y'all work on that. Let me let y'all work on that. Let me let y'all work on that shit while I eat this pound cake. So I can hear that argument no more. Did you hear that? God damn. And he speaks through his counsel. Ooh, this cake good. Did you hear it? The fuck? Yeah. I knew I had done caught something. Like, huh? Wait a minute. Wait a fucking minute. Now you let me hold on. Let me put it up. You know how I do. Let me put it on up for you. Let me pop it on up for you. I don't hear no more about no tapes. About no Jane Doe was testifying because she was getting this and that and whatever. I don't hear no more about that. I mean, you can, but listen. Oh my God. Um, Jesus Christ. All the people that went to the courthouse and sat in and heard all this. Why y'all ain't say this? Right here's the section. Yeah, she said it. Y'all see me? Well, y'all may ain't see me, but when I saw something, I'm like, wait a minute. That's why I want to say, who said this? That's why I politely did this. Right here. She said, as the court is aware, the relationship with Jane, yes, we saw the videos. Not once in our sentencing papers, not once has anyone, even frankly, through trial, said that that's not him. That's not her. We didn't do that. We did not do that. And we made a calculated choice. Huh? I don't hear nothing about no tape. But I know Dama and whoever y'all be saying. I don't hear nothing about no tape. And took me through all of that, and the goddamn people said that. And see, I don't be retaining all of this shit. I don't be retaining all of this shit because I ain't got no fight or no struggle on either side. But goddamn, yes,
So
sir.
you're gonna hear it again, and for that reason, you're gonna have to keep that readily available because that's. I'm so
You
you
know,
laugh. I'm dead. I'm dead ass. You laugh
oh my
for dead
god.
ass, especially from old girl. What's old girl name?
Ooh,
What's
ooh.
old girl name that just got caught up on this case?
Oh, Audra.
Yeah, you need that to
Oh, for real.
especially for her. Uh,
Mm-mm.
because
I mean, it says it right. She said it.
I know, I understand that. I
Boy,
understand that. But
I
still some
know,
people that
but
say that, God damn it, it was Lisa Van Allen and it was Damon Pryor so you're gonna have to keep that readily available.
well, maybe they ain't read this. Cause that ain't what they said at that goddamn
You know,
council
ain't
table.
about no, I don't think it's about them reading it. Just they fucking lack common sense. That's what it come down to.
No, when you say are contradicting the man of the hour, then there's either some bullshit going on or you real crazy. Okay.
Is that considered? Is that considered? What they call that? When the what they call that when the council is operating under the
The rest
what they what they
of
call that?
ineffective assistant of counsel.
Yeah, is that considered ineffective
Yeah.
assistant account?
If he makes it ineffective assistant with another counsel, yeah.
Right for his
Huh?
after the appeal. That's what's gonna be.
Shit. I almost passed out. I was like, wait a minute, did I see that right?
Man,
That's why I
you
said,
were
who said it? I
and
said, who said it?
after you read that, you went back in your goddamn pork chop. You had to take another bite of that pork chop. After that shit.
I'm on to the damn dessert now. I'm on to the goddamn cake. Like, what? I didn't even see, I don't retain all this stuff because it's not, here, there with me or whatever. So sometimes when I go back and like, that was sad. Hell no, y'all got me fucked up. I don't hear nobody no tape.
Well,
I don't
that
hear
explains
nobody no tape unless you got
that explains why she's just trying to go and say it's outside the statute of limitation
right.
because and even in trial, when they played it, she was trying her hardest to not allow them to play it for the duration that they did. She wanted them to just hit play and stop, and she said that was good enough. But they did it for about 30, 40 minutes, and they broke it down, and she had a fit about that because she knew it wasn't nowhere around it, and it was very
Wow.
damaging.
I don't hear about no copy. I don't hear none of that.
Right. And authenticated. She just authenticated. In essence, she authenticated.
Shit, yeah. She said that was him. That was her.
Hold
That's what
on.
she
Read that
said.
again. Read that again.
She said. And this is so crazy. When I last was out loud was wherever I was, and I said, when you have the witness saying that that's her and that's him, when at whatever time frame or whatever, I mean, that testimony is evidence. I was saying that, and then here this shit here right
They got
now.
the attorney saying
Not the damn attorney. It says the fact that we took a position that fear wasn't involved is not victim blaming. It is our argument that what enhancement should apply, what enhancements shouldn't apply, what the evidence actually showed, what the relationships really were. The court heard the testimony. As the court is aware, the relationship with Jane, yes, we saw the videos. Not once in our sentencing papers, not once has anyone, even frankly, through trial, said, that's not him. That's not her. We didn't do that. We did not do that. And we made a calculated choice. Huh?
and this is on her. Post conviction motion.
No, this is at the sentencing. This is whatever you
Oh,
just
it's
sent me.
sentencing. Oh, it's sentencing. Okay.
Yeah, at the sentencing hearing.
But why is she speaking? What made her? Was she answering?
She is
What's she speaking to? I'm sorry. What she
talking
speaking to is what
about,
I'm.
she is just talking, just giving her briefing on just what she want to get out there before
So this
after he.
before he made his. This before or after he made his sentence.
No, it's after. It's after he made his sentencing, but she has some additional stuff to get in. She's just trying to clear up, I think, and I'm just not going over this, but she's trying to clear up that they're not victim blaming and all of that. Hold on for a minute. Wait a minute. Hold on. Let me see. Let me see exactly what is she trying to do. Let's see if I can tell you. Now, court and building the government also began to put a lot of emphasis on obstruction count. Um, she probably trying to get him to relook at his sentence and trying to get it lower. Hold on, there's a minor that was complete for conduct in that kind of Geronda. Oh, damn, they talking about Geronda Pace all the way over here. There's a minor that was convicted for which conduct is convicted in 19. The conduct with that minor occurred after 2008 trial. She was okay. That wasn't after. I would have to address that, John. All right, there was a point. What is she trying to do? Hold on. Well, mitigation. Well, mitigation is never an excuse. No one ever says it's an excuse for conduct. It, if it was, then it would be raised at trials, not sentencing. But it does not help the court weigh the evidence and also determine whether or not there was there are reasons for why people have made decisions they have made and gone with their lives. What we have here is an individual that had a horrific childhood because she's still trying to get it down. Miss Calibert's childhood, still trying to mitigate it. Hold on, I'm trying to see what and at the record. Okay, and I believe that their request hinge on two factors. One, lack of remorse. And again, I don't want to beat this horse, but this is not the case. Mr. Guy is showing a lack of remorse. Okay, blah blah blah. She's just trying to get it down. Code does not permit the court to simply say, "Oh, we punished on." Oh, she bring up code. Wait a minute. She bring up this case law that she brought up in the briefing. Hold on. So let me go up a little bit. Even the case they cite, and this is an important point, United States versus Coke, and it's a distinction they have not recognized. But what Cole said is that when there's an aggravating element that was omitted as a sentencing factor in the applicable guideline, a court can look at that aggravating element, presumably. It's an element a court would consider as a sentencing factor anyway, and say, okay, yes, it was later codified. I see this element as a basis to raise the sentencing guideline upward or depart. Wait a minute. I'm going to get to my answer. Let me put this cake down. My fat ass. Hold on. Get my answer. Okay. It says, code does not permit a court to simply say, oh, we punished the crime harsher now, so just apply the guidelines now to apply an upward variance. Code does not say anything of the sort. This was about aggravating elements that a court might have considered anyway in a sentencing factor. What they're saying is, we just punish it more now. You should consider that. It's our position that would be a clear ex post facto violation. Y'all know I get excited, I can't talk. I believe we address this in our responsive papers, asking this court to upwardly depart or apply a upward variance based on acquitted conduct. I think runs afoul of a number of constitutional violations. For one thing, for the court to do that, it would take the crime outside of the statutory maximum and would run afoul of Apprendi. Not only did the court get presented with the facts on obstruction, they acquitted him on that. So that cannot possibly be a basis to apply an upward variance. So the court's offenses range that is articulated earlier, which I believe 132 to 168 months, the court's 135, 135 to 161 months is applicable guideline range. There is not enough grounds for upward variance, and we see this court to reject the request from the government. And I again point out, I didn't agree with a lot of probation had to say, but that part I agree with, that there is no grounds for upward variance. Oh, wait a minute. Did he? Oh, well, I got to keep reading. The
I
last
think
thing
she.
I wanted,
Yeah,
huh?
go ahead. I'm with you now.
The last thing, go ahead and say what you got to say.
No, go ahead. Go ahead.
The last thing I
Because it
want
might be
to
my answer.
The last thing I want to cover is the concurrent versus consecutive. The government concedes that we did not have this trial at all. Okay, so let me go back up. Cold even this is important point because distinction. Okay, on the advice of counsel advice. Okay. The conduct and this conduct, excuse me, the government's asked 300 months because of lack of remorse. Okay, no. And I believe his request hinges on two factors. Not for the court to impose Johnson, it will require extremely low guidelines, even if that's guidelines. Okay. I think the mitigation is significant, and I want to turn the question on the guideline range out of the statutory minimum for this type. Um, he's a pedophile. He's a pedophile. And we've heard that he's a pedophile. He's a pedophile. I just want the record to be clear. There's no doctrine that has not been examined that has ever he is a pedophile. That is a medical term that requires an interest in prepubescent girls. So I just want to be clear that does not make it illegal any less illegal if someone 14 or 15, but it does not mean that someone's a
So why are
pedophile.
you bringing it up then? If it don't make it less legal.
I think.
He a pedophile. He a pedophile. God damn it.
Oh my God.
So I kind of understand what she's saying. I kind of get both sides because at one point, for me, and it's just my opinion, I believe that if you are found not guilty, and then they take that in consideration, even though you're found not guilty, they take that in consideration of your sentencing and sentence you higher for something that you were found not guilty of. I kind of look at that as it could be double jeopardy. That could be double jeopardy. But when I look at the court's view of it, especially when Bojin has conceded that it is him and it is her on that tape, by conceding to that, you also indirectly conceding to some type of obstruction took place because 08, you're saying that it wasn't her and it wasn't him. So, but now fast forward to now, you said it is him. What happened before? Because this is one of those tapes is the same tape. So how can it be her now? But no, wait, how can it be him and her now that you are conceding to? But in this 08 trial, it wasn't him or her.
Well, let's make sure we get this clear now. Even though she said they're not saying that it's not him or her. She didn't say it was him or her either. But we know if you saying it's not him or her, and we see two people on the tape, it ain't two blank shadows on the tape. The opposite of that is not that the opposite that it's not him or her is him or her.
Right.
You know you ain't say it, but I'm just saying you have to be very, very You know, we tricking. You gotta
I
be very
mean, I'm
careful.
not gonna play on words. We
Yeah,
know
yeah.
what she
You know what I'm saying? I just want to make sure I put that out there. She ain't
right.
said it was, but the opposite. Now, it's only two people on that motherfucker, and you either saying it could be possibly him or her, or it's him or
She
her.
said she didn't say it's not him or her. Never ever said it.
Right. So
So
I just have to be technical, very technical with her and
man, please,
everybody in this motherfucker.
man,
Y'all
please.
motherfuckers be like, "We didn't say that."
That's sound like a Levi argument.
No, it's not a no, it's an actual technical argument because I just know how this works. I'm just making because she can come back and say, I never just said it was him. It could have been
But that's what.
anybody else. You know what I'm saying? So
But to, but her job is to poke holes in it, not to their what they're alleging, and she conceded to it. Instead of poking holes in it and inject reasonable doubt, she conceded to it.
well, she conceded
And
to it.
then and then we're gonna just dispute the statute of limitation later.
Hold on. She can concede to it for this particular in this particular situation. Let me explain this. Just because somebody doesn't confirm something, technically speaking, okay, let me put it like this. Just because somebody don't confirm something ever, technically speaking, they haven't confirmed it, right? Okay. But in this particular scenario, if how can I put this? Because so you can understand what I'm saying. Okay. In this particular scenario, in this moment, in that moment,
And then she's the second attorney that did that. Greenberg did it on the show. I got to find that clip. He said it was him, and he said he shouldn't have done that.
Greenberg said that.
Yes, he said the tapes. We can't get around that. It is what it is. He shouldn't have done that.
Well, that sounds like an attorney that had talked to their client and said, "Look, if that ain't you got a motherfucking twin. If that ain't her, you got a motherfucking twin. Let's just, you know, we ain't got to say, we don't have to verbally say that it was you and her. We ain't got to verbally say that. But we ain't dumb enough to fight it. Okay? That's just what that means in some situations. So, because the reason
Right?
why I
We
want,
ain't dumb enough to fight it.
yeah, the reason why I want to kind of walk back off that word conceit because at some point she can come back because this leaves it open to make an argument that hey, I ain't say it was him. I just say, that we didn't say it wasn't him. I ain't say that it actually wasn't him. It's a lot of little shit you can
Good
come back
luck.
and
Good luck with that shit.
okay. So I want let me kind of but come on now.
Right. Come on now.
I don't know. I don't know if I mean now that was lawyer talk I was talking. Now I'm talking Angie talk. Come on now.
But okay, so back to what I was saying. Like I get her argument. Like I really disagree with that portion. I feel like that could be double jeopardy. But by her conceding, it's like she also admitted to the obstruction portion of it as well, indirectly.
But conceding to something does not have anything to does not
Well, and I'm taking into consideration the OA trial because the OA trial wasn't him, and it wasn't her.
but conceding to something doesn't vanquish a double jeopardy. If it's double jeopardy, it's double
No, no,
jeopardy.
no, 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 no. I'm saying that. I'm not saying that. I'm saying the double jeopardy play a part for the court. They is double jeopardy. I feel like they on one hand is double jeopardy for them to take into consideration, or in their case, they enhanced the obstruct they use obstruction as an enhancement when he wasn't found guilty for it. So I feel like that is like double jeopardy because he wasn't found
There's
guilty
been
for it, but
some
he,
arguments for that, but I don't know if it has ever been successful. There's been some arguments, but for using that as an enhancement, but I don't know if there's ever been successful. I'm not sure.
so I'm just saying I see both parts. I see both parts,
Mm-hmm.
and it's not rare. I mean, it's very rare that I'm going to agree with Bojang. So that's all I'm saying. Like I kind of see where she's coming from to a certain extent, but it kind of cancel that out. On the other hand, when she say yes, it is her. So that's like okay, well, if this been her all along, why the fuck he wasn't charged in '08?
Why he wasn't guilty, found guilty? And, well, because these are different moments. That was back then. The argument, the fight, and
Obstruction is why. Obstruction is why. Because
because he was saying it
she
wasn't.
testified and she testified that he had her hide and sent her out of town and told her to lie and so they that's the I mean I didn't really get into details but that's why.
Right. So the jury found him not guilty. The jury found this.
Jury found him not guilty of obstruction because now is it possible for the jury to find him guilty of obstruction, but not make his co-defendants? Or it's like if they not found guilty, he can't be found guilty either.
If that's in the jury instruction. But
It's
if
just like all or none, one for all type situation, or
it's in the jury instruction, then they have to
okay,
be found, conspiracy altogether. If not, one person can be found, and the other,
because his argument was it was obstruction. He's not saying it wasn't obstruction for McDavid. He just said he wasn't the one who did it. The person who did it is dead. That's what his argument was. Like y'all barking up your own tree.
mm,
The dead ass attorney did it. I'm sorry, I don't be speaking dead like that, but the attorney that passed away did it, and Hankerson. It was the attorney in Hankerson. I don't know. I don't know. They spoke to Hankerson prior to that and told him, "Don't come nowhere near Chicago because they're gonna be looking for you in a couple of days."
oh,
Make sure,
they really
because
wanted him
Hankerson happened to be on vacation when they tried to bring him to court.
right. If they really, really wanted him, his ass would have been subpoenaed.
They did want him, but they said we need. I think this was like a Thursday or something, and they said we can have him here by Monday. And the judge was like, if y'all can't have him here by the end of lunch, don't even bother praying.
Right. Well, then that was that was impossible because of flight or travel or whatever.
Right,
But if his ass was somewhere that he could be there within a few hours, they could have
right,
subpoenaed and made him come. But if
right,
he's somewhere on an island in Kalamazoo, whatever the fuck that is, he can't, unless they're gonna send a private, he still ain't gonna make it.
right. Not no couple hours.
Yeah,
He
still ain't
wanted. He said pretty much it got to be that day, or don't even bother.
right.
But yeah, he was more so like he was on that on the on the time frame, real strict time frame. As to Donnelly, she wasn't as strict with
Mhm.
that time frame like he was. Like he was trying to move it along real quick.
Wait a minute. Hold on. Wait a minute. Did she say this him too? Wait a minute now. Hold on. It says Is it still up there?
I see it.
Okay. It
Hit the
says,
plus
and
a
I
couple times.
believe there, huh?
Zoom it up a little bit.
What?
Zoom it.
Oh, I'm trying to find the Zoom. Hold on. You send me all these different ways. Okay. It says, and I believe their court requests hinge on two factors. One, this lack of remorse. And again, I don't want to beat this horse, but it is not the case that Mr. Kelly has shown lack of remorse in either his papers or anywhere. In fact, the government knows we tried very hard for Mr. Kelly to accept responsibility for certain conduct, and they wanted the trial, not us.
Was this a plea? Was this a plea?
Oh, I'm still reading what was
Well, he
going
said
on
he
at
tried to. I don't recall that. So I'm saying, what did he try to do a plea or something that we weren't aware of?
no, this ain't about no plea.
Well, I don't recall him trying to accept no responsibility for nothing.
You ain't listen to what I said. That ain't say that. She didn't say that. Listen. She said, and again, I don't want to beat this horse, but it is not the case that Mr. Kelly has not shown a lack of remorse in either his papers or anywhere. In fact, the government knows we tried very hard for Mr. Kelly to accept responsibility for certain conduct, and they wanted the trial, not us.
Exactly. Exactly. So what did he try to accept responsibility for? Is my
No,
question because
she's saying that they tried to get him to accept responsibility for something. That's what I'm reading.
oh wait, okay, wait. I'm trying to understand it. Are you saying that they tried to get him to accept responsibility, or he tried to accept responsibility?
Yeah. In fact, the government knows we tried very hard for Mr. Kelly to accept responsibility for certain conduct,
Okay.
and they wanted the trial, not us.
Who was the
Yeah,
they?
so hold on. So they did. She at some point when she got on there, they did try to cut a motherfucking deal. They tried to cut a
That's what I
deal.
just said. That's what I said. So are we talking
No,
about a
you
plea deal?
said plea. No, you said plea in court and all that. I said they weren't
No,
saying
no,
that.
no. I said a plea deal before court, not in court. I said, are they talking about a plea deal that we're not aware of? That's what I said.
We wouldn't know that. Hold on, we wouldn't know that about a deal that went on in the back, but unless they
I
told us.
mean, we heard rumors, and they brought in plea. They brought in attorneys that specialize in plea deals. So I mean, this
I'm not talking
not.
about way back when and whatever. I'm not talking about that. Trying to understand.
I mean, I'm just saying we could put two and two together. That's all I'm saying.
So I'm thinking, okay, so she's saying that, and this is since they saying that they wanted to go to trial. See, they got cocky. They were cocky. Remember I told y'all that they were cocky. They said they rather the motherfucking trial and not to accept whatever, you know, whatever they were trying to offer. God knows what they was trying to offer. They got cocky.
What they try to offer
Who knows?
was it something crazy? 5 years?
I don't know. I'm talking about that he denied. That he denied. So I mean, anybody when
I,
they write
I, I wish he would have said.
9/15,
So I think it's obvious what those certain charges was, considering before that she talked about them tapes.
yeah, probably that. Damn, that's a lot went on. That boy, if you don't have that record, all we can do is guess, y'all. We've been pretty good at guessing,
And
but
that, and
damn,
that's and that's and that's why when I be talking to Levi, I kick his ass with the paperwork every time. Every
yeah,
time. The paperwork fuck you up.
yeah, especially got a bitch like me that know what they talking about. Aha, Levi. Aha. I win again. I win again.
But you know what? This makes sense. It makes perfect sense now. While all you hear is New York, and they stay away from this Illinois. They don't talk this Illinois shit.
God damn.
They gonna talk
What
about
the
text
hell
messages.
happened?
What that Illinois talk about these text messages?
Said it wasn't him. And it was so many. They come out of these from these trials, and they say, "Well, this didn't happen. That didn't happen. And you get the paperwork and be like, "Huh?
So
What
this
are you
another
talking?"
portion. This another portion that you're gonna have to keep readily available. Go ahead and bookmark both sections now, because I guarantee you're gonna have to keep bringing this shit up 100 times.
They're gonna be
I'm talking
talking
about
and
these
arguing
texts.
and cussing me out. I'm gonna
Read this
plaster it
right here.
right on the damn screen. Like, I'm not arguing about this shit here. Find me another, get another argument. Get
Right,
me
that's
an
how they read
argument.
it. That's how they ain't gonna read it. Once they get to the
They
part where they
they're reading it.
conceded to
It's
it, then they gonna start reading.
oh my gosh. It's just look at the current offense. Okay, I know I was looking for the enhancement of the acquitted
Wow.
con-
So a plea was on the table,
That what it looks like.
and it makes everything makes sense in hindsight now because they, like I said, they brought in an attorney that specialized in plea deals. He came, filed up appearance, and then a couple weeks later he filed what they call this shit when you leave.
What you mean? What you say now? I was reading this. What you say?
What they call that when you leave the case? The attorney leave the case. What you have to file?
Withdraw?
Withdraw. So he filed the appearance, and a couple of weeks later he filed the withdrawal.
Damn.
And so it makes sense. I can't think of his name. Larry knows his name. Larry used to say his name all the time. Look, Larry knows his name by heart. He's always bring him up. But I
Yes.
always thought that it was the government offering the plea. I didn't think it was him. I thought that he was the one who was cocky and denied it. It looked like it was the other way around.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, if they came up with some book number 5 or some shit like that, yeah,
Time served.
they're gonna be like, no,
It was time served.
shit, all that
He
crazy.
did it.
Yeah, you don't get you. Oh, wait a minute, Is that a acquitted con? Okay, the idea that Fed accept responsibility, the government knows that's not true, and the government knows, and
but,
I don't like to bring this
but
up.
yeah, if you
Gov-
show them that, they will get right back to them text messages. That's the quickest way to get them back talking about the text messages.
Boy, if you interrupt me again while I'm reading,
Oh, I didn't know you was reading. Go ahead.
yeah, it says this idea that he has failed to accept. Wait a minute. This idea that he has failed to accept responsibility. Now the government knows that's not true, and the government knows, and I don't like to bring this up, but the government knows why we had a trial. Uh huh. Duh. Ding 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 ding. Angie was right. There was a plea offer, a plea agreement, or something going on. And it is not because Mr. Kelly was not willing to take responsibility for conduct that he was willing to take responsibility for, as opposed to acquitted conduct that the government continues to want to rely on to enhance his sentence. Now is no question that the counts related to Jane are serious, but it's also undisputed that the relationship was far more complicated than the government wants to admit. The relationship with Pauline far more complicated than the governments want to admit. No one is suggesting that the proof can persuade a jury that he is guilty of those counts, and we accept the seriousness of those counts. The government also again points a lot of instances on the obstruction count, which he was acquitted, and the court heard from Jane. The court heard from Jane's mother, and again, this is a complex relationship with the complicity of parents. Frankly, that this wasn't Mr. Kell's obstruction as much as a family deciding that they did not want to participate in a criminal justice.
No, no, nope, nope, nope. Try
Okay.
again. That's
What you
obstruction.
mean?
That's obstruction.
Yeah, well, mm, okay. And this doesn't take responsibility off him, but it is not obstruction, which is why the jury didn't find obstruction. It's ironic that the prosecutor says, and the jury has spoken, yet they did speak. They spoke, and he was acquitted of that conduct. One argument the government continues to advance that it's simply untrue that Mr. Kelly cannot control himself. How they got that man acting as if he is a goddamn bunny rabbit. I hear you. I'm gonna pop you up. And I could goddamn. Is that you? Oh, thank you, Diva. Who popped down? Kelly, you up here?
Yeah, I'm here.
Did somebody else come in? You must be
I,
popped
heard-
off.
I heard something.
Yeah, I thought it was you. What is this right here? They have not identified a single case where the conduct continued after his acquittal. Not one. But that's not entirely true because in the PSI, and again, I'm relying on Mr. Apper's summary of the New York case. There are several victims in the New York case. Was I think one of them was the latest 2016 CJ Bo. You get in trouble, huh, with that slick stuff. You get caught. Old ass culture right there. She said they have not identified a single case where that conduct continued after his acquittal. Not one. And the judge said, well, that's not
So
entirely
he brought
true.
this up again, similar argument in her closing about the the tapes, conceding to it.
There is a New York case. There is a 1990s, I
He
think
said,
it's
"Y'all, it took y'all 10 seconds to see what was going on. Y'all know what's going on. We ain't arguing that." I'm paraphrasing.
10 seconds. No, what now?
In her closing,
Uh,
her argument is similar to what she said. So, because I always went off to her conceding to the takes based off her closing. I never, in the sentencing, I don't know why I missed it in the sentencing. Um, I don't know, but in her closing, maybe because I was actually there at the time, so maybe I was able to retain it because I was there. But closing, she also conceded to the tape during the trial.
well,
He said, "We're not gonna dispute that shit." No, this is paraphrasing. He said, "Took y'all 10 seconds to know what was going on, and we ain't trying to argue that shit. It's fucked up." She said, "What you saw was terrible, and we're not finna argue it. And it only took you 10 seconds to realize that." But the government want to show you for an hour.
uh-uh. What?
And again, I'm paraphrasing, so you have to get exactly what she said verbatim in the transcripts.
So, listen, let me come around and talk to Team Kales because, Lord have mercy. Team Kales, listen, do you now know why I keep saying base mount an argument on um technical files and shit. That's all on something technical rather than an argument about the text messages, an argument about the BOP, argument about this him. But and I'm trying to tell you now, I don't give a fuck if because y'all might not be human. That ain't got nothing to do with me. Because some of y'all are some despicable human beings, and I don't know how the fuck y'all sleep at night, or how the fuck y'all wake up in the morning and shit and just go on about your day. But some of y'all some fucked up individuals. It just I'm gonna try to get through it. I still ain't got through that call with the beautiful, incredible, uh, pretty Andre, whatever that man name is. And when I hear Mr. Kelly crown that goddamn line, I'm sorry. The first thing I think about isn't what they accused him doing, what he did, or what this. I don't think about that. I think about him crying and then he trying to hang his hat on some BOP emails and text me and shit like that. I'm like, what didn't your lawyer tell you? Like, dude, that ain't where it is. That's not where your pot of gold is. And if y'all say y'all don't know how to look for the violations and shit like that, say that. But I'm not gonna keep arguing about no tapes that got whoever y'all say on there in the text messages you want me to fucking read to come up with what? To come up with what I already came up with. And even if you come up with a setup, how does that help? I'm not doing all of that. I think y'all full of shit. I think everybody is full of shit. I'm dealing full of shitness. I don't do it. Girl, come up here with your wrong ass. Come up here and get some of this rightness because your ass wrong too. Come on up here and get it.
To tell you what you already know, and that's not what that says. So I don't see what the
That's
whole
not what
purpose.
it says.
I don't see what the purpose is to sit up here and argue when the words are what words say.
What the
She
word say?
admitted to nothing. He talking about the stuff with Bonjean conceded. She didn't concede to anything. She stated the word stated. I never denied it was him or her. That's not saying that was her and him and that was me. That's not the same thing. So I don't know why he wanted me to come on here and say that because he already knew my position. Keller knows me.
Oh, he called you.
Yeah.
Girl,
He where he not up
now,
here? Keller, where your ass at? You gonna call me and leave?
Skylight. Um, who got the? You got me with the echo. Skylight.
It's an echo?
Yeah, for me,
Oh,
cause he ain't saying nothing. Okay, Skylight. Technically and legally, and I thought about it because I had to go back and think about it because where she is in this process, she did not technically concede that it was him and it was her on there. She did not technically concede that it wasn't him or her on there because I had to go back and think about his process. However, being the fact that she said they did not say it wasn't him or her, and she at no point made an argument that it wasn't him or her on that tape, I have to say she's saying that it's more than likely it's him and her on that tape.
And she said
no,
that he take
we can't do that.
accountability
Nope,
as
nope,
well.
nope, nope.
Yes, we
If
can
Sky,
do that.
if Skylight can't reasonably infer stuff, y'all can't neither.
See, Angie, you gave him
That's
that
just
bullshit
like
ass.
that's
You did
just
that
like
shit, Angie.
that's
I
basically
didn't
like
know.
hold on. That's
I
like
can.
pleading the fifth. That's like pleading the fifth. I'm not admitting shit and I'm not denying
Okay,
shit.
what about the plea deal?
So
What about the plea
that's
deal?
it. What you mean? What about the plea deal?
They didn't want to go to trial.
And hold on, and
What you said? What?
responsibility for
You
certain
said they
things.
didn't want to go to trial.
Uh-uh.
No, they didn't want to go to trial. What you mean? There was no plea deal.
She said that it was.
Offered a deal. They
She
offered a
said it
deal.
was.
They
Right,
offered
but
a
he
deal.
didn't take it. So what are you talking
No, the
about?
government didn't take it. Government didn't take it.
Okay, so what are you saying? Then there was no plea
That he
deal.
admitted. She said that he admitted to some of the conduct. He take
Yeah.
Okay,
responsibility for
what
some of
is
the
that
conduct.
telling you? That's saying he admitted to some of the conduct. You don't know what conduct it was. You can't stretch and reach with
Okay,
me,
so
Keller.
listen to me. Listen to me. If he admitted to any of the conduct, all the conduct is illegal. So any of it, we know that.
That's what you think.
He,
He could have
no,
been admitting
he's
to.
in court for
He could
illegal.
have been admitting to. I exposed that hoe to herpes. It could
He
be
don't have
that.
no charges for that in this trial.
That don't mean.
He
Okay, so
have
what's the
he
what's
don't
the
have any
reason why?
charges for that. So if he's admitting to what they are alleging that he did, that means he's admitting to some of the illegal stuff.
Okay, what's the charges? We in Chicago or we in New York? Where we at?
We're in Illinois.
Okay, what's the charges?
All minors, all
So I can
minors,
okay,
and
so I can give
obstruction.
you. Oh, you talking
All
about the
minors and obstruction.
17-year-old minors again? We still dealing with that? And
As
16-year-old minors? That's what we dealing with, huh?
no, they
Grown
all
ass minors? That's what we dealing with, huh?
no. I know. I said minors. There's no such thing as grown minors.
Yeah, it is such thing as grown minors. A 17-year-old is a grown ass minor. Sorry.
Well, we ain't dealing. We dealing with 14-year-olds and 16-year-olds.
That's still a grown minor. All willing participants.
Well, it's illegal.
All wanted to get down and all wanted to fuck. So what are we talking about?
Oh, Jesus Christ.
Yeah, you already know what it is when you call me, buddy. All right, I got about 5 minutes. What else you trying to run?
You can leave
What
now,
other
then.
bullshit are you trying to run before I get off of here? So I can
You
shut
can
you
leave.
down right now.
You can leave now.
What you
That's all
doing?
you got?
What you doing, Sky? What happened? Why you got to go?
I'm gonna come back. I'll be back. I
Yeah,
told
you
Caroline we got a good 10
You
minutes.
try to get in your ass. You try to get in your ass.
You selling
Huh?
that shit? If you selling that shit, you always got to dip and come back. Dip and come back. If you checking all your corners,
What do y'all? What does that want to say? That's not what the words say. Y'all want to see when I try and reasonably infer some shit. Y'all say I can't do it. No, what you say?
no.
I'm taking liberty with the narrative. So
Hey, go,
if I can't
Angie.
take liberty with the narrative, then you say y'all.
Angie, go
Hold
back
on.
and reread what he admitted to the conduct.
Hold
Go
on.
back and read what he admitted to the conduct.
He ain't admit to shit. He said I
What
needed
are you
the
smacking
natty
on? What are you smacking on?
popcorn. Let's get popping, baby. The best popcorn in Chicago.
Some Garrett's.
Let's get popping.
I never heard
On
of that.
Western, like 119th and Western. You need to go
Okay.
over there. That's the best popcorn. Well, I guess it's out of Chicago. We might be on the cusp. It's like in Oak Lawn over there.
Well, I was going to say, that's definitely in Chicago.
Like
Nowhere near
119th,
it. Nowhere near
119th,
Chicago.
and 119th and Western. Okay, now what else y'all got now so I can shut it down real quick? Oh, hey, Chad. I didn't even say hi to the Chad. I had to come up here and get Angie and Teller together trying to twist the words up and say that we admitted to some shit.
No, ma'am. I removed conceded off the table. I walked it back a little bit, but not that motherfucking far.
Hey, you gave her an argument. You gave her an argument.
Hold on.
What do you mean you gave me an argument? As soon as
Because you using Angie's argument. You wouldn't be saying that if she wouldn't have walked it back. You wouldn't be saying
are
that.
you crazy? Taylor, I am a wordsmith. Okay, you already know how I do my words.
But she said that the first thing I said is that's a Levi argument. First thing I said, I knew
It might be
y'all was gonna
argument.
copy and paste that shit.
Levi's
I knew y'all was gonna copy and paste that
intelligent.
shit.
He's intelligent as well, and I'm intelligent too. What you think I'm the dummy?
What I just read, Sky. Levi is going to buy some Detroit ass in the morning time on Wednesday and in the evening time on Wednesday. Yes, just watch. Instead of buying just the normal one piece ass on Wednesday, he gonna buy twice, child. Cause he gonna
Look, I bet you if JoJo could hear us, he would agree with me. And I already know Levi is going to agree. We are wordsmiths. We look at words for
y'all
what
can be
they
like,
are.
you know what the fuck it is you're talking about? Nope. And you will never defeat Batman and Robin. They ain't lost
Look,
yet.
I already told you we are Black Adam and Wonder Woman. There's no way we could lose.
And
And
whatever makes
Batman ain't even got no superpowers.
girl, how
Batman gotta get somebody to make some fancy toys to win. Shit, that's cheating. Shit, as far as
Batman
I'm
power is
concerned.
he rich. He rich as fuck. That's his power.
Yeah. Batman be
okay,
cheating his ass off.
yeah, hell, a girl, please, honey, while I shake this thing off and put on that cape and fuck y'all up out there.
Yeah, and you got a boomerang under the cape. See what I'm saying? Some tricky shit. That's all the bought and made.
I'll shake this thing off.
Electronic
I know
bombs
it's
and
right there,
shit.
right? I'll shake this thing off and like, what? Boom, boom,
Look,
boom.
Batman be cheating his ass off. I promise you.
Hey,
Hold
wait,
on.
Johnny Batman, did you see that?
Look, y'all be cheating y'all ass off. No, but what Kyle already know what time it is. He knew how I was coming. That's why he called me just so he could hear me say
Yeah,
it.
he loves to call you and he try to put something in your goddamn face. I'm like, damn.
But he know
No,
me.
no, I
Angie
want to
know
hear
me
your
too.
thoughts.
Y'all both know
I
me.
want to hear
Y'all
your
knew I
thoughts.
wasn't going for that.
No, I want to hear
Y'all
your
both
thoughts on her
knew
free.
I was not going for that. Okay, I know
Okay.
both of y'all know me.
I know. So that's why
How you
you
feel
want
about her argument though? How you feel about her argument? Statute of limitation.
I feel like that's all she can do. Cause
She
either
got
you
statute
gonna
of
admit it,
limitation, severance, and the
huh?
sentencing. It's an argument.
Wait, say that again.
make sure. Let me go over it. Let me make sure.
Uh, statute of limitations with the
Well, I
tapes.
don't know about no damn statute of limitations. I'm not no fucking legal smeagol. What's the question?
Oh, well, that's why. That was my question. Is how you feel about her argument? Her
I
arguments.
mean, it depends on if the law is going to support it. I mean, if there's something saying that they were beyond the statute of limitations, then I mean, it
Well,
is what it is.
I wish you had that same thought process with all his goddamn charges. Because some, even if the law supported, you don't agree with the shit.
But with the who?
I wish you thought that with all his charges, because even if the law supported, you don't agree with the law with some of his
Like what?
charges.
Like what?
The
Oh,
age,
you come out the age of
the
consent?
age of
I mean,
consent.
I can't. It's not logical to me.
See, that's what I be saying. That's what I was trying to tell Levi and Levi like-minded people and the people that think whatever he Levi be lying on me and stuff whatever. If and it's not about saying you don't know the law whatever, just don't support him with it. And no disrespect, but you don't tell us how. I ain't trying to tell you. I'm just saying if you want to waste your motherfucking time and get your motherfucking hopes up to be let motherfucking down, then go right ahead. I'm not gonna be a part of that. All I'm saying is this. You don't agree with the motherfucking law. You don't apply the law right. You don't even understand it. You don't ain't even going back to see what it is you need from the law to support your position because you do know that the law provides you ammunition to either be for a motherfucker or against that
Right.
same motherfucker. So you
Right.
need to do what you got to do. If
That's
not,
true.
don't use
But
it.
that's true. But this is the thing that why I ain't gonna lie. I do get upset because I'm just mad at how the whole thing went, and I'm mad that it's a bunch of motherfucking lying ass motherfuckers walking around free. That should be part of the goddamn RICO. Um, I feel like this. It comes down to what the appellate court says. There's gonna be some judges that are going to agree with certain laws, and some are gonna agree with other laws. It's just a matter of
And the
how that
and
shit's
the
just gonna weigh out. I mean, we could argue all we want. We could pull up case laws back and forth, but it comes down to what they gonna support and what they not gonna support.
and the appellate. I mean, well, I would say the Supreme Court is all over the place when it comes to the statute of limitation. They all
That's
over the
what
place.
I'm saying. So we don't know what's gonna happen. I mean,
But
we
some of the
still being
rulings came
argued.
before the appeal. Because I think it's been changed like 3 times in the last 20 years. So some rulings came before. I haven't really saw any recent ones though. That's what I've been looking for. Is some recent shit.
I'm saying this, even if we find it, it's gonna come down to what they are pushing. Like some people are pro this, some people are pro that. Judges got their own agenda. That's how they got into that motherfucking seat because they was pushing against certain things that people support.
But didn't
So
you concede to the tapes in the past?
I'm never gonna see there's no goddamn tapes.
You did. You said in the Illinois case.
Never.
You said y'all got that. You said the Illinois case.
No.
Y'all got. You
No.
told me.
I
You
said
told
I
me
would give you the thought, Rashana. Don't try and twist my
that
word.
is the tape. That's the
No.
tapes.
No. I said I would give you the thought, Rashana, only because they said she was like 14 years old.
Okay, so that's why I said the tapes. She's the one. She's the only one that
No,
have
I
tapes.
said I would give you Rashana. Listen to what I just said. Because they saying she was close to 14 years old. That's why I'm
She's
giving
the
you that.
only
It ain't
one
got
with
nothing to do with no
tapes.
tapes.
She's
It
the
ain't
only
got
one with the
nothing to do with
tapes.
none of that. I feel like, if anything, even if they take her to 16, the ones in the other case of what, 16, 17, and then you get to 18. 14 to 18 is a nice little spread. That's why I got to give y'all that. I'm willing to concede to that, but I'm not giving you Azriel.
No,
I'm
no,
not
no,
giving
no.
you
I said the
Deronda.
tapes. I said the tapes. So with Shauna is the tape. You saying the same
I'm talking
thing.
about minors, G. I don't know what you arguing.
Illinois. I said then you concede to the tapes in Illinois.
No,
And you just said you conceded to Rashana. That is the
I
tapes.
said I give you
So
Rashana.
you giving me the tapes then?
I didn't say nothing about no tapes.
She
No,
is the tapes. What you talking
she's
about?
not the tapes.
Rashana is on
She's
3
another
tapes.
thought in the case that performed. I'm not agreeing to no fucking evidence saying none of that shit. No.
But you gonna give me Rashana.
Yeah.
Okay, well,
I give you a minor named Rashana. I won't give you a minor named
okay.
Azriel. I won't give you a minor named Geronda. And whatever other ones sitting up there lying about their age and shit. I'm not going. No. Now you better take what you got and run with it
Hey, I'll take
before
Rashana because
I
you
say
give me
I fuck her
because
too. Okay?
you you can't go fuck around fucking that popcorn, baby. Keep telling these mother.
Look, you better take her and run with it. All right, when I come back, let me know if y'all got another argument so I can shut it down.
Oh,
Y'all find Levi.
I'll
Where
tell you, you can
Levi
shut
at?
down that motherfucking popcorn you eat.
I want him to come in here and check my remix. Levi, where you at? JoJo! Where they at? I can't see the chat. Well, I'm gonna pop down. I'll come back up in a minute. And I'm gonna listen to y'all bullshit too. I ain't gonna be too far.
Fuck
Bye,
out of here. So you finish that pork chop?
Boy, let me tell you something. That damn, I be fucked up because I warm my food up, and by the time I get in here, start chopping on it, it's hot for about 2 or 3 minutes. After that, that shit is cold because of the damn vent. Damn vent. So I
Oh
really
shit,
don't
that
have no
bullshit ass microwave.
bullshit ass man. You
You gotta put
crazy?
it on popcorn when you warm that shit up.
Put it on popcorn.
Put that shit on popcorn.
I can put on the time.
Put it on popcorn. Trying to tell you. I put everything on popcorn.
It prolongs the heat.
I put everything on popcorn.
I
It's
ain't listening.
perfect.
You fuck around. I have my goddamn food rock hard like a goddamn fucking fuck up my goddamn meal. I better cuss your ass out. Yeah, you know. So we have to make it clear that she didn't actually say that it ain't them on the tape, but She
Man,
didn't say
please.
it wasn't him, and by her, the rest of the actions. She, we got to, and I have to be legally correct on that because I try to be legally correct on everything else.
You
And
gave
I
them an argument. I knew right away when you said that shit. They gonna copy and paste what you said.
no, it's a factual. No, I know they ain't gonna believe the fake ass attorney. I don't want to come back with that. I don't want to hear shit
They
I
copy and
said.
paste. They
No,
copy
I
and
don't
paste
say no.
verbatim.
Don't say no, baby. Don't use that.
When you said that shit, when you
Mm,
said that shit, I knew exactly what was gonna happen. They
mm-mm.
copy and paste
No,
that shit.
that's fake ass attorney. You ain't using that, are you? Yeah. See, that's how it works. You don't get to have it both ways with me. It's either one way or the other. Kel, what are you
So
doing?
they
Hmm?
agree with you.
I agree
They
with you. Yeah, she went to Harvard.
I'm a
No,
wordsmith.
I didn't. Very
I'm a fucking wordsmith.
small, baby. Very small school, and I barely made it. But now, um, you know, I have to be factual.
Oh, wait. You biased, remember?
Yeah, I'm biased. I'm biased. Yeah, let me still be biased. I don't want to hear nothing I said. Let me still be biased. Yeah,
Because you remember when they said that, I always said that I felt that you was biased the other way.
yeah, that's crazy. Like what
And
the
they
fuck? No, you like you can't figure out why I can give two positions. Hmm, because I'm looking at it from two ways, either wins or losses on both ways. I'm looking at it from both sides. Cause I'm not on the side, stupid. Damn. And unethical. And I'm unethical. Carl, he
oh
said you're
yeah.
right though.
Yeah, I'm like,
So it's not giving. I mean, it's like it's a fight that uh anybody should be able to execute, right? I mean, so she didn't say it. So I have to go there because I forgot what season she's in. Okay. She didn't say it. She's in her post conviction season. So we don't know if that'll ever come up again. If it'll come up, we don't know what I'm saying. We don't know that. So, because she may at some point come up and say, hey, that ain't my client on there. We found the people, as an argument later on down the road for some other reason. Right? You just never know. But because the tapes are very much a part of the record. So, what I was going to say, Kelly, we have to be accurate.
and with the tapes, only thing she can say is it shouldn't even be in there to begin with. Can't say they ain't arguing whether it's him or not. It's just saying that she is outside statute of limitation. Therefore, can't use it.
And you see how that if that is a if she's accurate, you see how that law would prohibit him from being charged if it's outside the state. That's what I'll be trying to tell about laws that been so you can't a parent can't consent for a child. I don't give a fuck what the text messages say. They can't consent.
Oh, you got a point. You got a
You see what
point
I'm
because they
saying?
would never, they wouldn't argue that.
Right. So
They
that's what
wouldn't
I'm
argue
saying.
that.
Right. So that's prohibited. That's what I mean by there are certain laws and rules and regulations and procedures that prohibit certain conduct,
And and
certain
and, uh,
of the law.
and at the end of the day, if if the language is not intended for it to be retroactively, it may drop. That charge may drop. Y'all don't have a problem with that. But those the rules. Y'all want to disregard that rule, but you disregard the other rules that don't
Look,
work in his favor.
call me names. I'm like, but I'm trying to tell you, It
You
wasn't
know,
said.
you, you know what? You disregard the rules that against him, but accept the rules that work in his favor.
Say admit to nothing and denying everything. Right.
Uh,
And listen, y'all, I'm just gonna tell you this. I don't know how y'all gonna do it, but it's got to be done. I'm used to people near and far. From here is closest from here as far as to the satellite in the sky, telling me how nice and sweet I am. Now, I don't know what the fuck is wrong with y'all. God knows I ain't done nothing to you. Why y'all can't constantly tell me how nice and sweet I am? Why y'all can't do that? And just tell the truth. Damn, I don't know. I don't know what the problem is. Like what they see and y'all don't. Huh? Huh? Fuck is wrong with y'all? Shit. I'm nice and sweet. Oh, killer. Killer. I got
his
to give
merch.
I got to give you a couple dollars on one of them money making ideas you got. When you give me back my money?
What'd you say?
Huh?
That's what we need to actually talk about is fuck this shit. We need to talk about like some real life shit.
Back money.
My
Okay,
money.
now I hope you ain't the Chicago swindler, because we're gonna have a problem. Hey, if you the Chicago swindler, we're gonna have a problem. So I don't want to deal with no Chicago swindler. Shit, I want to listen here. Mm-mm. If we can get that money, I'd have to listen here because my
Hey,
way.
what? But you know what though? This what I
Uh-huh.
can say. This what I
Mm-hmm.
can say was Sky. Oh, man, she be maybe on some bullshit with her rhetoric on here. It don't make sense. Half the shit that she say. But when it come down to like how what wax say that business come down to that business,
Or a little
oh
scrap
baby,
that midnight E.
she
That
be
midnight
on it.
E should be on it.
She own it.
That's
She
what I'm
own it.
talking
Like
about.
she talk completely different. You ain't
That's
recognize her.
what I'm talking
You
about.
ain't
Yeah.
recognize
You know how you say offline I sound like a lawyer, but on here okay, in our personal conversations, yeah. But I'm serious. I be want to talk about that midnight E. Okay? Where the money at? Where the money resides?
her. Out
Call.
here.
Where the money
It's out
resides?
here.
Yes.
It's out here. Just got us right under your nose.
Right. Who is his
It's in
daddy?
arm's reach.
This is one hell of a case. There's so many twists, turns, and twisted parents, money, motives, and everything else under the sun. Yes, Daddy V. Who is you? Who is that? Daddy V, you knew? Let me see. Yeah, who was Daddy V? Why you spelling it like that?
Yeah, I'm merging, and I'm about to send it to you in a couple more minutes.
Oh, okay. Daddy V, what is going on? Why you spelling like that with an I at the end? Should you know I'm suspect of everybody. Who is you? You coming here to get us? Daddy V, I'm gonna tell you right now. I guarantee you, they are hunting you down right now as I speak, Daddy V. I'm trying to tell you, you better say something. 'Cause Daddy V, it was a girl on here. Daddy V, let me tell you what happened. Not too long ago, it was a girl on here talking crazy. Honey, I don't know what happened. That motherfucker got hunted down so quick. Hey, baby, before I knew it, I had the damn whatever coming across my.
No, Timba,
I no
Timba,
no no.
Timba.
I wasn't gonna go down. I wasn't gonna go down. I know what's crazy. I just subscribed. I've been watching everything. Oh, okay, Daddy V. Daddy Five. Which
but
one you
but
want to
she
go
said
with?
that to she said that to say, God damn it, be careful.
Be careful, Daddy V.
Be
This is be
careful. It don't take
careful.
long.
They,
It don't
they
take
will.
long.
They don't take long, baby. Oh shit, nah, well, I know what's stopping. I
Oh,
was just fucking around. I was just talking shit, but Daddy V. Okay, he said he just unsubscribed. Well, welcome, Daddy V. Daddy Five. Now, what's I don't know what you want to be called. Yeah, Daddy Five, Daddy B. But yeah, so I don't know, y'all. This is crazy. I just wanna. We y'all so behind. If we still arguing about all this shit that don't matter. Oh, I can't. I just need y'all to just move, huh? And I ain't playing no music, so I'm it. Okay. So groove me. Oh, tell you that ain't it. Groove me. Y'all old enough for that? You remember that song? You was probably about 5 when it came up, Kel. Groove me. By guy. Groove me,
yeah.
baby. To not. No, not the way you go.
That's
Not the way you go. What got?
who was
Uh,
that? Who
uh. R. Kelly older brother, Aaron Hall and them.
Aaron Hall. Everybody was in there. You got Aaron Hall, you got
Teddy
damn, what's buddy name?
Riley and Damian Hall. Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
So
everybody in
that
there.
song Carla. And I said,
Yeah.
tonight.
Good.
Uh-huh. Oh, you said, girl, girl, they like daddy. Yeah, tonight. Something be all right. Let's get down tonight. I don't know the words. Tonight. I bet y'all say, Andy, do you know a song that you know the words? Yeah. Get on, babe, tonight. Dum dum did.
All right,
Hey,
so
go ahead.
see if it's searchable. I just sent it. Just type anything in there to see if it's searchable. I know you like to Google shit.
Okay, all right. Y'all don't hit me or cyber kick me. Left my ass out. I'm just an innocent bystander enjoying. Okay, well, you sound like you feeling okay. Sound like you ain't. No, you ain't crazy. Is you crazy? Let me ask you that. These motherfuckers. Let me ask you that. Oh, and I do a lot of cursing over here. Is that okay? Warned you.
You know what?
Just
You're gonna
want
have to start doing like parental advisory on this motherfucker.
okay, yeah, because I got a lot of persons be coming in here. They be like, "Oh God," and then they start cursing when it's you know when it's okay.
Cussing and
Okay,
fussing.
yeah, that's not the whole thing though.
Yes, everything.
That ain't all the
Every
transcript.
day. Every day. It's every
Boy,
day.
this is 90 pages.
What the hell I just sent you? Hold on.
90 pages.
Hold on 1 second. 1 second. Maybe I sent you the wrong shit.
Yeah. Oh, baby, down tonight. Let us do the ride on the groove. Uh, uh, grooving. Karen Jane, I do be thinking some people be coming in here trying to trick me. You understand what I'm saying? Trying to see if you know. You ain't gonna trick me, Daddy B. Baby. My nose staying
I think
clean.
I sent you the I sent you the sentencing again. Delete that.
Yeah, again, my nose staying clean, baby. I just got off cocaine and crack habits. I've been clean for about 30 days now. I won't get my pendant and shit for being 30 days clean, Daddy B. Daddy V, have you ever been on that shit? That white girl? That white horse or whatever they call it? That pony? Have you been on that? Let us know. Have you had some acid? Ever been on an acid trip? I saw the Nut and Levi trap going to get at you. Who? Oh yeah. Oh girl. I'm like, uh. Back up, Satan. Back up and park. You 2 or 3 times the crazy. What does CTH? I don't know what that means. Oh yeah, booger sugar. You in the booger sugar? You in that booger sugar? Oh, just some weed and not that lace shit. Okay, okay. Well, you in the right area code, honey. They got a whole bunch of weed smoking going on around here. Yes, honey. All kinds of that CBC, CBD oil or whatever it's called. It's everywhere, honey. They got vape pens. They got premium weed. They got the hybrid. They got the other two. I don't know what they call. They got that over there that you see on the illustrations of the people pass out. They got that. They have gummy bears. They got candy. They got it in collard greens. They got it all. You get as high as hell over here, baby. Yes, they got it all. Oh, cut the hell up. Oh, cut the hell up. Oh, thank you. Well, I don't know what all that means, honey. They get at me because I didn't go to the HBCUs, honey. So, they get at me, honey. I remember being in trouble all the time with my own people. And if I can't be real with my people, who I can be real with then? Now that 5 V, are you into Black Power talk? Stay woke, consciously speaking? Cause I don't do none of that. Hey, you into the church? What up? Now listen, I can sing a couple songs. Where's Atmos when you need him? Huh?
Now, and you said you can start your. I think I got it right now.
Yeah, I saw the thing where the old people done start smoking weed. Some of them old people that smoke that
Glaucoma.
weed, they don't know the
Old
fuck they
people been
was.
smoking. Old people
No,
been
it's
smoking.
like a whole thing they did on CNN, Keller.
They been smoking.
Well, they might have been smoking, but CNN ain't know nothing about it because they just did a thing about it.
Because it's legal now. Shit, nobody finna admit to no goddamn uh offense. They went to that shit legal now.
What? Okay. All right. I think this is it. Hold on. Let me see if I can. Do
When you
you
gonna
be
break
doing
down
all this
Trump
shit
chart?
on your phone?
Huh?
Do you be doing all this shit on your phone?
Oh, no, no, no.
Okay, I
Actually,
was finna say.
Diva helped me with that. So shout out to Diva.
Okay. Shout out to David in, because I was finna say. This some bullshit. You can do all this on your phone.
No, I asked Diva to do it, and I think it took her. That's what I told her. I'm gonna look out for by her blunt. I think it took her damn near an hour to do that shit.
Yep, I can Google. Thank you. Thank you. Yep, I'm gonna need that. Yeah, so no, they was on CNN, and these old people, they were, I mean, just as high as hell, honey. They didn't know where the fuck they were. They just looking crazy and shit. I'm like, yeah, leave them goddamn young people shit alone. Let that shit go, cause shit, y'all have something that just looking at the bird, thinking the bird talking to you and shit.
When you gonna break down Trump charges?
He keep getting them added every day. That's why I turn
Hey,
around.
Trump,
God,
Trump.
they trying to get you, man.
So every time Trump get indicted, his numbers go up in the polls. So Paul Trump made a post. He said, I want more indictment from getting elected.
He said, what?
So every time Trump get indicted, his poll numbers go up.
Yeah.
So Trump made a post and said, I'm one more indictment away from getting elected."
Oh, for real? Hell no. That's funny as hell. Now, listen, if he wasn't so crazy, and then you got all these crazy white people. But see, here's the thing, right? This is what I'm trying to figure this out. I don't know if he is actually a racist, right? Because here's the thing. I do know that he used everybody to get where he needs to be. Now he don't give a fuck if he got to holler out there, Proud Boys, tear this motherfucker down, and they go up there and bum rush the Capitol or wherever. And if that's what he got to do, that's what he got to do to get what he got to get. And then he done, he was like, he told the black people, shit, what you got to lose? Hey, you done fuck with all these white, the people that ain't promise you shit, ain't done shit for you. What you got to lose? He'll get with them. If it was popular to keep the Mexicans and shit out of him, whatever, shit, he said that. Get out, stay out, your ass out of here. So I don't know if he
He
is,
racist. He racist.
but he
His
done.
actions, his actions show that.
But Keller, what about all the times he done ran with all these different celebrities and stuff like that who are of
That,
color,
that was a pacifier. A
who are
pacifier.
before his ass was talking about running.
That's a
You gotta look
pacifier.
at people sometime in their natural regression and what they naturally would do, Keller, to understand the profile for who they, well, let me stop using that word I have, to actually find out who they actually are. You have to look at what they have done.
He
Okay.
called Kaepernick. He called Kaepernick mama a bitch. He racist. He wouldn't have did that shit to
Man, hold on. He said something about what you said now?
who you talking to, me?
Yeah, go ahead. I'm reading something.
Oh, I was gonna say he called Kaepernick mama a bitch because he kneeled.
Oh,
So he's a son of a bitch. A motherfucker went out in a peaceful protest. Went out to do a photo op
mm,
and had them whoop their ass. He in front of the church holding the Bible upside down. Do a photo op.
yeah. But he may be one of the ones that try to
He's a
try to.
dictator. He's a dictator.
He's a yeah, because a lot of things when you hear about some of the things he's said and all this whatever, either he don't get the process or he don't give a fuck about the process. He want to say, "Hey, I'm the president. You'll do it my way, and that's it. This, that, and the third, or whatever." And I don't understand why it can't be done that way. I get it, right?
Fuck
My
democracy. That's what
yeah,
he said. Fuck democracy.
yeah. He's all over the place, and I think he's one of them people. But you don't, but Kelly, you don't think that he just there are some people. Now I don't particularly like them, okay, but Jesus Christ, honey, that's all I'm gonna say. In these last days, I've whew, seen people who uh, smile up and cozy up when every motherfucking body, lie to every motherfucking body, just to get what they want or get their
Right.
position or whatever.
Right. So he don't need you. They ain't gonna discard you when he don't need you no more.
Yes, ma'am, Cookie. Uh huh. Right, and then when they don't need you no more, shit, you get discarded like a motherfucking wet paper bag. Do you think he is a racist or he's just one of them people? Let me see when his birthday.
He's a
When I
racist.
tell you I'm so motherfucking traumatized, I look up everybody's birthday.
He's a
Oh,
racist dictator.
hell no. Huh?
He's the modern day. He's the modern day Adolf Hitler.
Hold on. I don't think you're that bad. Come on now.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah.
You extreme.
You're just looking at the tip of the iceberg.
And a lot of things is he don't do his own research or reading and shit. He passed that shit off for somebody else to do it. And that's how a part of how my uh a person I know got all hooked up with that goddamn that birth certificate shit and fooled them all. He born June 14th.
He's born in June.
June 14th.
June 14th.
Mm-hmm.
What's that? Let's say what sign is that? That's B sign. I
It's a
know that
it's
shit.
a damn sign that cuts the fuck up. I know
That's V.
that.
That's V sign.
Oh, for real?
Yeah.
Don't you cuss the fuck up?
Huh?
Oh, Gemini? He talking about, huh?
Gemini.
You don't want to answer.
I didn't hear you. I didn't hear you.
Oh, he said, huh? Nah, shit. Cut
Yeah,
that shit.
Gemini.
Mm.
Cause she even told me. She even told me. She's like, nobody like my sign. I'm like, what's your sign? Everybody had nothing good to say about my sign. Gemini.
The only problem I have with Geminis is that they will. I think my mother had to be the nicest Gemini ever, but Geminis they will. They will not click on you like a click. I think some of them actually click, or some of them kind of just fade click. I don't know how to explain them, but I don't have that. I've never had too much of a big issue with Geminis. Ain't too many signs.
Leos.
Oh my God,
Leos for me.
Jesus Christ, they
Leo's
so
crazy.
cool
My
sometimes.
father Leo. My father Leo. And man, hard to deal with.
I
Cause
hadn't
so
seen
ass
my.
out so quick. I
I have to
mean,
deal with difficult ass people by not dealing with them. If I do that, I find that we have less problems. I know how to deal with you. Like you got somebody on the job or whatever. That's always like the cop. You know what I do? They go left, I go right, cause I know me. And just like the yesterday, I had a rough time yesterday. Well, Sunday, woo, I had a rough time, honey, at work. They almost got me. I was like, Cause I be like, listen, I ain't got to do this anyway, or I'm about to cut you the fuck out. But you better back up, you know. But old heads back to James. I'm telling you, it's something about them signs. I'm not making this up. And I ain't been wrong yet. Okay? I ain't been wrong yet. It may be one or two people that don't act like their signs or whatever that you may come across. Other than that, it is consistent. Okay? Consistent. Now, you know, call NASA. Shit, they responsible for the motherfuckers. Call NASA. Hell, shit. When they followed astrology, oh, yeah. Yeah, I'm telling you. Hold on. Well, okay, well, so let's break Daddy 5 or Daddy V in. Daddy V, what's your sign? So we can talk about your ass. Break you on in. Cuss you out and all that.
Let
Just
me
be like,
go to this chat. I'm missing everything.
huh?
I said, let me go to this chat because I'm missing everything.
Yes. Libras, listen. I generally get along with Libras. I know I get along with Libra men. I generally get along with Libra women. I just don't like some of their ways. You know, some of their ways a little. But Libra women, I generally like Libras. Period as a sign. Um, Scorpios, they okay. Um,
See,
Sag.
I can only speak to what I dealt with, and
Mm-hmm.
I haven't really dealt with every sign, but I dealt with them crazy ass Virgos and them crazy ass Leos.
Aquarius. Wait a minute. Hold on. Okay, Virgos and Leos. I can get why you say we crazy. I get that. Aquarius is what? What time of the year is Aquarius? Wait a minute. I don't have Libra friends at all. Oh. Well, what you mean the twins ain't the same, Mr. James? Now I can now listen. When you say Virgos and Leos, I can see. I'm the type of person. I know why you call us crazy.
I experienced it before. So you ain't in denial.
February. What's the sign after Capricorn? Cause that's what that child daddy is. That's what What's the kind of sign after Capricorn? What is that? I can never. Hold on, I ask my own. Y'all type too slow. Y'all be
So
fast
that's
in
cool.
shit.
What's
Okay.
that? February? Beginning of February? End of January?
Uh-uh. I can tell if this is set up or not.
Capricorn's crazy too.
This is set up. Get your ass on out of here, Mister Daddy Five. Get your ass
What
on up
happened?
out of here. I know this
What
is.
happened?
Huh?
What happened?
huh? Huh?
What it say? What it say?
It started January 19th. Mm-hmm.
I,
I knew
uh,
it. I knew it was some
that's the
bullshit.
same as your baby
Huh?
dad. Same as your baby dad.
Baby daddy and Adrian. Get your ass out of here. It's a setup. Baby, it's a setup. I ain't crazy. I'm on Aquarius. Yeah, when you start being Aquarius. Time you hit on this link, yeah, lies. Get your ass out of here. You ain't gonna fool me. You don't get me, baby. Hey, yeah, I knew it was something. Baby, I just listen, y'all ain't gonna fool me. Y'all ain't gonna trick my
Hey,
ass. No,
you know
huh?
what though? You have me dying, laugh. I think I told you this before. If you just said this, just reminded me when you said that shit. You had me dying laughing. What was the old girl name again
Ooh.
that came up here with the same fucking tone all fucking while she was on here?
Audra.
When, you, when she said, you said, what you go to jail for? And then when she said it, you said, I knew your ass was crazy. You said, I know it. Oh, your ass is crazy.
Fucking ass crazy. Yeah, I knew this was damn set up with this goddamn daddy five and shit was spelling daddy like that and five or V or whatever kind of shit. It's a goddamn setup. Talking about he's an Aquarius. Let me look at that picture. Is that Adrian on now?
The
Y'all
Audra,
blow that picture up. Y'all
the
track
Audra.
that. And tell me
Yeah,
if
but
you better lead back to the south. And how the shit is this? I was trying to set up. Yeah. Baby, y'all don't catch me no goddamn more. Baby.
yeah, I think you should break down his charges one day.
Yeah,
His
I
indictment.
but he keep getting indicted. I only got one indictment. He done been indicted 2 times after that.
That yeah, he's
God,
supposed to get indicted again in Georgia. I don't know when, but they say Georgia next.
oh man. I thought
So
the one he just got was Georgia. God damn.
no, he got DC. Last one was DC for the capital shit.
Oh, okay.
And
Child.
they talk about how black how black people, break it, like when they do um what they call protests and shit. They be breaking in stores, stealing shit out of Target. Shit, the white people tried to break in the Capitol building and steal the Constitution.
Yeah,
It'll get
right.
no worse than that. Shit.
Right. I still damn figure. I mean, they was gonna beat them motherfucking old ass representatives and shit asses in there, but they got to moving. You hear me? And you know what the funny one is, when they show behind it, it's not really funny. Old ass Mitt Romney, his post self, he was trying to get out the way. He moving by himself because I guess nobody told him how to move with the group. He moving towards the goddamn
I didn't see
people.
that. I didn't
You
see that.
did you see it?
No, I didn't. I didn't see that.
Oh my God, you need to see it. And the black cop told him he better turn his ass around. And he baby the Mitt with the moving baby. He went to get the hell out of the way. They was steps away from his ass. They was gonna get him.
They say that
And
when
he
the
was
old girl,
one of them that came out against Trump. Them people knew that. They were gonna get his ass.
they say when old girl when they shot that lady, they say Pence is right behind them.
Oh,
They
who's
shot her ass.
Pence?
Yeah,
Yeah, right. They
that's
listen.
fucked up. He sent them after his motherfucker his running mate. What the fuck?
Yeah, nobody's.
Like, you say disregard them after you don't even know. Disregard. That's what the fuck he did.
out. Yeah. Oh. Daddy V said he was listening when that girl was up here.
Oh, okay. Oh, okay. So you've been in the
Yeah, he
bush.
done been in it. He done been in it.
You
Yeah.
came out the bushes.
Tell us.
My
He
nigga.
done
My
tell us
nigga.
all that went on.
Come on, hit the link now, man. Now you out the bushes.
We'll get it. What's up, Carla?
Okay. No.
What's
What
They
going
up?
on?
went in there. They went in there and and took Nancy Pelosi podium out there off the
Yeah.
floor of the house.
Boy, they would have got her ass.
I
Oh,
forever keep that picture because anytime I hear any of them say anything about hoodlums and all of that, I'm posting that picture every time.
right.
Yeah.
They
That was
scaled
crazy.
the wall. They scaled the wall of the White House And
I
then
said,
not
fuck these
one of them
stairs.
snipers
Goddamn,
shoot them down.
fuck these stairs. Let's
Right.
take
Okay.
the walk.
And
They
you know, it
went
was
in there. They went in there with the fat lady singing bullhorn
right,
on
right,
their head. I
right. They was not playing. That shit was so goddamn funny. Oh, that shit was so damn funny.
and all
Just to
we
see the
did was
back.
just sit back and watch because it was their problem. This is what y'all. This is y'all's America.
Well, I don't know what I would have did if I was saw a motherfucker coming there, half man, half horse. Oh
Look,
man, I'm like, you got it. Shit.
I'm glad I no longer work near the hill when that happened because I remember that one time when I was over there and we had an active shooter, and I was coming on the train, and my PI hit me up and was like, "Go back home. Do not come here because I was gonna get stuck. Once you get there, you was gonna be stuck." I am so glad I wasn't over there no more.
Man, you would be able if you was working there. Let's say you would be able to be an active shooter and get away with it.
Listen, I don't want to be nowhere in DC where it's no mess like that going on because it's not time. The wrong people going to get shot. The wrong people are going to be the casualties. It's not going to be the right ones. Like, but I don't even think none of this indictment stuff is going to go nowhere. I really don't.
I think his state is going to stay. I think he's going to end up getting what they call that shit when you. Well, it depends though. It depends on how the election go. So if Biden, if he lose, he's going to get what you call that shit, Angie? We get rid of the fucking charges.
Pardon?
He's going to pardon
Pardon.
himself.
Yeah, he's going to get pardoned.
Yeah.
No. He's not going. Any Republican.
What I'm saying is that Trump will pardon himself.
Pardon don't need. He don't need to run. He's not. I think if Trump win, I mean, if he run, he's not going to win. I think another Republican.
You think that?
Hell, there's no way. It's going to be too much turnout. Turnout don't work in his favor. It's going to be too much turnout.
Okay.
If another Republican wins,
nothing past this janky country no more. After they put that man in there.
Well, we already seen it. We already seen it. We already seen the
Listen, he should. This is what I want to know. I want to know why he's not in jail right now. Because, and I'm gonna tell you why. And this is the whole same point I'm making when I was in that, on that line about R. Kelly not getting a bail thing, right? Because he put a tweet out right after he left court saying, "Y'all come effing with me, I'm coming to F with y'all."
Right. That sounds like a bail violation.
And that is inciting language.
Wow.
Well, the
judge
told him that he can't have no communication.
Okay.
And she lists a bunch of names.
Did DOJ have to ask for protection from this man? Like, what more do you need?
But I think he may fuck around. And violate his fucking bail condition because he's real close. We went with that text message he did. Real close. Like, you really, like, on the line of crossing it.
Yeah, but what
I will believe that he will be in jail when I see it.
DC ain't fucking with him.
Y'all, let me use the restroom real quick. Y'all hold on for a minute. All right, I'm keep talking.
The DC judge, she the one. Because she already handled everybody that was involved in with the insurrection, and she sentenced everybody above the guidelines, every last one of them.
Well, they should have been. They should have been.
So she ain't fucking around. Then they already saying that she trying to hurry up. I think they call it a rocket docket, where they trying to get it done as quickly as possible.
Mr. James said Trump's going to win because young brothers and sisters love him, and the other people going to vote for him just to prove a point. I agree with Mr. James. I agree.
I don't think so.
Listen, because these people don't understand. They just glad he was giving them money. And they will go out, and these are emotional voters, not informed voters, Keller. Like, you giving people
I
too
get that.
much credit.
No. I get that he got his base. Well, I'm just saying that his base ain't strong enough. I'm not
Oh, so
saying that he
Queen
don't.
E said he is gonna win, and she voted.
I'm not saying that he don't not going to have a lot of people supporting him. I'm just saying it's not going to be enough because he's going to create turnout. He's going to create the people who don't like him is actually going to come out instead of staying home. If he
Okay,
don't
Keller.
run,
I'm
if
glad
he,
that you have that much faith in the
we
system.
seen it. We seen it. We seen it last
We
election.
no. What I'm gonna tell you what we seeing, and I'm gonna tell you. I'm gonna tell you what historical trend we're seeing. We're seeing the same type of historical trend when Bush the father was in, coming off that cusp of Reagan, and then he got in there and he only had that 1 year. That's about to be Biden. I'm telling you. I'm telling you. It
It
is.
could be. It could be. It could be. It could be. But I don't think it will be if Trump run. Like if another
Okay.
Republican get in there, yes.
Who
I
else
don't
you
think
think?
Biden. I don't think Biden is gonna.
DeSantis is taking a whooping, okay? And
Well,
honestly,
the poll says that fucking Trump is gonna be running, which I think is a mistake. That the poll says that he's winning. Like, and the crazy part is he's saying that he's not going to participate in any of the debates, and he still will win.
Who, Trump?
okay, Kyla, we gonna
Yeah,
see. This is our prediction. We done made our predictions now. That everybody's hearing it. Okay, so you can't go back.
if Trump win the primary, if he actually if he get past if he get to run, I don't think he's going to win.
I I I need
That's
some mess.
too much
I
shit
need to
against him.
find out if this was any other person acting the way that this man did. The CIA would have already resolved this issue.
Yeah.
I'm trying to figure out
Yeah.
when are they going to resolve this person.
Well, he got to. He's supposed to have a day in trial in
No, no,
court.
no, 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 no. They wouldn't have even let it get to that. I'm trying to figure out when are they going to resolve this person.
Get rid of him, Keller. Oh
Right.
my God.
Get rid of him.
God, you're like really get rid of his ass, Keller. Oh my gosh.
I ain't finna get rid of that motherfucker.
And see, the thing about it is, right? Like the black people, it's all they was concerned about them getting the money. You know, him getting
Right.
For stimulus. That's how you gonna win the black votes.
and,
I'm gonna
right.
send out
Give
more
'em a
stimulus checks.
check.
More
Got my
money.
vote, boy.
Did you
They
go?
ain't getting
Did
no
you
Got my
damn
go?
vote.
Did you go?
check or
Did you go
nothing.
pay for it
Me
4 years from now?
piss me the hell off.
Right. Did
Everybody
you?
get stimulus day one.
Right. Did you gonna
Yeah.
end up having to pay for 4 years from now? And we're gonna tell you that it was the Democrats' fault that you have to pay it back. But we knew it was our fault from the beginning.
He said
Mhm.
he said that if he make it office, he will be able to stop the war against Russia day
Da-
one.
Daddy V said,
Lie.
let Martha Stewart be president and Snoop. I agree with that. I agree with that. Matter of fact, we can reverse it. We can make Snoop the president. If Donald Trump can be president, Snoop Dogg can be the president. Okay.
Right.
Yeah, Kanye run again. Yeah.
I know
Yeah.
he's gonna read. I know that. I know he's gonna read that briefing that he gets every morning. I know that. Now he might light a L when he does it, but he's gonna read.
That's crazy, right? I mean, and
Like,
then
how can you justify having a man in the White House that doesn't do the basic fundamental of reading?
right. And he just find the people that, because let me tell you something, that kind of concept is from management, right? What you do, you hey, pass it on to somebody else to do it. You know what
But
I'm saying?
but
That's what
look
you
at
do.
how
You
Dick
don't do it
Cheney,
yourself.
look at how Dick Cheney took advantage of Bush with that.
Oh,
You see what
okay.
you
I
see
see
what
what
I'm saying?
yeah.
Another man who don't like to read and publicly admitted that he don't like reading.
Well, he was reading the goddamn one fish, two fish, blue fish, day 9/11.
It-
Yeah, he did it. Listen, he was stuck. He was stuck on 9/11. Okay,
yeah.
he was
I
stumbling
love
over the words, but he
right.
publicly admitted. He publicly admitted standing in his library with his name on it that he wouldn't have been caught reading.
Wow.
So
Honey.
the same.
Yeah.
So you have the same. That's how other people. That's how Dick Cheney was able to control things the way that he did with Bush.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Wasn't reading shit.
Right.
And the thing about it is it's so pitiful because we got to do better to say that we can be bought. Like I mean, and then you got some people, and I get it. You thinking, hell, ain't nobody else gave us no money and did what they wanted to do with us. I understand that, but I gotta think that hey, we gonna go ahead and make our money the best way we can, but because it ain't like he giving us no $1 million to
Right,
sell our soul. He ain't giving us some
right,
$1 million to sell our motherfucking soul. A couple
right.
points here in the 4-1, this, that, and third. That ain't enough. This man is dangerous to America.
Drop
He
in the
trying
Queen
bucket.
E, hey Queen E, I don't want to hear nothing about that damn crime bill, and I'm gonna tell you why. Because all black local officials in predominantly inner cities was promoting that bill. They wanted that bill. They asked for that bill. And the disparity did not happen on the federal level. It happened at the state level. It happened in the federal government level. It did not happen at the legislative level. The mothers was coming to Congress crying about their children being murdered, killed, all of that. So the same people who sit there and now disparage that crime bill is the same people who was crying for that crime bill.
And that's what's most important is your local government. That's what's
Right.
going to impact
They
you the
created
most.
all the disparities. They did it with Obamacare. They refused to take the Medicare expansion so that they could make Obamacare look like it was a failure. That's what they do.
But I just want to see what we at as a country. Like I want Trump to run just to see what the fuck we at. How dumb are we really are. I'm moving to Canada though
Listen,
if he do win.
like I said, I didn't put nothing past the first time that he was elected and he won. I didn't put nothing past it then, and I don't put nothing past it now. Like I
me
said, at this
either.
point, this country is in the handbasket of hell.
Mhm. Mhm.
It's
Mhm.
in the
Mhm.
handbasket of hell.
I
Mhm.
need,
And
and that's just what I want to see. I just want to see what exactly. I want to do an assessment, and I think that would be the proper assessment to see what the fuck we at.
yeah,
Yeah.
and the thing is that we, the world is already looking to India for a new form of democracy because the United States has failed at it completely.
I'm
Mhm.
moving to Canada
Um,
if he
the
Me too.
like I said, power shit. I don't even
You
want
can
to go
try
there,
that.
but they keep playing. That's all I gotta say. They can keep playing.
Mhm.
I
It's
could give you a
crazy.
biblical prophecy to give a summation. Okay, in the book of Daniel it says I saw a nation come out of the water, and it don't say nothing great about it. It says and it was destroyed.
Oh, you got a
So
point, honey.
this
But
is America is a social experiment. What was done here?
yeah,
This was an
at this point,
experiment.
I'm here to agree with that because you think about so many all the social elements that you got out here, right? How they interact with each other, how they repel against one another, all of that. If you can't come up with that, it's a social goddamn experiment. And you got people, that's behind engineering this goddamn show, this fucking bullshit we got out here. That's crazy. Ain't no way in hell. I don't want you to ever been voted
you see
Trump. in a
right
butt.
now,
I wouldn't
right
vote him.
You
now,
see,
right
Oh,
now, I'm doing a
motherfucking
research called "The Melting Pot is Boiling Over."
so we like the movie. They
What
clone
what do you
Tyrone.
what do you do when you keep trying to melt all of these ideas and all of these truths and all of these differences and all this? You're
right,
gonna have
David.
a hot
Yeah.
mess.
Yep.
Did y'all
You are.
did y'all see did y'all see they clone Tyrone?
Yeah, I
Uh-uh.
watched it. I fell asleep towards the end though, but
So that's what we like. That's what we doing. I mean, we like that movie.
One
That
of them networks I got hooked up to this shit. Who? That's on one of the channels. I got to
because
see
that
that.
was a social experiment.
Mm-mm.
yeah, they put the you know, we got a place here when I saw that I laughed because when they kept
That's
remember
just
on the part where they was talking about the chicken and the pound
it's
on
in the
the different
chicken.
they put on the chicken. We
It's
got
in
a
the
spot
chicken.
here called Hip Hop Chicken. And they sprinkle this stuff on the chicken. It is like crack. People cannot help it. They love whatever it is.
And you know what? And that's what I think it was with that goddamn Popeye's chicken sandwich. I think they put that same shit.
Oh my God! If people was acting crazy about that goddamn Popeye chicken sandwich,
It's the same
Listen,
shit they did
they
on their
was
clone
ready to fight.
Tyrone. It's the same chicken.
They was they was ready to fight. So I mean, I,
hey, do y'all remember when KFC had said that Oprah, you can get these coupons, and Oprah said you can come in and get a free meal. What it was, what it was, a chicken box, what it was?
I don't remember that.
With the coupons from KFC, and it was free. Honey, let me tell you something.
Don't
It's
play about that
always
chicken thing.
niggas. It's always the niggas. Now we hustling up there holding the coupon that say that the meal is free. You right, and I don't know about y'all KFCs that y'all had, and I don't fuck with KFC, but listen, let me tell
Me
you
either. I'm
something.
Popeyes person. Popeyes and
Yeah,
churches.
but this was free, okay? And I never thought I was getting it for getting one for my daughter and for someone else, right? For dinner. And I fucked around and went to that KFC, and they was talking about they ain't honoring the coupons no more and shit. Like, how can you not honor a coupon? And then the next day or whatever, if some more excuses, but only at the nigga KFCs, okay? But the other people KFC, they riding around with they motherfucking chicken shit. I'm talking about KFC ain't never had that much business in their life. And then when it all blows up, Oprah like she don't know nothing about the coupons and shit and all kinds of shit. Like what? I'm trying to tell you, I hadn't got hold of like 10 coupons. And we was out of town on one of the kids AAU trips and shit. Child, they had cut off enough coupons to feed them kids KFC meals for however long we was out of town. Baby, the people started turning the shit down and shit. I'm like, what kind of shit is this? Like, I'm not sure what the reimbursement process behind coupons, but I'm sure y'all got it worked out before y'all print the shit up and give it to us. Y'all telling us we can't get no motherfucking KFC thing. Well, I was
You hear
pissed
about that
off.
situation that happened in New York recently about the blogger? I guess he told people to meet him in Times Square to give out. He's giving out a bunch of PlayStations and shit. And he had that shit when he got there. Went crazy. But
And one here YouTuber. Oh, what? No, he
he's
was
a
on.
YouTuber. Yeah, he was a YouTuber. He was talking
Yeah,
about meet me in
and
Times
he was
Square. I got some
bad.
motherfucker, some chairs, chair shit there. Be sitting there. He had to give away some of those chairs, some PS5s. And the got down there, he had like two PS5s. It was about 5,000 motherfuckers down there.
I know they was ready to fight
They was fighting. He talking
Right.
about ready. He talking about ready. They
because the
was
people
fighting.
was ready to fight at Christmas time when them things went on sale and they ain't have enough.
I think he got. I think he got. I don't know if he got charged, but they tried to get him for inciting the riot or some shit.
Yeah,
Why would
like
he
you
do
can't
that?
do that.
You want to know what? People don't have nothing else in their mind but to do some dumb BS.
But foolishness. Like, what do you mean?
Well, yeah,
Like,
thousands of people
you gonna
came down there.
I'm sure they did because people still have problem getting that game. I don't listen. It was the first Christmas that I felt like I was the biggest disappointment because my child would have everything the first moment it come out, and I went to try to. I could not find that
Man,
daggone thing. So I asked her. I said, "What is something that you want?" Because I've never had to ask her this. And she's the youngest one in her whole 14 years of living. I've never had to say this. I always came through. And I said, what is it that you want if mommy cannot get the she said a hedgehog.
a who? A what?
A hedgehog.
Damn. God damn, that man got them to get this PS5.
Isn't that a name of
No, she
one
wanted
of
a
them
real
funds and
win, Miss
shit?
Angie.
Huh?
It's not Sonic. She ain't
Wanted
on
a real
Sonic.
win, not the one in the game.
Not Sonic.
No, I thought you were talking about a hedgehog fund. You know that fund
No,
where
she
I
wanted
was
a
like, well, she's
real.
smart. She want an investment fund. Go ahead. I'm sorry.
No.
A hedge fund. That's a
Hedgehog.
hedge fund. That's a hedge fund.
Yeah, hedge fund. That's what I thought you said.
That's a
No,
hedge fund.
she wanted
Hey,
an
everybody's mad mirror them goddamn lizard. What the name was lizard? The lizard people that did you know about that
iguana.
money now. I perk up. I know about that money. What? You want to fund? What? Okay. What's
I said, where in the hell I'm gonna find a hedgehog cat?
girl, hey, girl, I'm like, well, shit. I mean, did you get it?
That shit cost more than PS5.
So I did a whole bunch of research because I was like, okay, let me see if this is doable because that's how bad I could not find that PlayStation. So, but I did a lot of research. It was going to require too much care.
So you consider getting this motherfucker.
You said what?
So you actually consider getting a goddamn hedgehog?
Yes, I did. I did a lot of research.
What is it called? What is it? A toy?
A hedgehog.
That's an animal. That's an animal.
Oh, animal? Hell no. Hell no.
Yes.
What is it with these kids that want a pig and all that kind of shit for an animal? What is going on?
But you want to know what? You want to know what? What made me consider getting it was because when I first started researching it, after she said it, they said that they are good animals for introverted children, children who are introverts.
Oh,
so
okay.
I was like, okay, maybe this will work because she is, like really, really introverted. So I was like, maybe this will work. But then when I considered the care and the fact that I pay somebody to clean her room, even now, I was like, oh no, this is not gonna work.
Right.
So yeah, that's when I was like, I was like, if you can prove to me that you can keep your room clean by yourself for a whole 6 months, then we can talk about this. And guess what? That has not happened yet.
Hey, set her ass up.
Right.
Set up for failure.
Exactly.
You want to like a hog and shit, walk around your shit?
Hell, listen. Guess what V wanted, Miss Edge?
What?
2 motherfucking monkeys. Not 1, 2.
2 monkeys?
2 monkeys. She like, look how cute they is. I'm like, the motherfuckers, you think they gonna stay small forever?
Then she ain't hear nothing about how Michael Jackson had to get rid of Bubbles because Bubbles was fucking him and them kids up in there. He get the
Listen,
Bubbles.
I sent her a video of a monkey fucking a little baby up. Fuck the baby up. Fuck the baby up. She still bought the motherfucker.
I saw this one lady shopping and she had one of them. I don't know. It was in a little case or whatever, look like one of them bearded lizards or something. I don't know what the fuck was going on. I'm just looking. Like, what is going on in America?
And
People
I thought
shopping
she was
with
bullshitting.
dogs
She
and
was
cats
serious. She was legit one of the two monkeys.
And Monkey's crazy.
Hell yeah, they crazy.
Yeah,
I
two monkeys. She ain't see how Michael Jackson had to get rid of Bubbles. You ain't seen that article. Bubbles was in
They
that chair.
they are aggressive. And
Yeah, that's what they said.
yeah. I
Never go around no monkeys and all of that. I don't want that. I'm a decent person to get along with. I don't want no monkeys, no dogs.
I don't like no animals, no dogs, no cats.
I don't want none
Oh,
of
I'm good.
I'm
I'll
a
be too
dog
busy.
person.
that. I
I'm
would
not
take
a
a
cat
headphone.
person.
I'm too busy to take care of that shit.
Cat's too sneaky to me.
I like cats.
I'm not a cat person at all. But I am a dog person. I just don't. I've gotten to the point where I really don't want to take care of anything. Like on
Right,
a
right.
consistent
That's why I'm
basis,
at
right?
with it. Like I don't got
Yeah.
time for that shit.
I've been taking care of kids for so long, and then I've had dogs while I had kids, and I'm just to the point where I'm like, oh, and I'm done with all of that. So I don't really want to take care of anything. So that's the reason why. But I am a dog person. I love dogs.
You got a dog?
I've had pit bulls, yes.
You got one now?
No, I don't have one now, but I've had them
Have
most
you
of
ever
the.
had the board one?
What do you mean? You said have I ever had the what?
Board dog.
What do you mean?
Like if you go out of town, do you take it to like pretty much?
We always had somebody to watch our dog for us. We never had to take them like to one of those like to pay
Right.
to have somebody. And we always had like a family member because my his brother was always getting the dogs. And I know when I had moved into a condo when I had separated from him one time, one of the times, many times. I had to end up giving the dog to his brother because the condo wouldn't let me have pit bull. They had a restriction on like what kind of dog you can have, and so I couldn't have a pit bull there. So I had to give like one of my that was the last dog that I wanted that I got, and then I did buy.
Y'all,
It's funny you say that. I want to piggyback on that shit.
Mhm.
How many times do it take to break up with somebody officially?
Why would you ask that, color? That's not something I don't think that anybody can really answer.
Like
how
the,
many
the
times
the
you think?
minimum number. What's the minimum? Like at least this amount of time.
Oh man, that's a good question, Keller. Oh
I,
my
I'm
god.
not a good answer of that question.
How many times you broke up with a person? Okay, what's the most time you broke up with the same person?
Listen, I didn't broke up with people
Oh
that I really did break up with, and they don't realize that we broke up.
yeah.
So I don't even know. Like,
Yeah.
Okay, but how many times you broke up? What was the most time? What was the most you ever broke up with somebody?
But you got to put that in category. You got to break up. You have to put that in break up where both of y'all know y'all breaking up with each
Yeah,
other, or
both of
break
y'all,
up
both of y'all, both
where
of y'all.
you know but he don't know.
No, both of
It's
y'all.
two categories.
Because it could be okay, both of y'all.
I ain't never had nobody break up with me. I
No,
always do
not
the
like
breaking
I
that.
up.
What
no.
I'm
I'm saying
saying is,
both of y'all know that
like
it's
both
like
of y'all
it's over.
know that y'all done broke up. Meaning he
Uh,
know that y'all done broke up. You know that y'all done broke up.
I
And y'all
still,
breaking up and going back and
listen.
forth.
It's like a tootsie roll. How many licks do it take to get? Because I don't think that this one still know that, and the other ones that I've
So you
had.
said nobody ever. You said nobody ever broke up with
I
you.
mean,
So you was the person that thought y'all was still in a relationship when you wasn't.
I really do. I really do have my ex husband that I've divorced thinks that I'm still in a relationship with him.
No, you think you still in a relationship.
You said I do?
Yeah, because you said nobody. You said nobody never broke up with you.
Well, nobody ever broke up with me. I've done the breaking up,
You thought they
but
did. You just said that your mind didn't think they broke up with you. Your
but
mind.
but listen, I've done the breaking up, but it wasn't like they might not have done something that moved me to that decision. But I don't know whether they thought that I wasn't gonna break up with them because of it, or leave him because of it, or whatever. Like now I have a really short tolerance. Like with my ex, I went through multiple cycles of that. But with anybody like that I've dated since, I have a really short tolerance. The minute I don't have to be able to verify the thing or whatever. The minute I feel like something not right, I'm just done.
What about you, Angie? What's the most you broke up with the same person?
Damn, why you had to ask me that question? God damn. when I be quiet for a reason, I really don't be wanting to be in it. um, let me see. Oh my
Double
god.
digits. Double digits.
Mm-hmm.
Oh shit.
Let me say this. Let me say this right. I'm gonna tell you some shit that don't work. I thought it would work. It don't work. Like, just say if you break up with somebody, and you know they say the best way to break up with somebody and get over that motherfucker is to get under a new one, right? And I don't mean that lyric, get up under them, okay? But
Get
if
on
you
top of.
think, no, if you think that you gonna get with somebody and you dating them, whatever, and if
So a
you think,
rebound nigga.
yeah, if you think that that's going to work, I'm here to tell you that it won't work because it's going to be, first of all, time you give that motherfucker, the new motherfucker, you really don't want to be with him. That's just call it what it is.
I thought that's
You
the
really
whole
don't.
reason is to use him to take your mind off that
Right,
person.
I'm trying to let me get there. I'm glad you said that because I could have left that point out. But if you think that's going to take your mind off that person, it's not. Okay, let me tell you what's going to have to happen. And then what you're going to do is if that person that you're with isn't absolute perfect, you're going to start fucking comparing his ass. Everything going to be
Who the
wrong with that.
fuck is perfect? Who the fuck absolutely perfect? Ain't nobody absolutely
I am,
perfect.
Yeah,
listen,
I
I'm a
agree with that
person.
color, Miss Angie. I
Hold
don't
on,
know that.
y'all don't listen. Y'all not let me finish. I am a person who loves perfection.
Ain't
However,
no shit.
hold
You be
on, I
forever
wasn't
searching for that
finished.
shit.
I wasn't finished. However, I know that no one is perfect. There are people that's perfect for you, but no one
Right.
is perfect.
So why are you
But
searching for that when it don't
I
exist?
said perfect for me, not perfect.
Okay, okay,
For me.
okay.
So,
I agree with that.
so here's the thing. So then you're gonna start finding it. This could be an absolutely good person or whatever. Let me see how fucked up you. I'm gonna tell you how fucked up y'all mind is. It's gonna be an absolutely good person, right? Can take you to the promised land and back. But you gonna sit up there with your ignorant ass and find everything wrong with the motherfucker because he's not like the motherfucker that you just left.
I did that.
You understand what I'm
So
saying? So
I
so
now,
did.
what?
I did do that.
huh?
I did that.
What's
I
a good
had.
person? What's characteristic of a good person?
Well, I'm not going to say a good person, but I'm going to say that this particular person on paper to any other
Okay,
female, they would have asked me, "What in the hell is wrong with you?
Uh-huh.
I got you.
Why don't you?" And
Uh-huh.
and I just was like, "No," because it's certain elements I need, right? And he was not fulfilling all the elements. So, and he was somebody that I dated in college, right? So when I broke up with my ex husband, I started dating him again. He had
Uh-huh.
no kids, Harvard graduate, law professor, like on paper, I mean, perfect on paper. But he was missing some elements that I need, and I couldn't. I couldn't.
Mm-mm.
He was like, it got to the point where he was annoying.
So it was a good
Uh-huh.
person, but it was. So
Uh-huh.
you saying it's a good man, but it wasn't the right man.
He's a. I would say he's a perfect man. Like as far
And you
like
would
Miss
have
Angie
given
said,
him,
like Miss
yeah.
Angie said, as far as in my mind, what I would think that I would want in my mind, he was a perfect man. He's not perfect, but in my mind of what I would have wanted, he was a perfect man. but because he was missing certain
It's
elements,
crazy you say that. I agree with exactly because that's what I used to think. Like I used to think like, okay, in my mind, if I can fucking build a woman,
yes,
the
yes,
this would
queen,
be
yes,
the
yes, Queen E hit it
And I
right
got
on the nose.
I got the perfect mold to build it. And I got the
Queen,
perfect mold to build it.
Queen E hit
The
it.
best man.
Queen, Queen
what's
E hit it right on the nose. She said
what
he did
He was
not have
too
that street
square.
element.
Mm-hmm.
he did not have what?
He did not have that street element, and that is so
Uh-huh.
true.
Damn,
It is
damn.
so true, and
It is.
it's sad. It's sad. I
Now,
shouldn't be like that.
But
right.
listen,
Now,
listen,
I don't
listen,
want
listen.
too much of the street element. Now, let me explain that. Because sometimes you fuck around and get too much of the motherfucker. I don't want that.
I agree.
But,
I
But
agree.
it's like, I'm asking for too much. I'm asking for too much.
I think if I was to sit up here and like build the ideal person in my head, I I probably that person would. I think that probably wouldn't be the person for me. The person for me would probably be a person that contribute to something or illustrate something that I would have never thought of this shit. They even put it on paper. Like this person brought something out of me that I ain't know I had.
Mm-hmm. Oh, okay, Keller.
As a,
Okay.
so I think
Yeah.
that's the
I
difference
think you're
between.
right, though. I
I
think you're
think
right.
that's the difference
Yeah.
between a good woman and the right woman.
And the right woman.
Mm-hmm.
Yup, the right
Mm-hmm.
man. You're absolutely right. I
Because what I could put on, I wouldn't even imagine to put this on paper to qualify you. I wouldn't even think to put this on paper. You showed me something that I didn't even
But you ain't
think
think you
about put
want.
on paper.
You ain't think you
Why?
want. You ain't
Why?
think
I
you
didn't know I wanted this shit.
and that's the problem. See, people, y'all, we got to get our stuff together. We ain't got our shit together. Just by the very point, if we talking, we got to get our shit together. Because I'm telling you, something as bad is gonna happen. I sound like a bitch that done been through it. Listen, y'all. Listen, y'all. Come on in. Bring it in. Listen, y'all. You listen. Put your head together. Listen. We ain't doing it right. I'm telling you. Listen. I'm trying to tell you, right? So last year, right, I met this guy, and I think I let y'all, I bring it to the forefront. I think I let y'all listen to some of the call or whatever. And this guy, cute as can be, of course, he's taller than me. Everything is all right. But when I tell you that man, first of all, he tried to rush me into a date that was already a red flag. All right, that man did so much grinning when we was, in the store. He was doing all that grinning. And then when we talked that night, when he called, all that motherfucking grinning. And he was already out the door. I said, shit, he grinned too much. Like, what is that? I felt myself getting back to the old me. He grinned too much. Next. Like, what the fuck? That's a crime. That's a crime to me. You grin too much. Leave
It's
me alone. You
petty.
grin too fucking much.
It's petty.
Like,
What the fuck?
It's like no, I'm gonna tell
I
you.
don't like all that. Get your ass
I'm
out there. I
gonna
don't
tell
like
you
all
what
that.
was the biggest turn off of me with the person that I was describing. He snored, and it was the way he snored. And this the thing. I lived with a man who snored for years. And
So wait. So it wasn't the fact that he snored. You said it was the way he snored.
yes, it bothered me, and I was like, it was so
Man,
bad.
listen.
And let me tell you, and that's why I tell people. This is why I tell people. I work really, 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 really hard to not be mean, right?
Mm.
And people think I just don't know how to be mean, like people that I encounter every day, and that's not true. I work really hard not to be like that. I woke him up in the middle of the night, and I was like, "You gotta go."
Damn.
Mm.
You
Oh,
know
see,
what? It's crazy. I had a similar situation like that. It wasn't snoring though. It's because this motherfucking funky bitch farted, and it wasn't the fact that no, it wasn't the
I
fart.
love
It
all
wasn't
the
the
fucking bitch
no
like
no
you
no no.
got a
Hold on
natural
no.
disgusting
No, it wasn't that though. It was the way that it smelled. It was like when I smelled it, I'm like, we ain't gonna
You was
work.
like,
We ain't
"Something
gonna
ain't
work.
right in there."
We ain't gonna work. I'm like, love don't smell like this. So it wasn't the fact that she farted. It was just the way that it smelled. Like, nah, ain't no way in the world we gonna work out.
But see, I'm used to somebody. If one of us fart, we go to
I
laughing
done
and shit.
dealt with females who farted before, but this was different. This is different. She was sleep. So I guess there's a difference when you up and fart, when you sleep and fart.
Oh
I think it's
no!
a difference.
Hey, and listen, but I'm trying to tell you, y'all, what gets me a whole bunch of questioning when I can tell the dude don't know if he done hit or miss is when they experience my sleeping issues. When they experience that motherfucker, boy, I can see it in their
I don't
eyes.
know how you keep anybody with that shit, Angie.
What?
I'm real with you.
I done told you about my sleeping issues.
When you sleepwalking and shit,
Oh yeah, I know. Oh well, I was trying to be discreet on here. Oh what?
you
Don't you
told
know?
that story plenty of times. You woke up talking to the wall and shit. All
Oh,
been gone.
that little bit y'all know. Oh, y'all don't know all of it. Okay,
Also, it's
I'm gonna
worse.
tell
It's
you a little
worse.
bit.
He having
Huh?
night terrors. Miss Angie, you have night terrors?
Baby,
And
shit.
you
I have
wake up kicking, beat motherfucker ass.
my daughter tell you about that. I done woke up plenty times, and she don't complain about much or whatever. But I used to wonder why is she every time she wake me up, she riding back with her hands up like I done said freeze or something. And then one day I asked her, I said, "Hey, how come every time you wake me up, you got your hands back at like
You
I
know,
give up?"
swing on people.
She told me, "'Cause you swinging and fighting me." I'm like, "What? I didn't know that." I
Your
didn't
ass
They
know
crazy.
say it's dangerous to wake somebody up from night terrors. What they suggest is that you try to wake the person up before it actually happens, because
Shit, I don't think it was a night boy, just a regular nap. Shit, for her.
they say that it happens at a certain time almost every night. So if you can catch the person before it starts, they say then that's one thing. But they say it is dangerous to wake people up from that.
Oh, well, yeah.
Yeah.
Listen, University of Florida, boy, he cussed me out. He told me, "This is motherfucking bullshit. The fuck is wrong with you?" And that boy cussed me out. Honey, I hollered. I laughed because he thought he had no won the motherfucking lottery. Shit, they just wait. You be
Oh
waiting to
my
lie
gosh,
down with
Miss
this sleep
Angie.
problem. Shit, and
I
then you
thought
got. Go ahead.
I thought I was bad because, and I ended up finding this out. I was watching Dr. Phil one day, but I always have had an issue with certain noises. Like it make me angry. Certain noises make me angry, right? And then,
Ah, me too. I can't.
and
I can't stand scraping the pot. That
and
go for the
then,
crazy.
but Kelly, do you? Okay, so it's for me. It's not just noises. Sometimes it's textures. Like certain things that I touch make me angry. Like you will never catch me buying anything fleece. You will never
Mm,
catch me buying anything flannel. Like it makes me angry. My mother had, because my daughter likes to wear like those onesie pajamas, and my mother had to tell her sisters to stop buying them fleece ones for my daughter, because when I wash the clothes, I don't like to feel them. Like
huh?
it pisses me off, kind of like.
You
So
so crazy, y'all.
yeah, that's what everybody. So I was
Damn,
sitting watching Dr. Phil one day,
you just get attitude. So you touch it.
and so it's a condition. It's two conditions called misophonia and mesokinesia, and it
Oh.
has to do with you getting angry. So the way I started like giving myself therapy behind it was I joined a Facebook group where these people had the same condition. Right? I'm telling you,
Damn,
if you
Carla.
wait a minute, what you say? What?
Hey,
Wait a minute, listen. This gave me therapy. I'm gonna tell you how. Because the stuff that they put on there is absolutely so ridiculous that I
mm-mm.
can't help but to bust out laughing from it. And so it makes me think about how ridiculous it is that I get angry. But it's been since I was a kid. I don't like it. I don't like certain textures. Also, I don't like sharing my blanket. I don't even share my blankets with my kids. If and
I
it's
don't like
and
it
it's bad.
either.
It's bad. And it ain't just about me washing it. I will give them the blanket if I see them come in with a blanket that I use.
Mm. But see, this is what happens, right? This is what happens when guys encounter you like a certain way. They get a idea of you, how you are, or whatever. Some of it be based on what you displayed. Then the other part be like, well, if she's this picky about this, she got to be picky about that or other stuff, right? So let me tell you. Now, when I was dating Tony, right? I fucked around and slobbered all in Tony's ear and all in his face and shit, right?
What?
Oh,
On
I can't
purpose
stand
or
that
by
shit.
accident?
He did not listen. He did not act a fool. He
Oh,
did was
shit.
clean it out and shit and
Shit.
But did you do
whatever.
it on purpose?
No, I was asleep.
That's what
I
Oh,
happened with me. She
I
slobbed. I'm
slept.
watching TV. She slobbed on my motherfucking shirt, and and
Mm-mm.
and I went the fuck off. I went the
You
fuck off.
did. See, okay, so I'm gonna tell you the difference. Because you gotta be careful with if you just gotta be careful out there. We got to get our shit together around here because it ain't in this relationship department. So listen, so so when I did it to the old fiance, right? The one want to lock everybody up. I didn't slobber in his ear. I fucked around and slobbered on his side of the bed. Well, I'm over there on your side of the bed. That's why I slobbered.
I hate
Uh-uh.
that. I
When I
hate.
tell you that motherfucker went to get up for that morning run, and I don't know how, what happened, but he woke me up. Said, hey, you slobbered on my side of the bed. I was like, like what am I supposed to do? I'm asleep, like I can stop the
I don't
slobber.
think I would have. I don't think I would have tripped on that. It was the fact that she fucking slobbed on me. Well, I was mad about, and
I don't like slobber. That's one
she
thing.
got mad at me. I woke up like, "What the fuck
What's
is?"
the point? I mean, if you call yourself, well, I don't know how you felt about that girl. If you call yourself engaged to a motherfucker, and I slobber, and I so
I
happen
didn't
to
at this
be,
time. I didn't know like this. So this was past. Like I'm talking like a big ass puddle. So
cause
I'm like, what the fuck?
wonder why I'm on your side of the bed. You know why I'm on your
That's
side
what
of the bed?
she
'Cause I've
said
been
too. That's
jumping
what
up
she
and down on
she
it
kind of
all
used
night.
that shit.
I've been jumping up and down on it all night and shit.
Oh,
So that's why I'm on your
oh,
side of the
And,
bed.
and then
that's how
and
you
you know what?
slobber. But when you was
And,
slobbing on that knob, it wasn't no problem.
and that's what she. That's exactly what she told me. That's exactly what she told me.
That's why I'm on your side of the bed. Because I'm jumping up and down on it all motherfucking night. Okay? Because apparently your motherfucking ass can't get, you just won't let it rest. After it rests a minute, you wake it back up. And you want me to jump back up and down on it. So that's why I'm on your side of the fucking bed. Why is you waking me up like this is a shocker to you? It was
Just
like,
close
man,
your mouth. That's all.
I didn't want to give me talking about he always good for bringing back all kind of literature and shit. The fuck? I'm
Listen,
asleep.
girl, Melanie, I ain't never had no complaints about in that department, but I'm going to tell you this. I am real particular because I don't like nobody sweating on me either.
You sweaty.
I
I
am
don't
real
like that.
petty. I
That
do not.
ass
I will
sweaty.
turn the air conditioner all the way down to 40 if I could. To make sure that you don't sweat. I can't stand
Well, you ain't
sweat
got
on
to
me.
worry about it now.
I can't stand nobody sweat on me.
Sweat. God, yeah,
I don't even like my own
yeah,
sweat.
that's you know what? The couple times I've experienced that, I've been kind of looking crazy too, like your sweaty ass. Get your ass out of here. Do you get some
Yeah,
shots for
like
the
why
arms
do
or
you
something?
sweat like that? Like I
Yeah, like
don't
what the fuck is going on? But yeah, and so everything is a literature moment. It's a I look around the next couple of days. He done had the research and see what can be done by me slobbering and shit. I'm looking like because I'm gonna tell you, he thought this is what he thought. He thought this him. He thought based on everything, the elements, how we look, where we met, whatever. He thought that he was getting almost a 24/7 prim and proper bitch all the time. He thought he had
understand.
that.
But you slobber.
Yeah, he thought he had that, right? But when the first time when he seen me go the fuck off, he was he was taken aback. He was like, the fuck? And then yeah, and then we had a deep conversation about, my father and them side of him, all that type of stuff. He realized that maybe he did not hit the lottery. And I was
Yeah.
trying to tell him because he saw me in my elements, right? He saw me with
Have
charity.
y'all
So,
stayed together? Like, did y'all move in together?
yeah.
Is that what he realized of that, or was it before then?
Yeah, he realized before then. I don't know
Okay.
how long before we
And you
got
still moved in with your crazy ass?
yeah.
I
Yeah.
think
Mr. James, I
I
don't,
think
Mr. James, I don't
I
say no
think you should
minimum.
move. Well,
I go for hours and hours. Like, no.
do you think you should move in with somebody before marriage?
No, we don't, James. Should you move in with somebody before marriage?
Yeah.
Um, I used
I,
to say it doesn't matter. I say yes now because I'm trying to
I think it's different. I think every situation is different.
I tell you because I don't want you to be surprised. See, Adrian, I think, he's all everything, but he was surprised too the first time that I went off. I don't know what it is, but they be acting like it's not in me. And I be telling them. Well, now I tell people, okay, don't let the sweet, the niceness fool you. Cause I will go the fuck
Yeah,
off.
but
I mean all the
I
way
tell
off.
them too. I try to be upfront and tell a man all the negative things that I had. Not negative,
Hmm.
but just my
it
idiosyncrasy.
triggers.
Yes.
Yeah. Like I try to tell them all of those things up front and be honest so that they
Right.
know up front. Like another thing, I'm not gonna call you. I'm just not. If if
What?
if we are dating, I'm not
Ever?
calling you. Eh,
Ever?
I'm definitely not gonna call. Now text
Why?
I
Why?
listen. Text I will after because okay. I just got a rule, and this probably like after maybe a couple years or so I might call,
Oh my God.
but like um but like as far as me like initiating phone calls like in the morning, I'm not doing that because I feel like to me as
I
a
used to
woman,
be like that.
yeah, as a woman, I feel like if a man is interested in me, he's gonna call. And I know that I got a lot of male friends. I'm really close with my cousins and stuff. And I hear them talk about how women calling them, nagging them and stuff. And I never
Mhm.
wanted to be that person. So
Right.
I don't call. It's like if you're thinking about me, you will call me. But I'm gonna tell you what I will. If I notice like after a couple of weeks you don't call me, I'm done.
No, no,
you
no,
never
no.
gonna
But
know.
what if they call? What's wrong with that? Both of you guys calling. Like they call and you call.
Everybody asks me their color. That is my preference. And I told them that up front. So if they disregard what I tell them, then that lets me know where they are. Like, I'm not dishonest about it.
Right.
You know what
So
I'm saying?
what if they had the
I don't
same
make you try to
preference? What
figure
if
it
they had
out.
the same? What if they had the same preference you had?
Okay, well then we ain't the right match. Because I
It
They
ain't
all
gonna
the right.
work.
What y'all would like? What you mean?
Right.
because
But
I feel like as the woman, there are some things that I still do want a man to court me about. And
right.
if you are interested
That's
in me,
chivalry dead. Shit.
if you are interested in me in that way, I should be the first thing that you think about when you wake up. So why
Hmm.
would you call, text, something? If you don't initiate the first communication, then I'm not gonna do it.
Okay, but what I'm saying is, if he can think about you. So are you saying you ain't thinking about him?
I didn't say that.
Okay, so the
Yeah,
same
it's
logic
a
you
woman
giving for him
thing.
to
It's
call,
a
the
woman thing.
same logic you giving
You
for him
missing
to
it, Taylor.
call.
You're missing it. You're missing
It's
it.
it's a woman thing. It's all in the part of courting. It's all in the part of courting. Like if we just cool or whatever, yeah, I pick up the phone, whatever, and holler,
I
whatever.
don't even do
If
that.
we
You
in the
do that too,
courting,
Angie? You do that too, Angie?
if we're in the courting phase, I'm not gonna call you all the time. No,
But you said you a text though, right?
yeah, I'm not even doing
I'm
that.
not texting either,
If
Or you
Kelly.
said you ain't
we're
texting no call.
courting,
No,
we're courting,
I will text
courting.
back. I will text back throughout the day once I get that initial communication in the morning. But if your communication comes in the afternoon, I'm not responding to you. Period. Maybe
What?
never.
Oh, Jesus Christ.
And this
Okay,
and I say it up front. I say it up front because to me it's like a signaling. You know what I'm saying? It's like
okay.
what
So Do you think you should move in with somebody pre-marriage?
I've never done that.
Would you?
But you want to know what? Because I still have my 14-year-old here. And
Would you do it?
no, because
Okay.
I have my 14-year-old here. And I would want to model for her what I would, the thing that I would want her to say. You know what I'm saying? So,
What about engaged?
I know. And listen, I don't know if I want him to move in after we get married, to be honest with you, at this point in my
I'm
life.
done. I'm done.
Like,
I'm done.
at this point in my life, I'm like, we probably can live in
I'm
2
done.
separate houses and
Oh
visit
no.
each other.
You ain't gonna
Well,
bad
it's
shit ain't gonna
what
work.
you need for a moment. It's like what you need in a moment. You know what I'm saying? Now you have some situations that fit your
I,
particular situation. You know, you have some relationships that fit your situations or whatever. But not a long time ago, but a few
I
years
think
ago,
I
I
think
was totally
before
different.
you I think before you move in with somebody, I think y'all should go on vacation for like a week first to see, how y'all mesh,
Mm.
and then let that determine if y'all can, coincide in the same under the same goddamn roof
But
You may
Kelly,
be
after
what
that.
right, Kevin.
about
I haven't gotten
what
to that
about
point.
spending the night? See, look at James.
No,
Everybody keeps
spending the night is different. I ain't talking about spending the night. I ain't talking about spending the night. I'm talking about
I
living.
think spending the night, ain't that much different than somebody
It is
living
different
with.
because after you done, you can say your goddamn your Uber outside. So that's the
Spending the
difference.
night, spending the
I don't
night.
do that type of shit like
That's
No,
the
that.
difference.
spending the night is
Like that.
phony, Miss Angie, because that's why them girls, my whole girl, they don't be they be going home, they be having that bonnet on, and then after they get married, they put that bonnet on, they take them eyelashes off, all that stuff. But when they spending
Yeah.
the night, they don't do none of that. They keep all of that stuff on.
Shit, I've seen some bonnets.
Well, good. Well, good. I'm glad that some
Good.
people is being
I'm
real,
glad
but
you have it. Because there are some women, I'm telling you, and this used to trip me out. There are
I
some
don't
women
trust a
that
motherfucker no.
would wake up and put that full face of makeup on before
yes,
the nigga wake up. Like, what kind of shit?
right.
Baby, no, honey, you liable to wake up in my head sitting over there looking like James Brown when he got arrested. Motherfucker,
Listen,
keep looking
and
at me.
I have to sleep in pajamas. Like I am a pajama queen. I don't know, I can't even count how many. I have one closet full of pajamas. So I have to sleep with pajamas on. And I'm not talking about no
James Harris. Oh my God. James ain't talking about booty calls. Go ahead. I'm sorry.
and I don't wear like old lady like type of pajamas. They are very fashionable, but I'm not wearing no lingerie like that. Like I gotta wear something that's comfortable. So even after I engage in intimate, relations, I go take a shower and put my pajamas on.
Mm-hmm.
Like that's
Yeah.
just
Now I'm
that.
not putting on those flannels and all of that.
Yeah,
I'm
no,
not
I don't put none of that. It's normally some type of shorts, but it's a set. They gotta match. I'm very
I
particular.
don't trust a female who I never seen her hair in a ponytail. I don't trust you.
you crazy as hell. You crazy as hell. But you know what? It's a lot of that surface level like and love versus that unconditional. And see, I
Yeah,
have to have that unconditional. That's why I be really wanting to write down everything that's all about me and just give it to you. You write
yeah,
down everything about you and give it to me. So we'll
yeah.
have it. And if you got to add to it, let me know. Because I'm telling you, this is a lot to deal with. Okay. Now you got to keep in mind, oh, this is a lot. You going through it. I
You
mean,
put
it ain't
emphasis on
gonna
that
be,
shit.
huh? It's a
You put
lot.
emphasis on that.
What you say? What?
I said you put emphasis on that a lot.
Yeah, it's a lot because I don't sit up here and you because I'm trying to tell you, you meet people with certain crowds and they know you whoever you dated and all this type of they think they getting some type of motherfucking porcelain doll that just sit up there
Yes,
and just
yes.
look cute. Oh no, that's not what you getting. You looking at a bitch that if she if you cut me off in traffic, I might chase them down and
You
motherfucking
gonna get the
and hit
bride
them,
of chocolate.
talk them in and beat the shit out of them. So talk. Yeah. And you can't be sitting up there looking crazy. Angie, I didn't know that you. Oh my
Right.
gosh. Oh my gosh. Yeah, that's my. Yeah. I don't have to be.
Is
I
it
don't have to be a
is
person
it
to
a
go
such
blaming on
thing?
folk to be going off, huh?
Is it a such thing as your standards too high?
Mm-mm. I don't.
Is
Uh,
it
I think so.
no such thing?
That too many standards.
I think
That
it
would
could
be
be too low. I will say it can be
it
too
could
low,
be
but
too low. Cause some of these motherfuckers accept anything that got a
right.
third leg. Okay.
Yeah,
No,
yeah,
not none of that.
yeah.
But can it be too high?
It could be. Like I said, I think I was being unrealistic when with that situation. I really do. And you know the bad part about this, all of anybody I ever broke up with, I'm still friends with them. They still got love for me.
Mhm.
We still are
Hey,
good. But
Right.
are they still trying to smash?
that
Any of
person
them still trying to smash to the right now?
yeah, but they know I'm not even that. I don't even know. I'm not even doing that type
How
of
does
stuff.
that work with new relationships?
What do you
Mm.
mean? Like
I can
that
answer.
they are introduced to my new relationship.
Your old exes you still friends with? How does
Yeah,
that?
but they're not my friends to the extent that I'm making them part of whatever my new situation.
So
Except
what?
I
for my
So
understand.
do you have a problem with
ex-
somebody you dating is still in communications with their ex?
except for my ex husband. That has been an overarching problem, probably in most of my relationships. Is him.
No, no,
I
no, no,
got
no, no. Well, what I'm saying is, so you say you still friends with people you dated, right?
yeah.
That's what you said.
All of them
So what?
except for that one. Except for that
Except
one.
for one. Except for
Yeah.
one. So what I'm asking is, do you have a problem with anybody that you dating that's friends with their exes?
No.
Ah, you kind of the
Because I've never felt like they never. It was never. They never really gave me no reason to feel insecure about it. I wouldn't feel if I was going to feel insecure about it. I would just not deal with them no more. That's in my mind, in my mentality where I am
Right.
now in life. That's how I am. But they've never done anything to make me feel insecure about it. And I wouldn't want to be dating somebody who is enemies with people they've been with. Like how I don't see how people can go from oh I love this person
no,
today
no, no,
and then
no, not necessarily enemies. The enemies ain't the problem. The problem is shit. There's opportunity to smash. Is that is uh, is
well no
that possible?
that's what I'm saying. The my exes that I'm friends with. We are not friends to the point where we going out to the bar and doing this and
You
doing
just
that.
said they want to smash.
I'm sure that they probably do. I have no plans on ever doing that. So that's all that really matters.
Okay.
Well, my shit is a little more complicated than that. If y'all heard poor Ramon, Ramon is still scarred. Okay, somehow I have created a situation where I have Ramon called it security. He said my bodyguards, my security, and all that they be harassing him or whatever. Okay, they I am friends with all of my exes or a lot of people that I have dated or whatever. They're not trying to get with me and stuff like that, right? They have families of their own or whatever they're doing, whatever. Some of them have been close enough to me and my family, but they are still like family. I don't understand why a lot of people think this is so crazy. Probably because some of you motherfuckers ain't had nobody in your life like that or whatever. I don't have that type of situation going on, right? We still remain close or whatever because we consider each other to be, good people. Or however, it just didn't work out. And that's okay. That's just being honest. It just didn't work out. So, so some of them are still close to me like family. You know what I'm saying? Some gatherings, they may pop up or whatever. So what happens is that, the those exes who are now friends or whatever. If there's a new person that comes around and then I introduce them or whatever, then they will tell you, especially one of them, will tell you straight up, listen, now I don't know if you can handle this or not, but she got a lot of male friends and some she used to date. And we ain't going nowhere. We ain't going
Okay.
nowhere. So you need to understand that. We ain't going nowhere. And and the one that gave the didn't right really like that idea, and I think he was just trying to show out because he has so much niggerism in him too, it's just ridiculous. Is Mr. Walker. He didn't give a fuck about none of that. All right. And he act like he was gonna try to tell me that I couldn't, like talk to them, letting them they be around or come around, whatever. And it's not like they was coming around like every day or
Are they
whatever, but it was
disrespecting him? Was anybody disrespectful to him?
no. He just a nigga. I'm telling you, a
Oh,
nigga that just won't act right.
But
Google
Miss
how
Angie, I'm gonna have to say this. Like I said, I'm friends. I'm cool with people with my exes, but I don't think I would ever like make be in a situation where they would be in the same space because it it's too much testosterone. I mean, it's gonna. I
yeah,
think
that has happened. I know where you're going with it. Yeah.
I
yeah.
don't think. I don't think
I
I would be in
definitely
a.
I wouldn't.
I don't think if it was a situation like that. I don't think if I have female friends who wasn't, if it wasn't like mutual, like my girl cool with her, like, and they all cool.
Right.
I could not fuck with them. Like it wouldn't. I don't give a fuck. Like I don't have to. But that probably be the
But
only way. Like I will like keep a female friend. Like both you can't have a problem with her and she can't have a problem with you. But if it's any type of problem either way,
yeah, now
huh?
here's the thing. Now, if her and I have, if they have a problem, and for the most part, of course, nothing goes smooth sailing around me, honey. I'm trying to tell you, baby, this is a whole production over here. Okay, and people like to hang around me because they know they are guaranteed to have some fun, something going down, and it's gonna be a good laugh after it's over. My child friends like to hang with me, be like, oh my God, because they be some Miss Angie be having shit, bro, having it going on with all kinds of bullshit. Now listen, we all used to be on Facebook. We all still on Facebook, but two of the guys have now died. But they used to be on Facebook. Four of them didn't get along. Okay, and their little posse that came with them, of course, they created a little tension, a problem. Now, and I used to try to explain, this ain't got nothing to do with them still liking me, this and the other. It's what Carla said, testosterone. They just want to argue for the sake of arguing and showing their motherfucking ass. Just for doing that. So, University of Florida, that child daddy, Mr. Walker, and this guy named I'm gonna call him Cole because I can't tell you who and give his name because it'll tell you who's he kin to. But they didn't like each other, all right, and they let it be known. It was always some bullshit.
See,
So yeah, so and I mean it got to it. I mean they would be all on Facebook
see
arguing.
that's when you have to like
Crazy.
cut ties. But I think any of my exes, no, I won't out of respect. I wouldn't talk to none of my exes just out of respect. But like a female friend, it would have to be like, can we all kick it together? If we can't, then nah.
like I have
Right. This
somebody.
got to be a
I
together component.
I have somebody that I um was in a I'm not I was in a situation with the person. I wouldn't say it was a
Really,
relationship.
James? Mm.
And I know it's a
What
sister.
you talking about?
It's a sister.
We should go to-
And I was in a relationship with, and me and him are a lot of the times in the same spaces because
Mhm.
he is my cousin's cousin on the other side of her family, right? So we grew up together, and we got into the situationship, and then the situationship, I kind of like ended it, and then we still are really close to one another. But he will like because we made the mistake of one time his son's mother, she ended up finding out about me and him having a situation because of his aunt telling her. And so now we don't kind of like tell that to anybody. Because we are in a situation where we do have to be in the same spaces with each other, you know, because of the family situation. And I don't want somebody to like think the wrong thing when it comes to me, and he don't, and vice versa. So we just don't like, we don't say anything. Like we just don't, you know. It's just like, oh, this is the my family member's, you know, cousin, and I'm the cousin on the other
So are
side.
y'all in a situationship now?
No, we were, but when his previous significant other, she found out, she kind of caught on. I don't know, she caught on. I don't know if she saw how we interacted with each other. She started asking questions. And
so you clean up woman?
No. She started asking questions.
My bad.
And she started. I did when I dealt with him. She wasn't with him. You
Okay.
know? But it was just because, like I said, we are always at the same gatherings because he is my cousin's cousin on her other side of the family. And so,
have you ever been a clean up woman before?
No.
What about you, Edge? Okay. Yeah, I got some morals. Okay.
I'm not doing
it.
it.
Trying to go at nobody. And hell no. Hell no. You crazy? Not shooting.
Hey, it's all about the.
Oh, I know.
Oh, now I didn't probably put some men. I didn't probably put some men in the cleanup position, but I haven't. I haven't been like that. No.
No.
Like I said, I have some. I do. I have done. I don't do this no more. But I have done some terrible things when it comes to like relationship situations.
Do tell.
So, like, even if I might be like, okay, I want to date multiple people, that don't mean that it's okay for you to do that.
Wait. So you said don't.
I told him
you said you said that do what I say, don't do what I do.
Right, and I've told him that. I'm not like that no more, Keller. I'm not. But
how did you feel that was okay though? That's what I'm trying to figure out.
Everybody used to ask me that. My cousins used to ask me that. My girlfriends, and I was like, I don't care. That's my standard. And
I got a question for you because since you got all these crazy rules,
that's a man shit, girl. No.
I mean, yeah, I wasn't engaged in like with them in that kind of way, you know, like that. But like if I wanted to go out with somebody on Monday and then a different person on Friday, then that's what I'm gonna do. But didn't want them doing
what's good for the goose is good for Carter.
Listen, you don't have to date me. You don't have to date me if you don't like it. That was my mentality. You know that. Like you don't have if you don't like it, we don't have.
And you had people that was okay with that.
Yeah.
I didn't. Let me know who they is.
Or at least they made sure that I thought that they was okay with it.
Yeah, you just didn't know.
They ain't let me know that there was any other different way.
Okay, so I got a question for you since you got all these crazy rules.
I had some. I don't do none of that no more, Keller. I don't.
Do you think that if you're not married, it's you certain wifely things you shouldn't be doing until you get married?
Like
wifely duties. Wifely duties. It's subjective. Whatever wifely duties is to you.
Well, I don't know because I wouldn't like need to know what people think.
What do you consider wifely duties?
I cook for everybody, so I have homeboys of mine.
Is there anything you will say I'm not doing that because you don't get that until I get a ring? Is there anything you could think of?
Well, yeah, one thing is we is not moving in together.
Okay,
Like
that's understandable.
that's definitely a no.
What else? I don't think that's a duty though.
Sometimes they can't even come to my house, to be honest with you. Like,
That's not no duty. So I'm talking about something that you do.
Rightfully
Cook,
do.
clean, have sex.
Well, I mean, I think I've had extramarital sex. I can't say I'm not gonna sit here and say I have not. So that would. Mm-mm.
Cooking home cooked meals, cleaning up the house.
No, because I will go clean and I will
Okay, so you
I
said
will
that.
purchase stuff for a person's bed because I have to sleep a certain way in my bed, and if their bed is not up to par, I will definitely go do
What about you, Angela? Is there any wifely duties that you wouldn't do until you got a ring?
Okay, well, here's the thing.
Is it? Yes.
I don't. Wait a minute, hold on, because I don't put myself in a box to say that I'm finna do any kind of duties. So that question don't apply to me. If anybody know me, I ain't doing shit. Okay, so
you ain't doing shit.
Any kind of duties, married, engaged.
So you not whether you married or not, you ain't doing it. That's what you said. So you said even if you is married, you ain't doing shit.
I ain't doing shit. Well, I'm gonna tell you.
Okay, let me ask you this: then you ain't doing shit.
That you contracting for me to do that, like the cooking and the cleaning and the this. I'm not doing that like on no schedule and shit. Not no promise to do.
How do you get married operating in the space of not doing shit?
Well,
James said, "Don't eat nobody food unless you living with them."
Well, I've been married.
How you get married operating in the space of not doing shit?
No, now Kelly, and you be real literal. What I'm saying is, I'm not gonna tell you that. Okay, I'm gonna have the dinner ready every day. I'm gonna go to the cleaners and get the cleaners. I'm gonna do this. I'm gonna do this. Whatever. I don't have that list. I don't have that verbal list. I don't. And I tell you, I tell you straight up. Listen here now. Listen. I don't do all those things. So it's gonna be up to you. You know, do you like what we doing? Whatever. Because this is all I do. Okay. I don't do. I'm trying to tell you, and I mean, me being with people have worked. I've been with enough people to know that it might not last, but at least it lasts for however long.
But it's some people, it's some women out here that.
Yeah.
It's some women out here that be like, I'm not finna be washing your clothes and cooking you dinner and cleaning until I get married. And I always figured that, right.
I'm not doing. If you see me washing clothes or whatever, and see, here's the thing: I don't go in with that walking advertisement, okay? Because I know me. I'm not going to be consistent anyway, okay? So I wash your clothes. One, because I just want them done right. That's one. Because your ignorant ass ain't gonna get it right. So
fucking putting the whites with the goddamn colors.
Yeah, it's your ignorant ass. I'm not. So I'm gonna wash clothes. I'm gonna wash your clothes. I'm gonna clean up, and you know, I can.
You ain't gonna cook. You gonna order fucking group from fucking.
I'm gonna make sure we fed. Right. So, or you know, or I make cook a meal here and there, but ain't don't be no specific meal for your motherfucking ass.
Frozen ribs.
Right now, hopefully. Well, I can't say that, but 9 out of 10 times, most of the people have been able to grill, so they know I like grilled food. And here's the thing, right? And when I tell you, I've been so extremely lucky, and it was just meant for me to fuck up one day. But I have guys to cook for me, okay? Guys who didn't expect all that shit on my head like that. Nobody that wanted to know how much I make, even when I got paid. No one that was interested on all that superficial shit. I can wake up looking like a fucking Thundercat and shit.
Damn.
Okay, I can.
God damn.
I can cut my hair short.
No filter.
I can grow it. I can cut my hair short, grow it
I
long.
woke up like this.
Yeah, I woke up like this. Literally, I give it new me. Okay, listen, I can go up and down with my weight, and there's nothing, never a problem. Because you know what, that person got to fall in love and know, me for who I am, and not for all that extra shit that walking
Superficial,
advertising.
exactly, the superficial
Not
thing.
that, yeah, that superficial shit. I'm not putting on no
Yeah,
lashes. I'm not doing none of that. I'm not gonna go blind for your motherfucking ass. Can't
and see,
see. Do that
Kelly,
shit.
that's why I can't differentiate, because I have a strong level of care for people in general, right? So a lot of times when I'm
So you
um,
can be you can be a caregiver
well, no,
to
well, listen, I have been, and but the thing is that when
your
when
no. I'm talking about to your. Let's say, you get married, everything fine. Person get in a terrible accident.
oh,
Now he can't do
absolutely,
nothing.
I dated somebody who was paralyzed.
You a good one. You a good one.
I did,
I don't think I
and
can do that.
and the
I don't think I can
reason
do that.
and the reason for the
Oh my
breakup,
God, Kelly, don't say that.
was because he could not get he thought that I couldn't be serious about him, and that was not true. But
Mhm.
So he was paralyzed before you met him.
well, so I knew him for years, right? But and he
That don't
wasn't, but
count.
we
That
knew
don't
each
count.
other, but he
That
got
don't
shot.
count.
And let me tell you, the flyest ninja in a wheelchair you want to know, okay?
Mm.
But and,
That don't count
and
because y'all already had like
and
prehistory.
and you talking about he put some men who got two good feet to shame when it comes to making money, okay? Like
Mm.
he owned auto bodies, all of that. So he was, but he couldn't. He he in his mind, he could not think that I could be serious about him. But part of the reason, Keller, I think that I'm not going to say it's the only reason, because I did know him before that. But I think part of the reason that makes me not worry about that and say, yeah, I can be a caregiver, is because I know I have limitations of my own that are going to happen one day. You know what I'm saying?
Mhm.
And so it made me say, I can't.
Cause
You
you was
can't.
telling about your little health stuff you got going on. So yeah.
Exactly. And
Mhm.
so even though people can look at
Right,
me and
right,
they
right,
don't
right.
see it, people can look at me and they don't see that. I know
Mhm.
what it is. And so it made me like that. But he couldn't get over like that. He was like, no, you're not going to be satisfied with just this. You know, like I can't see. And then when like nights that I didn't feel like going over there, it will always he would be accusing me of things and stuff like so
Oh,
Mhm.
that's why that didn't work out. It was not because of his situation.
see, I would be petty. I don't think I can date nobody in the wheelchair because I know I'd be petty as fuck. Like if we get into an argument, I just fucking start spinning their ass around and shit, and,
Kelly,
and,
that
and,
is
and
Oh
petty as
my
shit. You
God.
block
are a
their
bad
wheels. They
person if
can't
you
go
think
nowhere.
like that. That is a
I'm pet.
bad person thought.
I'm petty. I'm petty.
Tell us, sis, you know what?
That's why
These
I won't put myself in that situation.
because you
I'm
know what, but then you got
Then
you
you
know,
need to
but
marry nobody, because what if
you go ahead.
no, no,
somebody
no,
could
no, no,
walk
no,
across the
no,
street and get hit by a car, and then
no. So
what?
I
You
would
gonna
have to
leave?
already be in that situation. I have to already be in that situation.
But
Uh,
Kelly,
uh
you got to
but
learn.
going in it, and they already like that. I don't think I can do that.
You know what? This
Well, of
one girl.
course, I'm not finna divorce nobody who got in an accident and can't walk. Hell no.
The thing about it is, you got to see these people
I saw
for
misery.
for who they are, and then you got to start, like loving them for who they are. And I understand what you're saying, because I guess it would make a difference if you meet a person that's like that, versus being in a relationship with somebody and they so also happen to end up like that. Because what happened at University of Florida, this man, and this is what kind of what he gets, right? Not I ain't gonna say that, oh my God, I don't mean to say that, but listen, he first of all, he just had a nasty disposition Sometimes, not all the time, but sometimes, right? And he always, always, the girl, you look at his portfolio of women, you be like, my God, the woman got to be this, got to look like this. It always has to do with look. He concerned about your motherfucking hair. He concerned about shit more than what you are concerned with. Okay? And I don't know. I had to have. I'm trying to tell you how we got together. It was so fucked up. He changed the whole entire thing. His cousin. I just saw his cousin the other day. I'm gonna get her on the phone. I know she ain't gonna want to talk about how everything happened because she did get mad at me. Because she had hooked him up with the girl, a closer, go closer girl than I was. I was just a co-worker of hers, but she had became friends with this other girl. She had hooked him up with her, and then you know how you got some women out here that like to play the wingman and shit. They gonna go get some girls for their cousins or whatever, their friends and shit. So she went and got her, and then she went and got me for her other cousin. And I'm like, and I really didn't want to be caught up in no stuff like that, whatever. But I always okay, whatever. I'll see what's going on, right? So the one day when he came up to the job, and to see his cousin and the other girl, I came out the back, and I spoke to them or whatever because I was going to lunch. He told me, he said, damn, Keisha, why you ain't hook me up with Red? He told me, Red more my style. That's what I'm talking about. Red more my style. So anyway, his agent, right? His agent on a couple barbecue joints here. So one day he invited us over to the barbecue joint. So we get there, and then by that time she had her brother there, so it's more niggas, and we as females are kind of outnumbered. So he kept talking to me or whatever, and I'm like, I'm clueless at this point. I didn't know what the fuck was going on. So I was in the passenger seat because the girl, his cousin, had drove. So he said, Red, he said, I'm gonna call you here or whatever. I'm looking at him like, call me? Huh? So, I'm looking stupid. I'm like, okay. And I'm thinking that, of course, because we're talking about some of the same little groups and shit or whatever, the people we know. That's what he's calling for. He's not calling because he got ulterior motive. He ain't calling about that. So when I was talking to their cousin, because all three of them cousin, the girl, him, and the guy I was talking to, I didn't know that the guy I was talking to, he was married, and he was like living with the guy at University of Florida.
Okay.
So one day we was on the phone, and the dude's wife come banging on the door. When the dude's wife come banging on the door, he threw University of Florida the phone. So I'm on the phone with University of Florida. I didn't know what the hell was going on. And he was like, he had to go do something real quick. Let me talk to you. Didn't even know what was going on. There was commotion going on. Right.
Mhm.
So, Carl, you said, Kelly dropped off. So, uh, so we talking and stuff like that or whatever. And then I heard the girl, him and his wife arguing. And I was like, and so the guy, so University of Florida couldn't cover it. I was like, oh shit, I ain't know, why nobody ain't tell me. I like, Keisha put me in the cross with old married cousin and shit. So at that point, they done called her or whatever, and she talking about, well, my brother wanted to holler at you anyway. He ain't married. I'm like, bitch, I ain't no pass around or whatever. What the fuck is going on, right?
Exactly.
I don't want to pass around. That's the culture around here in this mother. I ain't no pass around. So anyway, so because he was using University of Florida's phone to call me, or his cell phone or
Cause
whatever.
he ain't want his wife to be
Right,
looking on no
right.
bill.
So
Yeah.
right. So University of Florida always had my number.
Mm-hmm.
So one day, so University of Florida called me one day, and after the shit had done, but before the shit had done broke loose, him and University of Florida had came over to my house one day, right? So, and I was wondering, I'm like, why is University of Florida keep staring at me like that? That shit made me uncomfortable when people stare at me. And then after later on, he told me, yeah, I was staring at that ass because you had no black pants with that zipper up that side. He's like, my God, I was staring at that ass. I was like, oh my
Oh
God,
God.
shut up, fool. Shut up, fool. He put a stare, maybe he would put a stare on your ass. You would be uncomfortable. You were like, my God, I hate when people do that. I'd be looking around like, my God, I'm too tired and shit. And girl, his motherfucking ass. So anyway, so one day he called me. He's talking about Brad. He said, I got to go speak at the YMCA on the beach by your house. He said, when I get finished, can I come through? Whatever, I just holler at you, I was like, oh, okay, my motherfucking, dumb ass. And I was like, so that was the day of the NBA draft. I never forget. So he spoke at the YMCA, came on, I buzzed him on in or whatever. So he was at the looking at the draft and stuff like that. And
Mm-hmm.
we were just talking, whatever. He didn't give me no indication that was interested in me. And I would tell my friends and stuff because I was trying to hook him up with somebody else. I said, because me and the girl at the job, we weren't that close, nowhere near that close yet. I just, knew about, working with or whatever. Other than that, no. So, and I was like, shit, and my friend said, the friend that I met through Yvette, she said, girl, I think that boy like you. Because if he calling you like that and all that, I said, that man ain't said nothing like that. He ain't try to holler. And then all we do is laugh and talk about sports. That's all we do. She talking about,
Mm-hmm.
he like you, Angie. I was like, girl, you okay? I think this might be a good catch. And he your age. And so she said, I think he liked you. So anyway, he came over and whatever. So child, so he was getting ready to go. And he had like tapped me and I had tapped him back and we was fighting or whatever. Honey, and the next thing I knew, that boy had done picked me. I don't know why people think I'm so light. That boy
Mm-hmm.
had done picked me up and put me on the counter and went to kissing me, child. I was like, now, honey, I'm looking like a dumb fucking fool.
You
Like,
was you
I was like,
overwhelmed.
you got to be kidding me. I was like, oh no, here come a chap. This gonna be fucked up. This gonna be fucked up because he hadn't told that girl that he didn't like her that well, whatever. And we all worked together and all of that. And so, okay, so I was like, what the fuck just happened? I looked at him and then shit, he went in and gave me another kiss. And he could kiss really good. I was like, oh my gosh, I can't believe I did this. I can't believe this. This is some bullshit. I can't believe it. So, honey, let me tell you something. They got a real close knit family, whatever. That night, honey, nobody ain't see his ass for 3 days. He stayed with me for 3 days.
Lord
Girl,
God.
I couldn't believe I did that. I was like, sometimes so impulsive. We did not have sex. He didn't put nothing in me. Put it like that. He didn't put nothing in me. He just, did other stuff to me.
He just did the Bill Clinton.
Yeah.
Going to reverse.
Yeah. And when I tell you, this was so crazy. His cousin was calling me, and I'm up there. And I felt so bad by lying. No, I ain't seen him. I ain't heard from him, whatever.
Shut up.
And then, yeah, he's sitting right there. Girl, he said, I wish he was alive so he could tell this story. He's sitting right
Oh
there. So I'm saying his cousin probably don't want to tell this story because she was pretty upset at both of us after this.
my God.
But and then So one night, um, he was going to the car, and then he came back up. He talking about, I just found this on my car, girl. The cousin that I was supposed to be talking to, plus her and the other cousin, they hadn't came out to where I was living, got through the gates, and left a note on his car saying that he was a no good motherfucker and this, that, and the third, whatever. Yes. And one of them nights, this was so funny because the cousin had never called me like that. The night before he found that note, she tried to call me to get me to come out to some Wayne place or whatever. And I was like, no, just to make 101 excuses. But actually, he was sitting right there, right? My daughter was off over to my cousin's house, so that's fine. Honey, when he brought that note in, I said, okay. Now see, this is what I don't play. I don't play the motherfucking like funny games or the implied threats and no kind of shit like that. Now I'm
Yeah.
gonna go off. So I called them. I said, let me tell you something. Now listen, I don't know what kind of fuck shit is y'all on or whatever. Y'all trying to call me out there. I don't know what the fuck y'all was trying to do. But baby, you got the right motherfucking one. Now this is some shit y'all need to take up with his motherfucking ass. But don't, if y'all thought y'all was gonna set me up or whatever with this motherfucking bullshit, I was going off and cussing all them out, whatever. And I told him, I said, I guarantee you that the girl that he was talking to, she's not coming to work tomorrow. That happened on a Sunday. I said, she's not coming to work tomorrow. Because I know how she do. Sure as shit, she ain't bring her ass in there to work. And I came in there looking like ready, like what? For any of them. Because it wasn't now. I mean, I know it was a fucked up situation. And I still say I was kind of wrong. I did apologize to her. Because she was real happy she hadn't met him. I never met a guy that opened up the door for me. And I never met a guy that. Girl, she had in that little old span of time. It was like a week. That little span of time she had done. And his favorite movie was The Five Heartbeat. And his one he lost that movie. And she went out and bought him that movie and some other shit or whatever. And girl, I'm just saying, baby. And she was a little taller than me, but she was a big booty bow leg girl. Stop playing around. Yeah.
Yeah.
So um so it was real tense. It was real tense. And I told him, he admitted that he told his cousin, he said, Keisha, I told, why you introduced me to Red? That's more my style. And he said he planned it where he was gonna switch everything and then he was gonna end up with me and this, that, and the third, whatever. And I was like, you doing the switcheroo and shit like that, you cause all that tension on that motherfucking job. And you didn't give a fuck. So I don't give a fuck about it. He was like, I was like, you didn't give a fuck. And I didn't want to, her, because she was real happy about being with you. You happy. You actually with the Sports Illustrated Man of the Year. Like, what the fuck? That girl wanted to cuss no shit like that.
Yep.
He was just trying to be nice or whatever they was doing or whatever. But he said they had never kissed, they had never had sex. I verified that, and I said, listen here, this is some fuck shit. You done got me in. Like, what the fuck? And just because he want what he want. And so it was a minute. And do you know that boy? And see, that boy would have me to their functions. And his cousin wouldn't even talk to me or whatever. I mean, and sometimes her and I done been left in the same room alone. And that's a family that has a whole bunch of functions. He done brought me to her mother's house for a New Year's Day function. And that girl ain't talk to me. I ain't talked to her motherfucking ass either. That made me feel so funny. I'm like, oh my God.
She still ain't got over that.
Huh?
She still ain't got over that.
who the girl or
The cousin.
the cousin. I just seen her the other day. I and she hugged me and whatever, but and we exchanged phone numbers. But I believe she probably do, you have that little resentment or whatever. But you got to kind of blame your cousin too, because he the one pulled the switcheroo and didn't inform nobody that he was pulling it. And before you know it, hell, I'm with him. And this was so funny, girl. So after the shit, after we had been dating for oh, maybe 2 months, my birthday came up, and he took me to one of my favorite restaurants was Jade in Orlando
Uh-huh.
for my birthday. And I'm trying to tell you, baby, he do special occasions right. Ooh, I love me if somebody do special occasions right, child. So, uh, girl, he took me. I mean, the whole. I don't know how many days leading up what he was sending to the job and doing this, that, and third. But he took me all the way. Hey, Chi-Town. He took me all the way to Orlando just to eat dinner and to
Mhm.
come back. And guess who accompanied us? The guy who I originally was supposed to date. His
Shut up.
cousin. He was talking about, man, I can't believe
But
it. And you know, he was
his
screaming
cousin
Joe. He
was wrong.
hadn't got over it.
His
He,
cousin was wrong anyway because he was
yeah,
married.
he was still married.
Yeah.
He was all the
Uh,
way. She was wrong for putting me in that type of situation.
yeah.
Yeah. And
Yeah.
girl, he talking me, I can't believe this. He talking about you are taking her all the way down. We're going all the way down to Orlando just to eat and then to come back. We're like, yeah. Girl, oh my gosh. And then I don't know if you was in here, but it wasn't. It's maybe about a couple weeks ago. I had called my daughter, and we was talking about one restaurant where somebody had clown, and she was talking. She said to my daughter said, talking about the Japanese restaurant. I said, no, another restaurant. When we went to, that was around the same birthday days. When we
Mhm.
went to Japanese, somebody else from the job had taken us out, and it was you know how where you get feel like the chairs around a hibachi. So it was several of us. We filled up two hibachis.
Yeah.
So that when so when that my daughter thought I was talking about that incident when he grabbed that goddamn cook because he thought, you know how they play the
What?
Japanese play them little games,
Yeah, they
when
throw
it's
the
birthday,
yeah,
do the ketchup out the little bottle thing
yeah,
and
uh-huh.
peel the onions and make the smiley face and stuff like that. He thought
Mhm.
that man had put that ketchup, squirted that ketchup on me for real, and it was play ketchup. It just it squirted out the bottle and came back. He done jumped up and grabbed that man. We talking about, oh, wait a minute. So that's my daughter thought we was talking about when I was on live. I was like, no, not that time. When it was some shit at the restaurant. um, yeah, so you know what is crazy as our fights was like I mean, honey, when I tell you the cuss out on the cuss out was epic. Oh my gosh. I actually can say I know at some point that he really loved me. I know that. And then he knew that I was, a good person or whatever. And and I had that because the level of like when he got sick, he had me in charge of his making sure his kids got money and all that type. It's just a whole bunch of legal stuff and whatever. And and I always had his social security number, because I mean that's just what it is. But it was like, and I always knew that you know he loved me. And when I tell you we would have the arguments out of this, oh my gosh, calling some names. Whoa, shit. But and I would be so sick of his ass and whatever. And if anybody can remember when I had my friend up and talking to Dana, that's who I asked him. I said, what made him like University of Florida more than he liked the other people? And he was like, just he was a real guy. It's just different things or whatever. But
Mhm.
honey, it was just it was just so crazy. Them situations I get in, I'd be like, what the fuck is this about? This can't be normal.
Yeah, that he was dead wrong. He didn't have no business. You know, I I was always the cousin with my cousins who, because I have a lot of male cousins too, and I was always the female cousin that was close with all my male cousins. Like we even still now, and like I had a couple of them that was like male whores,
Hmm.
and I would tell the girl, like, if I felt like that, I'm like, what is you? Why are you messing with him? Like, what are you
Yeah.
like? I would be upfront, like, because I don't never want nobody to do nothing like that to me, or be dishonest or deceive me or nothing like that.
Hmm.
So I will
Hmm.
always be the one
Exactly.
upfront, no matter how close we were. I would just be like, why are you? So one of my homegirls, she dogged one of my cousins out terrible, and he was the worst one. He was the worst male whore, right? But
Hmm.
he really liked her. He really liked her. And she dogged him out something terrible. And I was like, you want to know? In the back of my mind, I was like, that's what he get. That's what he get. Because now he know what it feel like, when he is doing that to other women. I
Right.
would have to come over there. I would have to go over to my aunt's house to get the girls from over at her house. They would be out
Hmm.
there
You that
getting ready to
cousin, me
fight each other.
too.
Yeah, get ready to fight each other on her lawn and stuff like that. I'm like, look, y'all gotta go. I don't know. Y'all gotta take this somewhere else. But it was terrible. Yeah, so I wouldn't. She shouldn't have did that. Why would she hook you up with him like that?
Girl, I don't know what Keisha was thinking. I just think that they got a large family. It's a lot of men in that family. Shit, the one she should have hooked me up with, the one that was ahead of the goddamn real estate shit family group they got. Hell,
Look, you
girl,
had
he
to
got
I want
and
another
he was working. Girl, yeah, and he was a manager there at Johnson and Johnson. Shit, what the fuck?
one.
Hey, what the fuck? What is going on?
She
Okay,
had
just
a
a goddamn ex football jock. I don't give a fuck about that. You know what I'm
she had a
saying? Hell,
smorgasbord for you to
yeah,
pick.
his greatest. We always talking about. He played for the quarterback that won the Heisman Trophy. What Danny Werfel? I don't know what the fuck that man name is. And he played with Fred Taylor. I don't give a fuck. What about the dude? Yeah, but let me tell you. What keeps these people in a good light with me and whatever and good that I know who they are without a question, right? And what I mean that the type of person they are, I'm never guessing. I know exactly what I was with or who I'm with or
Mhm.
whatever. Okay. And I know that even though, I get into some bad arguments with these motherfuckers, I really do. I do know that they would never ever do nothing to me. Okay,
Mhm.
on purpose, intentionally. They'll never set out to harm me to do do shit or whatever. Even and the most get back type of shit he ever done to me was like when the girl that he ended up having a baby with and marrying, and that one day we at the gym, he gonna when I saw him with her, he gonna tell me, yeah, that's my dime piece and whatever. He called me to say that that was the most anybody had that I could think of that anybody has ever tried to do to me, to try to, I guess, hurt me or make me feel some kind of way. That was the most.
Mhm.
Most of the times, if my exes or whatever is with somebody,
Mhm.
shit, they done hid the motherfuckers or something. I don't know. You know what I'm saying? They ain't
Mhm.
parading motherfuckers in front of me or stuff like that. They're definitely not trying to, harm me or hurt me or that type of shit. Those are people who actually care about your heart, care about you as an individual,
Mhm.
and mean what they say or whatever. Motherfuckers that the first thing they do think about is trying to harm your motherfucking ass, but however way is possible. That
Mhm.
motherfucker ain't right. That motherfucker ain't fit for society now. I mean, I mean, and to me, there's nothing I can do about that, or anybody can do about that. So ain't no use to, going back and forth. with
Mhm.
motherfuckers know that, hey, I know that you that type of motherfucker. So,
Mhm.
huh? You know, at what point, should it be all that or whatever? That's just, how you are. And I'm not that type of person. Like if
Mhm.
I mad at you or whatever, even if it's a friend or whatever, my first reaction ain't to get back at your motherfucking ass. Just like that's why I was so mad at Yvette that time when now she had this girl living with her and she didn't really like some of the stuff the girl was doing.
Mhm.
Instead of just, asking the girl to leave or giving the girl a timeline so she could prepare to leave, Hud knocked on her door. And her and I was mad, but we were, wasn't real mad, but like we are now, but we were I was mad at her. She was, mad at me. I forgot what it was for. And she fucked around and told everybody that I sent Hood to her house. So she told the girl that I sent Hood to her house, she got to leave. And so when she talking about I get on the phone and she do slick shit like that. Because everybody would believe that I'm the mean one or whatever, because it's evidence that would suggest that. And
Mhm.
it's not, I'm not doing no sneaking crazy shit like that. And I'm like, girl, why the hell would I send her to your motherfucking house and you got my goddamn, and her daughter used to call me auntie, you got my niece in there. What the
Mhm.
fuck am I gonna do that for? And that pissed me off because she know better than that. She know I went,
So wait a minute, she
look,
called. So did she call them to get the girl out?
no, I don't know why Hood came to her motherfucking house. I don't know no number to no motherfucking Hood like that to call and say, hey, you got to
Well,
go over
wait a
there.
minute. So her what? Why? What? So she didn't want the girl there, and her showed up. So then what happened?
So she told the girl, you got to go. Hood and they showed up. Angela sent Hood to my house. That was a fucking excuse. So she can go and get the motherfucking girl out of there.
But wait a minute, I'm confused. So what can her do? What? Why would?
I
Why would
guess
her?
Hood comes up there and with the she must supposed to have nobody living at the house, but her
Is
and
it
her.
her or Section 8?
Yeah, I guess I think it's one of them type of situations. Section.
Yeah,
I
because
know
I
that
thought HUD was the people who help low income families like get funds for. Or I could be wrong. I like get funds to purchase a house.
yeah,
Is that's
no,
not what HUD is?
HUD also do don't they do HUD does the ain't they over the Section 8?
I don't know nothing about none of that because I ain't never had that. I
Yeah, I
I
think
thought
HUD.
HUD had to do with like helping low income. I know some people who said that they've gotten some type of down payment assistance or something from HUD before or whatever. That's all I've ever heard. I didn't know that they also oversee like housing stuff.
Yeah, they are over and I ain't never had no case with that I had to work with HUD. But anyway, I'm just thinking about that. I've investigated every public assistance, but not HUD. Ain't that crazy? So no, they some kind of way
They
she
work
had,
with Section 8 program.
yeah, and
Okay.
her if I guess because let me tell you what she had to do. Like the person that she rented from, because of she only had one child, she could only get maybe a 1 or 2 bedroom house.
Yeah, yes. Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
I do know that something about that. That it's based on how many people or something.
right. And I
Mm.
remember her having to take off a door of one of the rooms so it could make it seem like it was one continuous room instead of like so it can make it seem like it's 2 rooms instead of 3. She had to take off a door out of one of the rooms. I never get that. And
Lord
so
have
her
mercy.
and the landlady was, I guess, tricking her or whatever. So, and I said, girl, you know better than I hadn't sent that motherfucking hood to your motherfucking house. I'm not a motherfucker getting in contact with them
She did
motherfuckers.
that. She did that because
Or
what?
she either did it or they came to her house. I don't know for whatever reason, but now you say that, knowing what I know now, she could have easily did that because I believe, and now I'm going to another conversation, but anyway, I'll wrap up with this one.
Yeah.
So she because we done did all kind of fucked up shit to people, whatever, because they fucking with us or her. So and that's the shit she had told that goddamn, okay, but I don't, but with like with her or something like that, the most get back I done to her is sent pizzas to her house, sent more the more people to her house. I had all the weight loss people call her, ask her if
Oh
she
my
needs
God.
weight, that type of shit. I ain't never.
Wait, Mr. James. Okay, but does HUD run Section 8 too?
HUD help you buy. Section 8 is must I think so. That girl said HUD. She thought I said HUD to her house. That's what she told the people. Told people, oh, you got to go, girl. Angela sent HUD to my house. Like, huh? Huh? I
That
know
is messed.
I
That is
wouldn't do no
messed
shit
up.
like that and knowing
That
you
is
got my
messed
goddamn
up.
niece at your house. That's crazy. You know what
Mr.
I'm saying?
James
That's
said
crazy.
no. Mr. James said no. That's the housing authority
Well,
people are
no
the
people.
people.
Well, I thought she said hood. Well, one of the motherfuckers that she claimed come to the house, and I know the same people that she was renting through. Whoever, I'm pretty sure she got her house through. Well, I don't know what the fuck she got it through. One of the people where you
Because
got.
okay, so I think there is this one other program. I've heard of this before because I've heard people purchasing homes with funds that they get for their some other kind of HMBQ or HBQ, but I don't know what some other kind of voucher. It's not a Section 8 voucher. It's some kind of other voucher where then they can purchase a home through there. Maybe that's what that was.
Oh, I don't know.
Maybe it wasn't
I,
Section
I,
8.
I know she said hood. She done sent hood to my house or whatever. Cause I think don't HUD do the inspections for these even Section 8 or whatever. I don't know. Don't get me
I
to lie. But I remember that, and I was so motherfucking mad with her motherfucking ass. Cause first of all, I know you ain't gonna go back and straighten it out. Now you got
why
everybody on
would
the streets
she
looking at me
called them
like
people?
I
She
sent hood
called.
people out.
That is
I
a
tell you
messed up way
exactly
to
what the
get
fuck I
somebody
did.
out your house.
Right. Exactly. So you should have just asked some, so I don't do shit like that. And I ain't used to nobody, well, not to now, I ain't used to nobody, coming to try to do shit to me or whatever, when they get mad or whatever over the smallest shit, the biggest shit or whatever. I'm used to people just taking care, of your heart or whatever it is. And if they can't do that, they just, maybe cuss you and leave you the fuck alone or
Hmm.
whatever. But let that be that. But not, people that you got to goddamn, my God, where does the evil stop? So, um, yeah, so I mean, I just don't know. It's like, but you best to believe I don't want to be sit up there and got to be, no motherfucking porcelain doll and shit or whatever.
Yeah.
I don't want
Mm-mm.
nobody to when I motherfucking go in and off on your motherfucking ass, you sit up there looking crazy, about to have a heart attack. Oh my God, she done cursed me out for 2 hours straight. What is going on? Is she demon possessed? No. Whatever. You don't think I'm just some nice, good whatever that I always just want to go down there to the shelters and help out and say, I'm going to fuck off on you. You know? That type
Hmm.
of you can expect that. Don't think
Yeah, I try to tell people up front, like this, okay, these are
mhm,
the things that you may have a problem with me about.
right.
And all the other things are things that are evident. People can already see or already know about me because that's my reputation, period. Like my reputation is already that in the street. So people already
Yeah.
know how I am as far as my heart wise or
Mm.
how I will go above and beyond for people. And that's why I had to tell people ahead of time, like, wait a minute, I do have some things about me that you might not like. And so I try to tell them that ahead of time.
Right. And then and the thing about it is, and then like like some people, and this is what is to me is so attractive about people, and that means friends, could be men and women. And when I say attractive about women, I ain't talking about like I want to be with none of that type of shit.
Right.
I am just attracted to good fucking people. It
Mm-hmm.
gives me a fucking high. It makes me want to always be around them, and interested in what they're doing and shit like that. Because to me, if you, I mean, I can assume that shit, your ass probably burning and trying to burn in hell some goddamn well if your ass ain't no good person other than that. But like if you're a good person, whatever, I like to, you know, mosey around and see, some of the good shit you're doing or saying and this, that, and the third, whatever, and they're genuine. I find that they're able to to I put it like this. Based on the things they say, I can tell they things they say they concentrate on,
Mm-hmm.
and then if they back it up, I know that motherfucker that is a good person. I always say, if I get, if I'm getting to the argument with your ass, or we have a falling out, whatever, if you a good person, I'm okay with trying to work it out or whatever. But you
Mm-hmm.
ain't. I don't give a less than a damn about with your motherfucking ass, and you won't see me with no olive branch to your motherfucking ass or no kind of branch. Not even a branch with a thorn in it. Yeah.
And see, me,
What's up, Joe?
I am the opposite
Yeah, I
way. But
apologize for that.
what I'm not is I'm not gullible, right? So I always will give a person firm that even if when I met them or through the course of me knowing them that they did something really horrible or whatever, I always give the opportunity like a person can change. I always believe that. I never believe that a person is just like completely, to be thrown away. But
Yep,
if
I know that now.
I have to see the evidence. And
Mm-mm.
it's not about you just saying it. I have to observe the evidence
Right,
of the change. If
right,
not, then I'm gonna stay my distance. But and I'm still not going to speak negatively, or try to get other people to think negatively of you.
right.
I'm just going to keep my distance in the situation because I can't I got in order for me to be able to open myself back up to a person, I have to see that there's a change that took place.
Well, they
Mm-hmm.
And
could change, but not in the time frame that you thought it would be,
you said, what if they change?
but not as
Well,
quickly,
I don't put a
not as
time
quick.
limit on it. Yeah, I don't put a time limit on it. I it but I'm not going to open myself up to receiving that person back into my space until I see the change. Like, and the thing
Mm-hmm.
is that I will purposely not go places where I know that those people will be, so that I don't make them uncomfortable
So
or
you said that it's some you'll tell people that these are some things that you may not like about me. Are
Mhm.
you willing to change
Yeah, I
those
told
things?
you those things.
Mm-hmm.
Now, when it comes to the phone calling thing, Kelly, I'm never going to change that. I am never going to change that. That is
No,
a
whatever you're saying they may not like about you. Are
yeah,
you
but
willing to
yeah,
change?
I did change that thinking of like if you I can date all of these people, but if you dating me, you got to be exclusive to me. I tell you because that is not right. But it took me a while to get like that, to change
I
that.
don't even know how you even thought logically like that was okay, like to begin with.
Well, okay, I'm gonna tell you. So
Neither.
let me tell you one reason where they started, Kelly. Okay, because okay, so when I started that, when I first started getting sick, right, and
Just trying to keep some options.
no, it wasn't that. So I had to go on immunosuppressants, and when you are on immunosuppressants, um, your immune system is vulnerable, right? So like different people, too many different people, like the common cold can make me have pneumonia. Like a regular person will have pneumonia. I mean, have a cold. I can end up with pneumonia in the hospital about to die, right?
Mm-hmm.
So I basically let men know at that time, like, okay, I these are this is the person I choose to be around, but I can't take no risk with you being around and Sally, Susie, and Kim, you know? Like, so if that's what you want to do, you go do that. And if not, then, you know, then we can agree that, you know, we're going to see each other, you know? Also, it was partly that, but also, and this was, like I said, it was very selfish. I can admit it. I
Right, we
needed them
got
to
that
be,
part, but I'm trying to. You said I'm trying to figure out like how did you initially like come up with like I'm finna date multiple people and you can't like
because I was
at
wanting to explore
at
my
that time.
options. I wanted to explore my options, but I needed to know
That's what I
that
said. You want an
not
option,
putting me at risk. You know, like that was my. I'm not saying that I was right about any of it. It was definitely wrong thinking. I'm not saying that I was right. I'm
so
just
you
saying.
wanted a plan just in case this don't work. I can come to this one and that don't work. I got
Well,
this.
I
Was that
wasn't
the case?
sure. You know, I was just exploring situations. I wasn't really like settled on one in particular. You know, and then
I
the
think you
other
just like
thing.
going on free. You want some free
Well, I'm
food.
going to tell you the other part of it was I I wanted them to be available when I wanted to call them and say I wanted to see you that particular time. So if you're dating somebody
You
else or you
really
see
supposed to be
somebody else,
good. You really supposed to be a guy.
well, a
You
lot
got
of
all
people
the
tell me that.
characteristics.
Yeah, a lot of people tell me that, but
Just
I
from being
realized that's
around
not
guys
right.
all the time.
You know, I realized that was not right. I did. I stopped. I changed. I was like, that's wrong. You know, I shouldn't do that. But when it comes to the phone calling thing and the text, I'm sorry. That's my rule. Like that's how I've always been. And I don't do a lot of calling. Period. Like to anybody. Like I call my kids. You know, like
Man, I wish I would be. If you didn't call, if you didn't get called, and I see your ass on a goddamn panel, and I'm like, motherfucker, you on the panel? I couldn't
Yeah,
get no phone
different.
call. Hell no.
yeah,
You
no,
been on
that
this
But
ain't
goddamn panel for 8 hours, and I can't get a
but
phone
that's
call.
different because I can do it when I want to. You know, I hate like and that's what I was. People think everybody automatically thinks I am an extrovert because I speak well or whatever. I get times where I just want to be by myself and I don't want to be bothered with anybody. You know, period. So I'm not always outgoing, but people assume that because they see me in that element and they think that a person like that is always like that. That's not the case. So I get times I will get times where I get annoyed because I get annoyed. They gotta hit. They have to initiate communication with me first, but I will get annoyed if they keep calling and I didn't answer the phone. Like if you call
What the fuck? What the?
if you call
Well,
me
they
once or
can't win
twice,
for losing. They can't win for losing.
yeah, and then I have one who he will call me from multiple devices.
Wait. Hold on. So you saying that you're not finna call them, and then if they call you,
I'm not saying that's all the time, Keller. I'm not saying that. I'm not saying that. But if you okay, you initiate the call. Well, and no, and okay. So let me rephrase this. It's not somebody that I'm actively involved with that I really get annoyed about the calling. These are the ones that I told you that I have completely said we are not in this situation no more, and then they don't get it, and they
mm,
still call. They annoy me with that. I will pick up like once a week because they just keep calling.
it's just getting worse and worse.
No, but
It's
I'm
getting
not
worse and
involved
worse.
with them. I'm not involved with them.
But you like dating though, right?
No, 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 no. I'm not dating them. I'm not involved with them
Okay,
at
I ain't
all.
talking.
Like
I'm
I
talking
was
about
in, I
somebody
might
that
have
you
been,
dating. I'm talking about
I might
somebody
have
you
been,
dating.
huh?
I'm talking about somebody that you actually dating.
Yeah, okay. So somebody that I'm dating, I will tell them like I'll be like, look, if I don't answer the phone after you call twice, just wait for me to call you back. Like, cause it
And then you know
agitates.
what? And then if you call me back, I wouldn't pick the phone up.
Well, that would be you, and then I'll be good with that. Because one thing about me and where I am in my life right now, I really don't care. I'm not going to be pressed about a man. Like if I'm not
Right.
involved with one, you see what I'm saying? Like I'm just not. So if the minute, like I said, that I see something that I don't vibe with me or that I don't like, I'm like I'm good. And it doesn't mean that we got
Mhm.
to stop being cool. We got to stop being friends. We can still be friends. It's just not
How
that.
can you be in love with somebody and don't call them?
Keller, when you first meeting somebody, you ain't in love with them.
Okay, what about when you pass that?
Okay, so that's the point I'm making to you.
You
When I
said 2 years. You said like 2, 3 years.
well,
Then you
however long it take me to feel like I'm in love, with the person.
Right, Kel, there's no limit. You always got to put some kind of rationale that
wow, she
everybody.
made it seem like it was forever though. She made it seem like this shit was forever.
No,
That's what
it's
I'm
No,
trying
not.
to figure
No,
out.
no, 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 no. It's
So
not.
okay, so in the beginning is what you saying in the beginning.
Well, in the beginning could end up being 2 years, or it could be
But
4
whenever you get
months.
to that,
Yeah,
but whenever you get to that point where you in love, you do call. Is what I'm asking. Whatever time that
exactly,
is. Okay,
exactly. Like, or and then
okay.
we
another
said the
thing I would
courting. We talking about. We said the courting phase. The courting phase.
Another thing I will do now, I'm gonna tell you when I will call somebody. When I have gotten to the point where I'm like, I know that I'm not interested in them romantically, right? But
Hmm.
if I know that that person calls me to death, and then I don't hear from them for like a few days, I will
Yeah,
call to just make sure that they okay, because it makes me think something happened. You know what I'm
something
saying? Like,
happened. Yeah.
yeah. So I will then initiate a call in. But like, I don't really like. I call my mom. I call my kids. I got one cousin that I call. Outside of that, everybody calls me. I don't really call like,
Did you get? Have you ever got mad if somebody didn't call you?
because I'm never pressed to be like having
Yeah.
conversation like that. So I'm. I don't know. I don't get mad when people don't call me. And this, I
Now
what
you used to have this motto. Listen here. You out by motherfucking 5, you'll be replaced by 12 in the morning.
exactly.
Damn.
But even with
That's what
my
my friends say. Damn, man.
friends of mine, girlfriends of mine, and like my cousins and stuff, sometimes they get agitated with me because I could go weeks without talking to them, right? And they are the type of people who want to talk to somebody every day. And I'm not that
Yeah, I'm the same way.
everyday yeah.
I'm
I,
the
I
same way.
yeah, I don't keep up like that. So
I be
now
so busy where I shit. I don't. By the time I get home, I'm trying to decompress and chill.
and then the times I'm up is like times like this. When y'all up, so that's why I get out talking. And then when I'm moving around during the day, when I'm working and stuff, I don't have time for that. I'm doing stuff, so I'm not really, in the talking mood. um, so I'm not the type of person that's going to keep up every day. And initially, like in some of my friendships, that would sometimes create a problem because those girlfriends they used to being on the phone talking every day, but and now that we older, they've gotten over it and realized that's just how I am. I can go weeks that I just don't um talk to them, talk
Yeah, I'm
to
the same way.
them.
I can go months. Like I
I
have
got a
friends
Libra
that
friend like that too. I got a Libra friend like that too, child.
me too. I go months, not weeks. I go months without talking to like my like fucking homies, like motherfucker ride or die motherfuckers. And when we do
Yeah.
talk, it's like we ain't skip a beat.
Exactly. They had to learn that though. But a lot of my friends had to learn that. And it's because even though they would accept it from some other friends, it was like they didn't want to accept it from me because, and like I
Yeah.
said, the misconception is because when I talk, I do talk and I can spend a lot of time. Like when my friends come to my house, I don't have no time limit on when they gotta leave. They could stay the night if that's the case. Like I
Do you believe in checking in? Like, let's say you pass the courting phase. Let's say you married. Let's put it that way. Do you believe in checking in?
what you
What you
mean?
mean
Like that
checking
I
in?
gotta know that you good?
Like,
Like
I'm
what you mean
going
by
over
check in?
here.
Like the hotel check in?
I'm going
Like
over here. No, I mean like just on the
like
phone. Like, I'm on my way to this place. I'm going to that place now. Like if I'm,
I think that's sometimes too much because I don't want to check in with nobody like that.
you want somebody to check in with you though. Let's say
No,
it's
no, no,
your
no.
husband.
I don't require it. I don't require them to be checking to tell me everywhere where they at throughout the day and
Not
where they went, all
not
that.
everywhere, not everywhere, but let's say he normally come on at 5 every day. But this particular time, he's coming home at 8. Do he got to explain that?
No, because I might do it. I might do the same thing. Like I
See,
listen.
hold on, because I'm a little bit different. Because see, I get in trouble for this, but I don't give a fuck. I'm not gonna never change it, right? I believe in prevention. I believe in doing things before something happens. This, that, and the third, right? So listen, if my normal routine is that I'm gonna be home by 5:15, and I know that I'm not gonna be home by 5:15 that day, I'm going to call whomever to let them know I'm not going to be home by 5:15 because guess what? That person could be worried about me. Some could actually really happen. There's a lot of things. And if I know I ain't up to no fuck shit, there's nothing wrong with me saying, hey, I'm going over to such and such or whatever. I'm not asking for
Okay.
permission.
So
I'm just giving
let me give you this example. Let me give you
what's
this
up.
example.
Mm-hmm.
Somebody call and check your husband call, check in and say, I'm finna go out, hang out at the bar. Have a couple drinks. I should be home by. I know I'm home at 7, but I'll probably be home about 9 or 10. 9 or 10 coming. This motherfucker come on to 1. Is that a problem?
As long as I ain't two.
Okay, come on at 2 then. You come on come on
He
at
come home at
159.
3.
You
What?
come on at 159. You come on at 159.
1:59 is fine. 2:01, there's a problem because 2 o'clock is the standard industry time coming in for any couple. What are you talking about, Keller?
Well, see, Miss Angie, I am not that way. I'm not like, but maybe because I'm not a routine type person. I move throughout the day how I want to. So I don't. I'm not on no schedule, and I don't really expect the person I'm with to like be on the schedule. As long as when I call or they call and they answer and they might be like, oh, I'm at such and such. They tell me where they at. That's sufficient for me. I don't have like I don't need them to have to call me or tell me. If I'm thinking, oh wait a minute, he should be here by now, or he normally call me by now, and I'm past that phase of courting phase, then I'll call and be like, you good, and
Yeah.
and I would expect the
Yeah,
same thing. Like I don't,
yeah. He'll say he good. I had a couple drinks. I'll be home at 10, but
and
don't come home
I'll
to
be like,
1.
all right, good,
But
because I could be
don't come
home
home
reading a
to
book. I
don't
could
come
be
home to
home reading
1
a
though.
book.
But don't come home to 1.
Okay, I will be fine with that too.
Mm.
I'm fine with that.
Because here's the
Because
thing.
Angie, you got to realize, Angie, when you drinking and shit and having fun, you don't
Mm-hmm.
pay attention to time. Next thing you know, it's fuck
But you
time.
need to. You need to. Because I've seen a many people, and I hang out with a lot of males. And when they take curfew time is coming around, they could be drinking or doing whatever else. They are calling that motherfucker and say, hey, or if they're going to be a little bit late or whatever. Or they'll say, I'm here with Angie or something like that. Then I got to make the verification. So it's all about respect. It's all about whatever. Because I'm going to tell you, I had to, because I told you I married the whole of Jacksonville and lower part of Georgia. Yes, I did. Honey, and the other whole of Jacksonville
So he
was my
fucked it up
cousin.
for everybody. He fucked it
Yeah,
up for everybody.
and the other hoe was my cousin. They had done hold so much that they done had some of the girls, the same people. Like what the fuck, girl? Let me tell you.
That's what's
I
up.
told you about that story. That this one
You
night,
said
that
that's
nigga
what's up,
came
Callum.
home. He came home with them birds chirping. Doop, 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 at 6 o'clock. I had to be to work at 7. So by the time he's stepping on in the motherfucker, both of us got to get ready for work. I'm getting ready for work. I ain't even say nothing. I'm like, yes. So I knew that Sean Jefferson was going to have a NFL party. Okay. And he and I, man, the Walker husband was invited. But I'm the invite. You the plus one. So anyway, So I didn't have time to argue that morning. I just kept my silence or whatever. So, and I have no idea why motherfuckers be doing me like this. If I'm quiet, being quiet to your ass, whatever. I really wanna fucking bust you in the head with something, right? But they'll try to start with me to get me to say something or just to pick an argument, just to, I guess, break the ice or whatever. I don't know what it is, right? So anyway, he does that. We go to arguing. So he assumes because by this time the next weekend comes. He been in a hot seat for the whole week. So he's assuming that I wasn't going to the party. Okay? Meaning we weren't.
Mhm.
But that's not it. So I decided, so by the time on the weekend come, whatever, by the time I started getting ready for the party, he was like, "Where you going?" I said, "I'm going to the party." "Oh, you going without me?" "Yep. I got the invite. I'm the person they don't know your motherfucking ass. They know
You ain't
of
had no
your.
plus one?
No, I ain't have no plus one.
You shouldn't have been
So,
going.
huh?
Did
What you
Callum?
mean I shouldn't have been going? You sound crazy. Tell me I shouldn't have been going because I ain't
You
no plus one. Yet you want to stay out all night and you supposed to be home at 10 and don't come home 2:01. You crazy. Tell me what I should have had. So anyway, I was like, okay. So let me tell you what I did. So I went to the party and stayed there a minute or whatever. And I was like, okay, shit, it's early. Remember his ass didn't come home to 6. So the party kind of started thinning out between 1:32. We shut down earlier here. So so the party got shut down because it was at a little club and whatever. So I said, well, damn, I got to find me somewhere else to go until, it took a good little time. So that's when Walmart used to be 24 hours, some of them. I went to Walmart, got there about 2 something, and I walked around in Walmart to damn near 4 o'clock in the morning because had to make it feel good. Make it good. You know what I'm saying?
Man,
Yeah.
just go to IHOP or something.
Go get,
God
no,
damn.
I'm not gonna go. And the thing about it is, everybody know me. I'm not finna go cheat on nobody and give up no ass. I'm just not, even in the worst situations.
So
I'm
you
not.
just want to appear that way.
I just want to appear that way.
So you
Okay.
playing games. So you like to play
Playing
games.
might as well
games.
said it.
Everybody know me, and I just
So
go
you
in the
playing
party.
games.
Y'all
You
playing
play
games.
games. You would.
I don't care. And baby, when I bent that corner, cause you could see our apartment from the gate. I bent that corner. I seen that nigga stand on the porch smoking the motherfucking cigarettes, baby. Newport short in the box. I'm like, oh shit, it's gonna be on tonight. And so I pulled up and I called myself walking on in and I walked on by. He said, and so I went and took a shower and got in the bed. He said, "Hey, you know what time it is?" I said, "Yeah, 2 hours earlier than when you came in last week," and pushed the cover back on top of my head. When I tell you it was hell that entire week. He
Yeah, because
covered
you
my
playing
head.
games.
Huh?
It should be
He
because
didn't know
if you
that.
go play silly games, you go win silly prizes.
Yeah, he didn't know that.
But
He know
if
No,
the
you
color
he
didn't
of
know
did
that.
it, but
You didn't
Kelly,
know
if
that.
he did
on
it,
these streets with these men.
I know you
You
ain't
know,
talking, Carla. Talk about if he did. I know you ain't just say that. I
he
know
did.
damn well.
And I guarantee you, his ass was in between some legs. On top of all that, fell asleep in the pocket
if
and
he
somebody
did it, Kelly, it's all
No,
her doing
ass.
no, you can't say that. You can't
it. Was
Yeah,
good for the
these
goose.
are the worst. No,
have
yes, I
goose
was
ain't
playing.
good for college.
And you know what, Taylor? But you know what be killing these men and stuff. When they, when we be on the outside, we be on that fuck shit. Just the idea of like you know, guys still liking me or stuff like that, whatever, or I may be doing this, whatever. That runs them fucking insane. I don't even have to do none of that. I'm like, oh my God. Like, the last before the last, I mean shit, I had a whole GPS on my motherfucking ass. I mean, like
Do
seriously.
you do
I
you
had
believe in sharing locations?
I had one of them.
I'm
I
okay
had
because I ain't out doing nothing. I'm okay. You can.
You cool with sharing locations, Carla?
I'm not sharing my location with nobody. Um
Yeah, nah, Carla.
listen, I plead the fifth, okay? Um, I'm not sharing my location with nobody, but I have had a
Why not?
GPS
Why not? Why not? Why not?
because I'm not exclusive to nobody.
No, no. I'm talking about you married.
Oh, when I was married, no, I did not share locations. And you want to know what color? So let me say this: when I got like that with the exclusive dating thing, and I'm gonna do my thing. That was after like certain things will put you in a certain spaces to be a certain way. So that was after, like Miss Ainsley, I was with a man who was a habitual cheater. Now I'm gonna say this. Um, I was not, he was not no habitual cheater where I was sitting around like, oh, well, I'm just sitting around. No, you
You ain't
cheating.
exclusive to nobody. Remember?
No, I'm talking about this is when I was married.
Okay.
If you cheating, I'm cheating too because we gonna match each other. We
Oh, you playing
matching
games
energy.
too. You playing games too.
So no, but I didn't kick it off, and it was years that I did not do that. But
Why
it
you can't
got
just
to
separate? Why you can't just separate?
well, and you're right, Khaled. You are absolutely right. That's what I should have did because I should not have compromised my own integrity for that. You know what I'm saying? But that's the type of time I was on at that time. And so then after we, get separated, got divorced, all of that, that's when I went through that period where I was like, oh, I was really selfish like that, where I was like, okay, well, you want
That's how
to
motherfuckers
date
get
me,
killed.
huh?
That's how people get killed.
And that's why I always say, Kelly, God protected me in my being a damn fool and ignorant.
Not just you, him too. The person you was with, you could have put him in a situation that he didn't know he
Well, he
was
had
gonna
put me
be.
in situations.
No,
I
no,
had
no, no. What I'm saying
I had
is,
women stalking me when I was
and the
going to
same thing with him, and the same thing with him.
right,
Like
right.
he put her in a situation. You could have came home and fucking sliced her ass up.
Yeah, listen, you are absolutely right. Like I no, he ain't. It was never in my house where he did that, but.
Or well, whatever. Let's say
Yeah,
you found out what
what I'm
location.
saying is that yeah, it could have been bad either way, And so I always tell people, listen, I was
That's
I
why
was
when I'm dating
a
people,
dangerous
especially in the
one. You hear
beginning,
me?
I
Um,
never will go over their house because I'm like,
and
shit.
I know somebody who I know. I have a friend who he was murdered like that from somebody who he was dealing with. The she was in the process of getting a divorce, and he started dealing with her and her husband, a strange husband, came in, and yeah. So I know that that's a real thing.
Yeah,
That's why I tell people
I know
God
somebody
protected
who
me in my
almost.
ignorance, and that's why I don't judge my kids. I don't judge all young people or kids, period, when they are involved in certain situations because I pray, and that's the prayer I pray for them. Lord, cover them in their ignorance the same way you covered me in mine, because I did some ignorant shit for real.
I remember one time I was doing Uber, and I picked this lady up, and I'm looking for her, and it was like in the area like I shouldn't be, like I wanted nobody shouldn't be here. So I'm looking like, what is motherfucker at? And she just hopped in the car like out of nowhere. In the car, asshole naked, with a shower curtain on her.
What?
I'm thinking she just got raped. She's like, go, go, go. I'm like, what the fuck going on? I'm thinking she just got raped. Apparently, she came home. She was with this guy, and all she was able to grab was her motherfucking phone. She couldn't get her clothes, her keys, and nothing. So she got wrapped with some motherfucking shower curtains, butt naked, her phone. So she's like, go, go, go. I'm like, what the fuck going on? I'm thinking she got raped. So she explaining on the phone, talking to whoever, explaining the situation. And she had went over this guy's house, and his motherfucking wife came home and had a motherfucking gun to her face.
Yeah, it can. I mean, listen, I
You
could
know,
tell you
the only
some.
thing she
I
can
could
do
tell
is
you
run
some
with her phone.
stories. I could tell you some stories that I'm not even gonna tell Lord, because I am ashamed, embarrassed, and
Do tell. Do tell. This is a safe place.
I will not. But
This
that's why
is
I
the
said
safe place. Do tell.
I
You
have,
want to know?
I have
I can't get in
experienced a
that type
lot of
of shit.
things. And and so when I speak from a place of care. That is like, just don't do this to yourself, because
So,
it's.
so tell this story that allegedly happened to somebody else.
I'm just saying. I one time was ready to run my Escalade through somebody's hair salon before, but because
Mm-mm.
she was stalking me behind my
Mhm.
husband,
Oh, that sound like old girl.
and so I popped up on her,
That sound like Audra.
and and when I popped up, no, because it was not. I was the wife, okay. And she was stalking me, and she was sending letters and shit to my house, and she was sending letters like acting like she was different women and shit, right? But
Mm-mm.
I was able to pick up on that it was her, because all of the words that she was misspelling the same shit, and she was like using the same type of lingo, and I'm like, did you tell this dumb hoe like who I am? Like,
Mhm.
I'm gonna catch her, right? And so then at first I was noticing it, but then he was like, I swear I'm not, I just stopped talking to her. I don't talk to her no more. This is that and the third. So then he showed me some text messages she keeps sending to him, but he wasn't responding to the messages. And so the same words there that she was misspelling in there was being misspelled on all of these letters from these quote unquote different women, whatever. And
Mhm.
she had a husband her damn self, okay?
Mm-mm.
So I was like, I'm tired of this hoe. I'm about to go pop up on her. So I went to her, a hair salon. She owned a hair salon.
Mm.
I went to the hair salon, and my Escalade had, the windows was tinted. And sometimes he would drive my truck to take the kids to school and stuff like that. So some people might think that it was him. And she thought that it was him initially. So when she thought it was him, she ran to the door. But when she saw it was me, she locked the door.
Mm-mm.
And I was ready to drive my truck through the hair salon, but then I ended up getting a phone call from my husband. The phone call that came from my husband was from her husband calling my husband, saying that I had never even met her husband before, but he apparently knew who I was. And he called and was like, your wife is over here. What does she do now? Because her husband and my husband had a mutual friend that they didn't
Mm-mm.
know initially, that they had a mutual friend. So the whole thing, that's when the whole thing they had a conversation, whatever. And so it was a mutual friend. And so he called my husband up and was like, your wife is outside of the salon. What does she do now?
No.
And that's when I got to go. And my husband, he was like, get from in front of that. Why are you over there? You gonna get locked up. Blah, 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 blah. Like he was
Mm-mm.
going. And so then her husband came over to my truck, and I went to go introduce myself. And then he was like, I know who you are. And then he was like, well, what's up? What she do now? But she was doing stuff to try to like agitate to try to make me leave him. Cause I guess then she thought she
Mhm.
was gonna have him, then. Like he was
Oh
a
yeah.
prize to get.
But she was married.
Yeah.
That's crazy.
And I don't understand why these women be doing all that. Like they gonna agitate you, make you leave them. Therefore, all they think they don't want. No, bitch. You
That's the
just
person
got
that
him
purposely
because
came
you
home
are
at that
you are a
2 hours
sad.
later.
He did it first, Kyla. He did it first.
No, but I'm not finna go. I'm not finna do all of that. Cause some of these women, and this is so crazy, cause a lot of them don't get a lot of play or ain't never been married, whatever the fuck it be or whatever, and they just get in their head. The shit they try to pull off, and
What,
it's
what,
that. First of all, that motherfucker ain't even worth it, and number two, you do know that if you get with him, you still not gonna be number one. You still gonna be just one of the number.
Never.
so
Never.
I got a question for you, Angie.
Yeah.
Considering you did this shit, why do females play games?
Why do females play games?
Mm-hmm.
One, just to show you that it can be done to you. That's number one. And number two, we want you to, feel kind of, as fucked up as, women. Because now here's the thing, right? I would do that shit.
So it's more so about revenge.
That's not revenge. Cause revenge, I'm not gonna go nowhere as near as how far you went. See, this is my revenge. This is what I do when I really get your motherfucking ass, right? I'm glad you asked that question. I'm having flashbacks, okay? And I'm
I
shaking.
see.
I'm shaking. Okay. And my eyes are blanking. Now, let me tell you. Okay, well, this is what I do, right? When I know that it just is no help for you. All right. I don't want to be fucked up with you and whatever. In some kind of way, the Lord always helps me out with this. He sends somebody that comes on a shiny white horse with a horn, say do 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 to announce himself. Say, I am what you've been looking
Wait.
for.
Say what again?
He says, do 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 do, I am what
Okay.
you've been looking for. Right? So somehow, somehow, the Lord packaged this man, for him to be what I need in that moment. Check off the boxes and then some extra boxes I ain't know I had needed.
Do.
And then what I do was do do do, and what I do is I actually, he don't fuck around. His laugh don't piss him off. His outfit is, just he's not been. I'm not gonna cut him off just to find anything just to cut his ass off. I'm going to entertain it, and then I end up liking him, and then I end up liking or whatever. Then what happens? Now I'm sneaking for real. I'm not sneaking no longer, or being deceptive, just because, just to show you a little lesson, show you something about for a couple of days. Now I'm setting up I'm setting up house, a serious situation with another motherfucker. And guess what I'm doing now? Now I got my cousins and my friends all answering the phone when you calling all over America looking for me. Oh yeah, they lying for me. Come, because I'm out with this other dude. Because I'm not coming back. Now I done cut off all sex to your motherfucking ass. All right. I done pretty much cut your ass loose. Only thing that we really got to do is really cut it loose, cut it loose. Because I done
So why
set it
not
up.
cut it all the way loose then? If you did all that, why not just officially?
I have tried to
Hello.
cut it all the way loose. And we don't just break up. It always be a back and forth for a minute. And
And
unless
Tyler, when I'm speaking of my old life. I don't do that in my current life. Okay.
I
I
ain't saying I'm doing it.
You never play games. You play games
had
before.
no, I said in my old life I was doing that.
I mean, I would have hoped that you mature. I'm not.
Yeah,
I'm not.
I had to sit myself down at one point and was like, you wanna know what? I took 2 years where I had to just not have nothing with no, like, no, not even no interest, no nothing, nothing, just to really like deal with myself, like get myself together. You know what I'm saying? And after that, that's what got me to look at things a whole lot different. But I had to do that because sometimes you still holding on to that from where you was in. And you're right. And I did start treating men like men treat women, because I really
How
I
do
didn't
men treat
value them the
women?
same, huh?
Wait. How do men treat women?
Hold on, Cal, because see, you name what I'm doing. I did playing games. How am I playing games if
Because
I'm just quiet
you
and
That's not
purposely
playing games, Cal. That's not
hold on,
playing
if
games, Cal.
I'm
If you
quiet
because
and
you purposely
vibrating, I'm quiet. I ain't causing no problems. I ain't setting it out for two people, meaning having sex with two people. That's what we call it here. Setting it out for two people. I'm just keeping my legs closed and my mouth closed and just move on with this good guy.
okay. So this how you playing games. This
No,
how you
I'm
playing games.
not. No, I'm not.
I'm finna
All
tell
I'm
you how.
doing,
I'm about to tell you
okay,
how.
I tell the motherfucker, Oh yeah, hey,
Keller, I
out with
gotta
such
ask
and
you a
such.
question.
I'll be
So
there.
about that. What? So why is it that you are playing the emphasis on her playing the games, but what happened to her? Like her response was based off of what was done to her. It wasn't
Okay.
like she initiated, and even if it might not have been right, it still wasn't her initiating that action. So that was a response that she had, and yeah, we should not do that. But we find ourselves doing that, and when you mature, you do get to see like that. It just wasn't even worth it. I should have.
I mean, y'all supposed to take 5 years to break up with a motherfucker. Well, I'm not supposed to date nobody else. Why am we still trying to break up?
No, no, no. I ain't talking about that, Nancy.
God
I'm talking
damn.
about. I'm talking about. No, that's a different situation. Well, when you was playing games, that was
I ain't playing.
when
Go ahead.
I'm finna tell you. I'm finna tell you was when you was done at 2, but you purposely stayed away for extra 2 hours to see
It
how he would react to that.
to
Okay,
break the whole of
he did
Jacksonville
it
down. See,
first.
Kelly, here's the problem. This is what the problem you have.
If
All
he
these
did it, then you don't like it, then you need to leave.
90% of the people I date, they got some kind of, well, I ain't gonna say 90, 80% of the people I've dated, they got some kind of ego. They got some air about them. They the
Mhm.
latest man, they the big man on
Mhm.
campus, whatever. I'm just a country girl. Okay? So
Mhm.
what I'm going to do, I guess I'm gonna figure your ass out. I'm gonna break your ass motherfucking down. But I'm gonna show you what your
Uh, uh,
actions gonna get. Now your
Mhm.
actions got me motherfucking stepping in the name of love, but not with your bitch ass in your head. Cause you
Mhm.
know you can set your clock by me. You know I ain't giving them no ass. You
so
know I ain't
this
gonna
leads
go
me
around.
to say, why is commuting have a communication? Um, why is that so hard? Is
Everybody you just can't sit down and talk to. Like, oh, listen,
why
we're having problems in our relationship, hon.
Call it the
why?
Let's talk
man
about
was the
I don't want
whore
to
of
hear that shit.
Babylon.
I don't.
I don't want to hear
I had one, so I know if they the whore of Babylon, ain't no communication. The communication is guess what? You about to get this work back. That's
So
what's up
listen,
there.
if there's something you don't like, why not just communicate with that
I
person?
hate it. I hate doing all
Keller,
that stuff. I
we
hate because
know
you
that
know what?
now.
It
I
takes
didn't
such
in
a
the
I
20s,
think
that
preparation.
was
Angie
not the
though, you
case.
saying that. You said you know that now. Angie do that shit
No,
tomorrow.
it takes. What you say, Kelvin? I do what? What?
Nothing.
Oh, why you say it like that? Nothing.
Nothing.
I'm gonna play it back to hear what you said, right? But Kelvin, please listen. Y'all don't get it till you get it. And I'm trying to tell you, it's always some shit. And I'll be so tired. So, I'm so tired of
But
that
see,
this motherfucker
and see,
lesson.
Keller, I probably don't like get to that point because I will cut it before way even before it get to any bullshit, right? Like I'm already cutting the relationship.
Yeah.
Like I said, the minute that I suspect that you doing something, I'm out. I I don't need all I have to do is have a suspicion because you shouldn't leave no room for me to suspect anything. So if I suspected something ain't right, I'm out. Like the person I broke up with like months, a few months ago that I was dating for a couple years, and he
Oh,
was like I wasn't even doing nothing. Like he was a workaholic for real, to be honest. But he
so
was like,
Angie,
huh?
so you, so why is communication uncomfortable?
No, and that's the case. I was attempting to communicate with him and let him know because see, this is my thing. I'm a workaholic too, right? So I understand that. But when I'm telling you that I need you to stop for a minute because I need this attention, and you're not listening because you still working, that's a problem for me. We're gonna have because I'm a workaholic too. So if I could stop, and then what's going on? So I was just like, you wanna know what? I'm good. And then now he wanna, oh, I don't know what I was thinking, blah blah. Okay, well, I'm not there no more. I'm not in that space no more.
But Keller, check this out. I'm not even one of these typical ass,
I know you ain't typical. But shit.
typical ass girlfriend motherfuckers. Whatever. Yeah, my face and shit be swollen in the hips. Okay, yeah, but that's gonna be over with. So that's just a joke, y'all. But listen, not a joke about the swelling stuff, but just a joke or whatever I'm putting in. What I'm saying is this, right? I'm not one of those people that need attention. I'm not one of the people that crowd the motherfucking time about bullshit. I'm not hounding you. I'm not doing this, whatever. So that's why they be so goddamn mad when shit don't motherfucking work out. So it's not hard.
It's
I'm not,
okay.
I don't have
So
a requirement. Huh?
is it uncomfortable?
What?
You said it's not hard. Communication is it uncomfortable?
Wait a minute.
Oh,
Give me a
okay.
minute. I'm just saying. So
I
it's
think
not hard for somebody to get along with me. I don't require much.
and
I
Kelly,
don't.
I think that with the thing that I think that me and Miss Angie have been clear about is that we state our needs from the beginning, right? We state.
But don't you agree that communication is essential? One of the essentials in a
I
relationship.
agree, and that's why I said from the beginning I will state, you know,
Mhm.
what it
So
is
this
from the
probably more
beginning.
applied towards Angie. Then do you
Because she said the same thing.
do you
She
Yeah,
agree that communication is essential?
I think
So
communication is essential. But let me
why
say
not just
this.
why not
But
Let
have
me
I'm
that
say
not going.
this.
I'm
communication
not
as
going to keep
opposed to
I'm not
communicating it.
gonna
I'm not
tell
going
you,
to
keep
keep.
telling you shit that you should
Right.
already know. I'm
Right.
not
I'm
gonna
not
do
going to
that.
keep.
What I'm
Right.
going to do is like I was trying to just tell you in a few minutes. What I'm going to do is Mr. Dun Don is going to show the fuck up. Okay,
Mm-hmm.
he's gonna satisfy a need I have in that moment. He's gonna say, and I'm going to be setting up shop with Mr. Dun Don. The next thing you know, the only next communication you're going to get. Now look here, I tried. You tried. We all tried together. But I got to go. All right. I ain't got no hard feelings, towards you. Hope you ain't got no hard feelings towards me. Don't be saying all kind of fuck shit about me or whatever. I won't say no fuck shit about you. And I'm going pieces and I'll holler at you. Yeah, that's it. I'm not going to keep going and repeat myself, whatever. But
So he
Mr.
came
Dunn
home. He
go.
came home at what 6 or some shit. You said
Come on at 6. I came on at 4.
okay. So when he came home at 6, why you couldn't just have that conversation? Like, look, you came home at
Callum,
6.
Callum,
We
Callum,
had a we
Callum.
had a conversation years before that 2 o'clock is it. What I gotta have another conversation with you about?
Oh, I didn't see it. You left that out.
Yeah, I said 2 o'clock is the standard time for couples to bring your ass in. Shit, everybody know that. Got to have them conversations with your motherfucking ass. You ain't got to tell me
2 o'clock.
what not to do over and over fucking
He
again.
came.
Shit.
He came home at 2 o'clock. Well, for Mountain Time on your ass.
Motherfucker,
He came home at 2 o'clock Mountain Time on your ass.
And that's
whatever.
funny,
I don't
Callum.
hear shit.
But she playing games when she do it. Now look at that.
Yeah,
Look at that double standard.
The
it's a
reason I
double
say she playing games because he could have just explained to him instead of purposely
He could have
trying to
just
get a
brought his ass
reaction.
in on a
He
But he
know
didn't
how.
purposely. He didn't
because that's
purposely.
her requirement.
Yeah, he looked
He didn't
nervous as
purposely.
hell passing by
He,
me. He
he
looked
didn't
nervous.
purposely do that to get a reaction out of her. She purposely did that to
What?
get a reaction. Yeah, she
I
purposely did that.
He
I
was
got it.
purposely doing whatever he was doing that he didn't come in
Yes,
when she
exactly.
requires for him to
Want to
be
hear
in.
that
Well,
shit?
well, I don't know
Hey,
what the fuck he was doing. We could have been out fucking around, but
yes,
That's
uh,
my
that's
point.
what he was doing.
but what I'm saying is it
That's no
wasn't to get a reaction out of her. Whereas
What did he
opposed to
think she was going to be happy?
whereas opposed to she did
Her
it
jump running
to
and
get a
jumping in the
reaction.
lilies in the field?
He did it to Ho. What else was he doing?
Right, he did the whole. You did it to get a reaction out of him.
And that was going to create a reaction out of her.
She assuming he was horning around. She can't confirm or deny that.
He was
Oh my God.
on.
Now
He
you
was
sound.
on.
Now you
He
want to
was
know who
on.
you sounded
I
like?
hope his ass
Bodine.
up.
That's all
I
Bodine.
hope
No,
his ass
you
up.
sounded just like the people that you be going
Baby, I
for.
hook this motherfucking ass up. You best believe that. You best believe that. I can get you. Yeah, you be fucked up. Not, mm-hmm.
Yeah, you
Sound
sounded
like
real
Ted
crazy.
Camps.
Yeah, because they be knowing that. See, and the thing about it is, a man, whether it all depends on who it is, or whatever. Because some of them I've learned is fucked up in the head, and ain't no getting around that. But a man, no matter how no good they are, majority of them, they don't want to lose a good thing. They don't want to do that.
They don't, and you want to
That's
know
why
what?
they show their ass. When
And,
you do something to their motherfucking ass, but they showing out.
and you want to know what I also learned when we like before when people would say, well, if a man do this to you, he don't love you, he don't care about you, he don't this. I don't believe that anymore, and I'm gonna say this why, because people are who they are based on their experiences, right?
He
And
lied to you because he love you.
you said what?
He lied to
Child.
you because he love you. He didn't want to hurt your feelings.
Exactly. A lot of times that is the reason why a man will tell a woman the truth that he don't care.
He was thinking about you when he was fucking her.
He will. I ain't gonna say
Oh
all
my
that
God.
now,
Oh,
Keller.
no.
Now you didn't go too far.
He was.
I'm not
He
gonna
was.
say all that.
He was.
But a man will lie to the woman that he loves when he's doing something that he's not supposed to. And I'm not saying that he's loving you right. He loved you the best way he know how. And it's based off his experiences. Because a lot of men have watched their fathers do things to their mothers, all this other, and they think that a lot of them they go on thinking that this is just the way it is. I know with my
I
ex,
don't know Ike Turner explanations. Hell no. Mm-mm.
I know with my ex, he thought that he went a step above because his father never married his mother ever. And I
Mm.
did not want to marry him. He cornered me into marrying him. And
Oh,
so
wow.
he thought that was like, well, I, you know, this is, but, and like I said, I'm not saying that he loved me well. I'm saying that he loved me the best way he knew how to do based off of what he saw growing up. And so, and I'm not saying that that was acceptable, but I can't take away that was his true feeling. That I can't say to him, "Oh that he didn't love me more than he ever loved anybody." That's real to him, Like
Mm-hmm.
it wasn't the right way for me,
I
but
mean, hey,
it was real to him,
can you
And
can you have a main entree without any sides?
boy, you better shut up. Not in my book, because I'm too much for all of that. I'm the entree, the sides, the dessert, all of that.
Yeah, you
And you know
can't.
that the main is always the bigger portion. So the main
No,
is the main.
I'm a
Damn about
full
that
And
pimp
course
talk,
meal.
Tyler. That's pimp talk.
Yeah, right.
Ain't nobody
That's why
believe
I
no
don't even. That's why I
you
don't
got the
even
little
get into
small little
that.
size on the, you got the little small little
That's why
size,
I don't even get into that.
and it complements
And we
it
around
we
COVID. I am fucking around.
complements the entree.
we sat down and had a real talk, and I was like, listen. If being with multiple women like is something that you're interested, that's what you want to do. You're entitled to that. There are people who will be okay with that. I'm not. So you can't be with me and doing that. So we got to do something about this. Like this is not going to work out, you know. And we had to have a real conversation about that because there are some women who are okay with that, and this I knew it was making me somebody other than who I want to be. Like I said, I'm
Yeah.
out here, I'm doing this, I'm doing that, and don't get me wrong, I was having a lot of fun doing it, getting a lot of money doing it.
What
But
was you doing? You was out there. You went to Horn.
no, I had to do it like that. um,
Oh.
but uh, they will always pay what they weigh. Okay, over here. Okay, so
No. Carla, I don't know what that mean now. Wait a minute.
so
Huh?
I was not. You ain't do that. No, you ain't doing that for free. At one point in time when me and him was separated, I made him pay me for that.
Oh,
And I
what?
was married to him with
Wait. What I
kids.
missed?
With
What I
his
missed?
kids.
Pay you for what?
But whatever you want to say.
Oh,
I made my husband, my ex-husband at one point. We were still married though, but I was separated from him and I made him pay me.
Hey, you what?
Where he weigh. You want to come over here? You gonna pay what you weigh. You want my time? You gonna pay what you weigh. And that's what it
What's your wages?
is. However, listen, what's your weight?
What the fuck?
Yeah, and I'm being honest. I'm not, like I said, I'm far past that, now. But back in the day, my time was it meant something.
Time is money. Money is time.
Yeah, and if I'ma stop doing what I'm doing to make money, then you got to compensate me some kind of way.
I understand. I guess.
So
He can't compensate you with his time.
You said what?
He can't compensate you with his time.
Because I didn't want it. So if you want my time, then I need to be getting something out of this.
Yeah.
See,
you
when I wanted the time, things weren't right. So now this is based on and like I said, it got real like that. And I really started being like, and that's why I had to take time and I had to move away and step away and was like, what am I doing? This is
like
not
we talk about currency or dinner. Like what you talking about?
In stacks, yes.
You said in sex.
No, stacks.
Oh, I thought you said sex. I was like, okay.
No. In stacks.
Like thousands of dollars.
Yes.
This motherfucker fool.
He wasn't the only one.
Oh, hell no.
But and so that's what I'm saying. Like I told people I have, my life has gotten me to where I am now, and me going and reflecting and looking back. I've been in so many different scenarios and so many different situations, but what I refused to do was let somebody play in my face. You was not going to play in my face. So.
Well, I figure if I'm motherfucking finna pay you in stacks, I can play whatever the fuck I want to play.
No, you're not.
I'm paying for it.
Because once you gone, I'm not even thinking about.
I'm paying for it.
I wasn't even thinking about you like that. You know what I'm saying? I'm off either going where I'm doing to make money. I'm going to trip somewhere. I'm somewhere with somebody else. Might be your man. I mean, whatever. So
because this.
I see how she sneaks shit in there,
and that's how I carried it.
You see how she sneaks shit in there.
That's how I carried it. Then like I said, and I know it was. And listen, me and him have had these conversations, and he has apologized to me for a lot of things because he was like, I know that wasn't even, and it wasn't. It was not my character, but I did it because I was so bitter. You know what I'm saying? From the situation that I was like, ain't nobody never gonna play with me like that again. Like, what are you talking? So I kind of became that, and then I was like, you want to know what? This ain't.
I said, hit my cash out, goddammit.
This ain't what's up. This is not what's up. I don't even feel right moving like this. And so, like I said, I took probably a little over 2 years where I isolated myself. I wasn't around family members, nobody. I had to really like go into myself and really get myself together.
Oh Lord.
Because I was like, I am not functioning the way that I should be functioning.
I had a female that was finna pay me for the same shit, time and shit like that. But I didn't have it in me. To take advantage of her like that. Cause I knew like I didn't want to, like it wasn't gonna go nowhere.
Well,
and I remember,
I'd be looking crazy when I hear the females. I don't need a man to take care of me. I don't need his money. I don't need this and that.
Oh shit!
I said, if I keep listening, I'm gonna hear some more sound like here come a desperate ass bitch. Oh my gosh.
I think
Because
everybody who I think everybody need a helpmate.
you
No,
Nobody
you
no,
have some desperate insecure
nobody should be
they
alone.
feel like
Nobody.
what they advertise what they can do and the less they say they need from your motherfucking ass that they gonna be, prime real estate on the motherfucking market. And I'm like, that doesn't work. Cause y'all use the ones they get stepped on.
but
I
Carla,
ain't doing shit.
yeah,
Now they know that and
You
I
don't
won't.
need a man. You don't need a man, Carla.
I'm not going. I I would be. I'm fine. I'm fine if I would have one, but I don't have to have one.
You
Okay,
do. It's necessary. It's
like
essential.
I'm not. I don't feel like my life is going to be any less. I'm going to
Right.
have. I'm going to do
It
any
will be
less. I'm going to
more. It will
be.
be more. It will. You will only gain from it. Why cheat
But
yourself?
but I'm happy with where I am now. So
Why be satisfied? Why be satisfied?
what do you mean?
You content.
Boy, every
Yeah,
time a mate
I'm
don't
happy.
always enhance your life, fool.
Well,
Who
the right
told
one
you that?
will. The right one will. You got the
Yeah,
wrong
I'm
nigga.
You
exactly.
have to
And
keep going through the motherfuckers to find that one, or
It's a
you could have
filter
been
process.
inherited
It is what it is. It's a filter process. It is what it is.
Kelly, you
Hey,
are
how
right. The
long you got
right
to go through it? Shit.
the right one, yeah. But I'm not gonna. I'm not desperate. I've never been desperate for a man.
Ain't
Period.
about being desperate. Ain't about being desperate. It's
No.
about
But what I'm
being
but no. But
fulfilled.
you have some women who are desperate for men.
Okay, but I ain't talking about
Yeah.
that. I'm talking about being fulfilled. I ain't talking about desperate. I'm talking about
But I feel
being.
fulfilled in myself. So I don't. I'm not saying that I won't. I'm not saying that a man can't do anything to enhance my life, or that having a man is not a nice thing, or having a mate is not a nice. I'm not saying that. What I'm saying is that I'm also fine with the fact that if I don't ever have one in my, I'm fine with that too.
You shouldn't be
Why?
because you're
What's
not
wrong
being.
with being happy in yourself?
Ain't nothing wrong with being happy in yourself, but I'm talking about being fulfilled.
Do you know what peace is?
So you saying that you're not gonna you saying that uh you're not gonna have peace if you got a fucking husband?
Not all. You just don't know your mates. You don't know what the fuck is going to happen. And I'm telling you,
And
just because you just
comes back
a
to
mate, listen, peace, you got to put value on peace. And what comes after peace? Peace of mind, peace in your fucking bank account, peace of this, peace of that, all of that. I put values and stuff on different things. Respect is number one on my motherfucking list. I like peace. You know?
Mm-hmm.
it's crazy you say that.
Huh?
Miss April doing a panel Wednesday, I think. Doing a panel Wednesday, we're gonna talk about um disrespect.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I love, like, I put respect. I told you, my list is respect, care, love, like that. So love ain't even the number two on my list. But I love peace, and now I got to change my list because peace is going before love. Not
Yeah,
love
I
is going
gotta hit.
before
I
love
gotta
alone,
So
have.
but
you
love is
saying
number
that
one.
having a man cancel out peace.
No.
No, hell
What we
no.
saying is
Hell,
that if he is going to cancel the piece, then we don't need that.
thank you.
Well,
I
shit,
like
y'all
peace.
cancel out motherfucking peace as soon as you get home.
Tyler, you keep taking instances of talking about past experiences and making them
All right,
like that. That's where we are now, or where I am now. Like I'm nowhere near like that now. I don't even have the energy to be like that. Okay. um.
Mm.
So
And
I'm
Angie,
no.
you
Oh,
cancel
I'm
out
almost
peace.
at 12 hours. Wait a minute. Oh, look, y'all want me to come back? Because now it's getting interesting.
It's 11:50.
I got about 2 minutes for y'all to decide. Y'all want to come
I'm
back?
good,
Can't
Kelly.
y'all
I'm
better
good.
tell me something?
All right. Go ahead and end it.
Okay, when I come back, y'all looking
Okay.
for notifications. I'll be right back.
Okay.